Guten Tag, opening music. Just we'll have to imagine there was opening music. Yes, so here we go. Rob should be back any moment now. He's just trying to fix a few problems. And there he is.
Now, is there a delay still?
Do a clap. That's not bad. Halved it. You've halved it.
Yes, I know Kent Spong is live now because I'm on it.
Yep. Right, here we go. Let's put the thingy in.
Oh, I wonder if it's because of that. If I turn that off, is this any better? Ready? 1, 2, 3.
Oh no, it's worse.
Oh, you're fucking kidding me.
No, that's longer. Right, we got some experts coming in now. Right,
Literally.
Solve his problem.
Literally nothing has changed.
You said experts. Why have you brought me in?
Bonjour,
I don't do
monsieur.
video. Oh, there's an expert.
Let me do this again.
Oh,
In what?
oh,
Oh, he's pissed off. That's it. I turn up and he buggers off.
that's about the fifth time in 2 minutes.
That's some
What?
thumbnail photo you've got there, Kent, for the show.
Oh, all the old guys.
Oh, what a pit. I saw that come up. I was like, oh, what?
Oh man, I lost them one at a time.
I remember that year. I remember you. God, it
Yeah,
was torture.
Can I just do a clap again?
Go for it.
You got the clap, have you?
No, it's still a gap.
Well, Wagyu says I look in sync. So,
What?
You
did
do
she-
when you're speaking, but clapping is. It's really weird.
Ole.
No.
What about me?
Can you do after the clap go apart again?
Yeah, go apart. Yeah.
I'm just trying to think what. As I was saying to Kent before we came on, I just literally swapped. I've got 3 USB hubs, and I just swapped a couple around just to give me a bit more.
Is Robbie doing
sockets.
flamenco now on the channel?
Yeah. Hello.
Get the castanets out.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't have any castanets here. It's terrible. I think the egg shaker's in the fridge with the eggs.
He's got more delay than a General MIDI
Yeah, but have I though?
VST driver.
Can
He's got about
people
as
in
much delay as somebody running OBS in between.
Well, I'm not. That's the thing.
Yeah, but that's normally the. I mean, that would be one way to solve it.
Anything
put
else
it
running
in
on the
between.
computer in the background?
I wonder if. No, see, that's USB 3. That's USB 3. That's all going straight. Oh, knew I shouldn't have touched anything.
Yeah, I had to remember to turn off OBS. I still had it running from the other day, and I was getting talked back for some reason. I go, "What the hell is what's going on?" Oh, it's OBS running.
Hey,
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen.
give Robbie a review
Yeah.
What?
on his performance so far.
Apparently, I've got
You're
delay.
out of time, mate. Your timing's terrible.
Yeah, you're out of the band.
Yeah. Sorry, mate.
And you
He's
yourself
a
a
fucking
drum.
drummer.
Call yourself a
So
drummer.
that's- yeah.
get free start of the computer.
Well, not since this, but I might just do that. Fudgy now.
And where's the capture card plugged into? Does it directly into a socket, or does it go through any hub?
I'm just going to do this.
Yeah. Still out of time, mate.
I'm just going to do this. Now, in the stream, that's in time.
Still out of time, mate.
In the stream, that is in time.
Really?
Yeah.
Hey, Rob.
Robbie, can I just say, your sync was bang on when I was watching it on YouTube here. I don't.
So the
It was
two
like-
eventually meet up.
I'm going to go and I'm going to restart and come. I'm going to restart everything.
See you in an hour.
It shouldn't be that bad.
To be fair, that's what my computer.
Can you hear that?
What's that, babe?
That.
Yeah.
No. What am I listening for?
I can hear something. Music, no. Oh,
Yeah.
no, keyboard, no.
Oh, what the fudging hell has gone on here? I've literally all I've done is
See, you fuck with it when it works.
I
That's
know
what
what it
happens.
is. I know what it is. Yeah, exactly. That's the thing.
Yeah, well,
Right, I
since
just
I've already
wanted-
done in here, I've got just a couple of odd things like that Mac monitor won't fire up when you turn it on the computer. You have to turn it off and then turn it on again, and then it fires up.
What are you running it
Oh,
off of? Display
the go of
port
edit
or-
detection.
Can you
Yeah,
hear this?
Straight out of the Mac Mini.
Fucking hell.
A bit loud.
Yeah. Well, that's okay. I was.
That sounds like a.
Thank you for testing my heart working, Robbie.
Yeah.
Bastard.
Right.
Banging pad sound.
I will be right back. I'll be back.
Yeah. Oh, you give me
What?
Oh, it was because I was still waiting for Fiona's quiz. I thought
Fiona's
we've got to
what?
have who
Fiona's what?
quiz.
Quiz. Oh, quiz. I thought you said coils. Seriously, the audio must be getting messed up
what
here.
is she, a 1976 Ford Fiesta or something?
Don't make me laugh.
No. She's a much softer ride.
Yeah. Oh.
So I've been told.
Yeah, she's more a Cadillac Eldorado.
Right.
So we're waiting for this quiz from her. She goes, I don't know, I can't think of anything. And then she goes, why don't you do the film quiz we do? I went, oh, brilliant. So what you do, because everybody can play, you do, you got to guess the film. And what you do is you do a line from the film. So you say the line of the film. Now you have two lines. You can do like the obscure line from the film. And if they can't get it, you have to do the more obvious line from the film. And then we get somebody like Fiona to tie up the points.
Robbie's already quoted one because he's just said when she reboots his computer, he'll be back.
Yeah, but that's what reminded me of it.
Yeah.
And it's something that everyone can play.
What is a not obvious? What is a not obvious line in Terminator that you can remember?
They'll know what
Like,
happened.
I'll
I need
be
your,
back.
your close your shoes and your motorcycle.
Yes,
Yeah,
but again,
yeah, it's a good line.
I was just trying to think. What's the name of his
I
dog?
love that one.
Yeah,
He
yeah.
asks the question, doesn't he? Is that the dog? I can hear and forget the name of the dog, but
is that dog yours?
Wolfie.
Scruffy or something.
Wolfie.
Wolfie, yeah.
Say that's a nice bike.
Your foster parents are dead. That's,
Your parents are dead. Oh dear. There's a guy.
See,
There's a guy that I
that
work with.
Terminator 2, that's just such a good film. I must have watched.
There's a guy I
Terminator
work with
2
who is Austrian,
45 times.
and he sounds the absolute spit of Arnold Schwarzenegger. He doesn't, he's not trying.
He's not even
his voice.
affecting it. He just sounds like it.
He just sounds like Arnie. And every time I have a call with him, I'm just like, oh, please just say something. Just say I'll be back.
That's the lovely stuff.
Yeah, that's the Mr. Baby.
Comedian Billy Mira does a perfect impersonation of Arnold.
Sample it.
Oh yeah, I should do. Right, I'm just going to reboot. I'll be right back.
All right. And off he goes.
This would be great. Some elaborate prank that actually has no audio problems, but reboot.
Now, we do that the next time Richard Hilton comes on.
Yeah.
Yeah, you got an echo, mate.
No, we can't hear the Rolly Rich. No.
Yeah, what we're not hearing it. Right, let me sort this out. So I hear they've named an asteroid after Nile Rodgers.
Are they?
Yeah,
That's cool.
yeah. Where's Bowie's?
The Chicaroid.
That's Mars, isn't it?
Oh,
Yeah,
where's Freddie
probably.
Mercury's? Oh yeah, he's got the planet, hasn't he? Oh man. Yes. So it took, in the end, 39 hours to download Complete 14.
Sounds reasonable.
And,
Why
and
would you bother?
how much does complete 14 cost?
It depends on where you're standing, literally. If you have complete 8,
Right. Okay.
up
Say
to
you're in
complete-
an upgrade. How much the
yeah.
one
Well,
upgrade?
one of the upgrades is 359, but then there's a collector's edition, and the collector's edition is 1,600 quid. Yeah, that's what I said. But because I'm coming from 12 Ultimate, it was 400 notes. But if you're
Still
coming
good.
from, complete 3 or something like that, you're
Yeah,
in
it's,
for a
it's,
shock.
I mean, it is quite expensive.
Yeah.
This is why I have them shipping on the
Well, you
SSD. Then you don't have to download them all. They're all on the SSD, right?
And
away.
Yeah.
to then spend 39 hours downloading it.
Yes. It's
And-
quite a lot.
Okay, but will you actually use it though, Ken?
Oh, mate,
That's
yeah.
the
I
thing.
mean,
Do you
the
think
new,
you'll
the new
get your
contact
money's
player.
worth with it?
Yeah, the new contact player is incredible. You can now access every synth and library that you have through that library, through that
Well,
window.
that sounds good.
So you can
that
add
sounds good.
unsupported libraries.
Yeah.
Oh, really? Well, you used to be able to do that slightly illegally in the
Andy.
past until they killed Running Quantum 5.
Yeah, now they do it straight off. All right, mate.
Brooks.
Why?
Hello, is this microphone working?
Yes.
low.
Sounds.
Bit low.
Turn your volume up, darling.
Bit of gain.
Can't hear you.
Pump it up.
Pump up the volume.
Guys,
pump up the
guys,
Is that better? Is that
is
better?
my
Bit
my
more.
sound all right? Because
Yeah,
I'm
no, it
just
sounds
using-
fine, Mark.
I'm just using the Mac mic.
I can't
Yeah,
go
it's
anywhere.
all right. It peaks now and again, but it's
Yeah.
cool.
No,
It's cool.
I'll try not to speak so loud, which is very difficult for me.
But you're Scottish, you can't help it.
I know, can't help it. I'm fat bastard from
Aye.
Scotland.
Did I just knock him out again?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, no, he's moderator. He can knock.
MHO waves.
He can.
Hiya, MHO.
There he is.
You should jump in, MHO. We'd love to see you. MHO is Dave Walker, who plays loads of these EMOM things with his sort of like his suit that's covered in the. His last night was these day glow drip. Honestly.
Turn your mic up, Andy.
I
More.
can't turn it up anymore. Honestly,
Oh.
I think I've been turned down at Kent, and it's proper.
Hey,
right up.
how can I turn
No,
it down at my end?
No, there's no way to adjust on StreamYard.
Oh,
Yes, there is.
all right, you clever
Participant.
bastards.
Is there?
Yes, there is.
What's why is it not loud enough? Do I have to shout at you? Oh.
When did they do that?
Maybe if you
Been like
just
that. For
got,
ages.
it was fine when you were a bit closer to the mic. And
You're at maximum volume here in StreamYard.
But
Well,
even if
I mean,
even
if
if
I
you
was
could
any
do it,
closer,
I
I'd be
wouldn't know
swallowed.
that.
Too low. Oh.
I just know where the on button on the computer is. That's
Why
about
is it
it.
some nights it's like that, and other nights it's absolutely fine? I've no idea.
Because you keep tearing it down.
Yeah, it could be.
No, the mic's not been unplugged.
Oh.
How's my timing now?
Give us a clap.
Ah, that's
the
a lot
delay was
closer.
Andy.
Try
Do
again.
it.
Will we bang on the same delay?
Do it again,
Yeah.
Rob. Do it again.
Yeah.
And again. Yeah, it's
Oh,
fine.
you're behind. Yeah.
Oh,
I don't know. It's all working here, and everything says it should be doing what it's doing. So we'll worry about that later.
Well, yeah, he should come in
Your
then.
mouth sort of looks like it's saying the right things anyway.
Andy needs a limiter. Andy needs a booster.
Sort of.
Yeah, so, I said sort of, didn't I? Yeah.
Yeah, kinda.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, like
Your
when my
mic
missus wears her
has
leggings,
bad
we call them the
off
mumblers.
axis.
You can see the lips moving, but you can't hear what they're saying.
Oi.
I'm glad she doesn't watch this show.
No, she usually just stands out there and
Shouts it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So in about 30 seconds time, we're going to see his head go wallop as she's clattered him on.
Staying there with an aluminium baseball bat.
no,
And
she's,
we've seen that happen to you, Kent, when Fiona's wandered in and smacked you.
Yeah, where's my sandwiches, bitch?
I think we're about to witness
See
a
what
murder.
happens. We'll see what happens. Hello, darling. Oh, I think he's going to have to go to the vet.
which one?
Noah.
Oh.
Have a look at his front leg.
Well,
I don't
it's
know whether
always...
he's faking it or not. Yeah.
Dear.
Yeah, but he seems to be a little more protective of it lately. Stop wagging your tail, you're creating a draft. Bless him. Oh. So, yeah, there you
have to
go.
install a little doggy splint for him.
Yes. But it's at a funny angle this way. Instead of being straight, sort of like that.
Has he got arthritis or anything? Because my dog used to do that all the time.
I
She
think
was arthritic.
I think it's quite possible.
Yeah.
I think it's quite possible.
And every now and again, she'd just tweak it and she'd favour it for a bit and then...
Yeah. Don't you, sweetheart? You want to go and see Mr. Harris, the vet? See what he thinks? Yeah? Amputate your head? Something like that. There you are, now you're sorted. Eh? Oh, hello. Oh, we're getting a compliment in here. What, you've all been fed. I don't know what the hell you want. It's Andy. Oh, Andy's still trying to fix his mic.
They're after your dolly mixtures, Kent. That's what they want.
They're not up here, mate. So they're short shift.
I'm puzzled.
Are you?
I don't know. I'm just trying to remember where I had everything. I'm sure I plugged everything back into the same ports.
Is that any better?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, Chris said I'd try the different channel on my mixer. What a great idea. So I've got a dead channel, have I? Brilliant. Just what I need.
It's not.
That's
It's not your phantom power, is it?
No, it's a dynamic mic, so it doesn't
right,
have
okay,
phantom
yeah.
power. So
It's me.
I've moved it from channel 7 over to channel 5, and I've taken the compression off.
There you go. That sounds
you go.
great.
Is it better with the compression up? I've no idea. Does that make a difference? Has that just squashed it all out?
A little bit.
Liqua.
Okay, just a little bit. All right, leave it.
No,
Thanks, Chris, if
That's it.
that's actually worked.
That sounds really clear at my end, Andy.
Yeah, thanks, Mark. Result, yeah. It's weird, isn't it? I haven't touched it since I was last on here, or last on whichever one, Jamie's last week, and yet suddenly it's different. Oh God, the world's a mystery. Audio.
Isn't it? Isn't it just? Well, I have to say, my eyes have been opened a little bit this weekend.
Oh yeah.
I finally got my my prize from Ramsey's show, which is nothing to do with Ramsey. It was them.
Yeah.
Has it landed finally?
I finally got it. I got it last
Slightly
night.
embarrassing, that whole thing.
I know, it's not. I'm not the first, apparently. So
No.
But when who was it? I don't know how you pronounce his name. QRDNK.
Querdenker.
Yeah, whatever.
Niels.
Yeah,
Kvedenko.
he got his prize like within 3 days, and I'm like, I've been waiting 3 weeks. Anyway, got it last night, installed it. I've known about Unify for a little while, but never. I just thought, I don't know. Yeah. Now I've got it. I'm like, whoa, this is actually rather cool. I'm really liking it.
Yeah,
Well,
it took
good.
me 4 months to get mine, or maybe 3 months.
No, there you go. So I'm liking it. But no,
It's not that expensive to buy, is it? It's only about 75 quid, I think.
Yeah, 75, 80 quid. I think.
75
So
quid.
it's not expensive.
No. And
Well,
comes-
I had a massive national lottery win this weekend, so I won
what are
a
you
whole...
spending your £10 on?
Robbie, 10? A whole
15.
a whole 87 juicy quid,
Oh, nice.
which is going to buy me at least half of a power supply for my new Euro rack box, which is
No. You need to spend that on us at Synthfest next week.
bollocks.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Sorry, mate.
bar
Sorry,
is-
mate. Sorry, yeah.
Yeah. Fairy cakes for everyone.
All right, then I'll see what I can do.
I'm back on the alcohol, so yeah, come on.
I was going to say, how did that go?
You've
How
done
did
that
it go?
deliberately, Robbie.
Do you know what? I sat down last night. I poured myself a glass of wine for the first time in a month, and I took a sip, and I thought, yeah. It wasn't this kind of, oh God, I've missed. Oh, that tastes amazing. It was just like, yeah, well, that tastes like it used to taste. And I drank the whole bottle last night.
Oh no.
And I
How
didn't feel
awful.
drunk, and I didn't have a hangover, and
you got up and you fucked all your wiring up in your studio.
that too, yeah. But no, seriously, it was just like
You've been there and done that, haven't you?
It was like I never stopped. And the only difference I've known seen in the last month is I've lost a couple of kilos, and I'm sure my blood sugars are plummeted through the floor. But yeah, there you go.
Well, well done.
I had a couple of beers today as well, proper beers with alcohol in. So yes,
I only really drink beer now. I used to drink a lot of other stuff, but now all I really
Dave's
drink
made it.
is a few beers.
Sorry, Mark.
feel horribly underdressed.
Yeah.
Well, that's sorry, but that's what Dave was wearing at the EMOM in Blackpool on Friday night. And honestly, and in the lights, it looked absolutely amazing. So I've teased.
Spectacular.
Right, isn't it?
I feel a Jackson Pollock coming on.
Oh yeah. Hiya, Dave. How are you, chap?
You do look like a painter's radio.
Yeah. Yeah, from a Teletubby.
Now, guys, please make Dave welcome, because Dave and I have shared fish and chips on a Blackpool seafront, so we're like bosom buddies. So please.
Is that where you lost your wallet?
Is that all? Is that all?
Is that when I lost my wallet, Ian? Yeah. Ian, can I have my wallet back?
Nice to meet
this
you,
is a
Dave.
talking point. Yeah.
Oh, it looks great in the lights, though, Ian. It really. Ian, Brian, Smith, John,
I'm Ian.
Dave,
Dave,
Dave.
Harry.
It does look great in the lights. So yeah, I'm on beer number 4. Oh, no, 3. I can't count anymore. So forgive me for not knowing who anybody is, including myself.
I'm in beer number 2, but these are quite large bottles.
That looks like a Warsteiner.
It is.
Oh, well spotted, Andy. I'm on the Heretic Ale. Yeah, I listened to the podcast about BrewDog and swore I'd never buy another bottle and collapsed at the first hurdle.
Like for alcohol-free beer, it's like one of the best alcohol-free beers that actually tastes like beer, not like shit.
What the
That's like the
BrewDog
worst
ones?
Yeah.
I've not tried it actually.
If you're going alcohol-free, then they're like one of the few options because really sad as well. As much as the company is disgusting, the beer is quite good.
Worth remembering.
I don't know much about BrewDog. Are they really that bad?
Oh, there was all sorts of things that happened. That they were one of those companies that grew too quickly.
Okay.
They have bought too many pubs.
They grew too quickly, and then there was of course all the COVID-19 stuff went into it. So everything went. So what looked like a big, everything's going in a lovely direction. It's all. And they started treating people abominably, apparently, within their workplace. Yeah, which is a shame because the beer actually is really very, very good. And
they've got a couple of pubs in York, but I've never been in one.
Nah, the beer's good. I mean, the Punk IPA is brilliant. It's one of the best IPAs out there.
I have a million down here.
Well, come on, let's let.
Did they not have them, Robert?
Let's let the newest member of Celebrity
No,
Squares
millions
here.
down here.
Yeah, Ken, be moderator. Go on, I'll shut up.
Go on, tell us about yourself, dude. Not too much. Just we
don't want your personal life, really.
The polite surface, at least to start with. Yeah?
Right, I'm a sort of a home studio musician, to put it politely. And I've just been putting stuff up on YouTube for like best part of, since YouTube, 40 years or so. Like I think many of us, we're basically, I didn't want to be a celebrity, didn't mind that, but to be completely ignored isn't something that I was going to accept. So then I discovered the VEMOM and EMOM movements. I thought, I'm not ready to go on stage. So I joined VEMOM, which is the Virtual Electronic Music Open Mic. And I did a year of that, and people were saying to me, first of all, it was just YouTube videos, and then they were saying, come on, do a live stream. And I thought, oh, all right then. So I did a live stream. And then I ended up as one of the hosts. So that's fun. Terrifying, but fun. And I thought, well, I'm ready now. So I went to Holmfirth, of all places, last of the summer wine territory, and I popped my M-on cherry there. It was great. The PA crackled. Everything was going wrong.
Was
but
that the one we were at? The one that Jamie was trying to video but didn't quite manage it?
Did
The one
Roddy
earlier
wore
this
it
year,
out?
or was that an earlier one?
The very first Holmfirth wasn't at that venue. It was at another.
So
and
it was
the PA
that
was
one, yeah.
the DJ setup, and it wasn't really suited for live synths. So they ditched that site and moved to where you did first.
Yeah,
join
that's
the
right.
M1
In
movement.
the Institute, which was actually not bad, but the PA still was.
Well, yes, but
Slightly
this
dodgy.
time they brought their own PA rather than the house PA.
I think
and
I
it's a work
broke
in
it.
progress.
I might as well
It's-
admit to it now.
It's all enthusiasts. This is the beauty about it. You know, we're all on the level playing field. There's no egos involved. We're just trying to help each other out, and we're friends playing to friends. So when things go wrong, we're very supportive rather than boo. You know, I know I'm not going to get beer chucked at me for whatever I might do on the show,
Still
even
free
when
beer.
even with the
Thanks,
death
Matt.
hand.
Dave, you clearly haven't been to the York one yet, then.
Not yet. It's on the to-do list. I've given a wave and I said, "Give me a shout." But obviously, it's locals first for local show.
It's November, so yeah, it'd be good to see you there.
Yeah. So I've got a busy week ahead. I'm at Chorley this weekend. Sorry, I'm at Chorley this weekend. And then I'm at Stoke. Stoke, they're a great laugh. They're fantastic. And then over to Derby, where Jamie's been, and it's Jim's sort of chaperone staff.
It's not Derby this week, is it?
No, a couple of
Oh,
weeks
it's next
time.
week.
So it's,
No.
Chorley, Stoke, Derby, then Leeds.
What's happening in
I've got a
Chorley?
busy name, yeah. Chorley Live Festival. They're taking over the town. They've got each of the pubs, each of the restaurants, getting an open mic. And I thought, well, I'll ask that because Dots, who were there on Friday, Friday at Blackpool, they had a thing called Langworthy Live, and again they took over Laundrette. It was a lot of fun, and I just thought that was photo opportunity. You know, it's great. And I said, how did you get this gig? So I got in touch with the guy who owns that, and being a regular open mic event, I wasn't sure that an electronic musician would go very far. But the guy who runs it, he said, well, what do you do? Well, I showed him my YouTube channel, and he went, oh, my God, yes. Because it turns out he's a synth geek as well. So
there's loads of
he
us
got me
in our
to
bedrooms.
play. I'm in a gymnasium on Friday night, so that should be fun.
Oh, cool.
Looking forward to that.
Good.
Great.
Do you think you'll make it over for Synthfest on Saturday?
Yes, you've twisted my arm.
Oh,
and if you make me walk out there with a modular, I'm
well,
going to make you pay
It's not
somehow.
my fault.
Yeah, well, Andy's buying the beers. Andy's buying the beers because he's won the lottery. So
Yeah.
isn't that right, Andy?
But I'd like to power my Eurorack case, thank you very
We don't
much.
care about that, mate. It's your right. We don't
Sod off
care.
it.
We'd rather you didn't.
Do you know what? Pure bloody Chelly. In your honour, I wore a bloody sweatshirt and
No,
I took a fucking Volker FM just to go ding, ding, ding.
The Volker
Heidi
FM
hi,
was really
morning
nice.
campers.
It was lovely.
And now you're telling me you don't. You know nothing.
I'm sure.
Get
I'm
thee
sure Luke
behind
from
me,
Cog-
Satan.
I'm sure Luke from Cog was very happy for you to use the Volker FM.
I'm sure.
I commend you. I'm highly
I'll put it-
impressed that you wore your PSN hoodie.
Do you know what? And do you know what? I'm going to do it again. I am actually going to. I thought I actually enjoyed myself so much that I thought this is wicked. Why have I never thought about doing that before?
Is that the version 2, Andy?
Of course it's
version-
not, Mark. No, I'm not going to buy the same piece of FM crap twice. No way.
I need another one of these.
What if you need a new doorbell?
I think the version 2 is Sith's voice.
Yeah,
And
honestly,
it's quite a bit
Mark.
better.
Last night, just as you're about to start going, yeah, the fucking lights go out and you can't see anything. Going, oh shit! You know? And you go, oh no! And I've had 2 pints of ale, and I'm going, which buttons do I put? Oh, just
say
wiggle
you
your
meant
fingers
that. It's fine.
Just say wiggle. You're standing there going, I'm just going to wiggle my fingers back and going, hopefully it'll work. Yeah, exactly. Doorbells, ding, ding, ding.
That's
Heidi, hi. You know, honestly.
To be fair, Andy, I have to say, see the Volkers, it's just something I've never been able to sort of
Oh
get
God,
a grasp of one.
I can't.
Me neither, Mark.
And I'm like the biggest tight-fisted git when it comes to buying gear. If something's cheap and it sounds good, I'll buy it in a flash, right? But see Volkers, I just honestly can't.
Mark, I have to say, the Volker FM.
Would like about them.
This thing is, well, it's a mystery to me. I've never programmed or sound that. Look, these two sliders, you wiggle them about, you do that, you go ding, 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 and it does. The thing about it is this one's digital, so it won't go out of tune. So I took this as a tuner. Honestly, I stood there on Wednesday night. I thought, how am I going to get the oscillators into it? Okay, I could do that. And I went ding, 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 ding. Oh, that, okay. Ding, ding, ding. And I used this as a tuner. And then I thought, well, why don't I just plug it in? And I was what a brilliant idea. So I took this as a quick way of tuning up, and I've got something to wiggle with when I get a bit bored of other things.
Wiggle.
Yeah, thanks, Robbie.
The Volker keys is the best of the bunch, to be fair.
I
like
the Volker
Mark,
I've
I can't get on with them. Yeah, it's
I just to be.
Go, Mark. Sorry.
Oh, sorry. No,
I thought you'd broken him.
When I got when I got my grandmother, I says, look, it's my birthday. Let's go. And I says, I'll get a little Volker or something. I'll try one of these out. And my wife came into the music shop and she looked at those Volkers and she said, "You're not getting that shite." she bought me my grandmother.
Well, yeah.
I'd happily swap my little Volker rack for a Moog grandmother, but I don't think anybody's going to do that. So,
but like, I've got to say, like, I do like love the sound of my Moog grandmother. Like, see, any piece of music I do that's got synth bass, the Moog grandmother ends up doing the synth bass on it, and it just sounds so consistent over the sort of range of the bass range that I can't see past it. If I do any kind of synth pop or synth wave track, that Moog grandmother gets used for the bass, and I don't even look at a soft synth or anything now for it. I'm just like, get that Moog on it. But it totally works out. So I didn't get a Volker, but I nearly once got the Volker. Was it Volker drum? The very first.
Oh no! Don't
sort of
buy that. I mean,
that was the thing. I ordered it, and then Ty told me over Messenger that it was sonically unusable.
Yeah.
So,
you probably don't know this, Matt.
I cancelled the order on it.
Yeah. You probably don't know this, Matt, but I'm a Korg dealer, so I'm telling you not to buy the Volker drum.
Yeah.
What's wrong with the Volker drum?
It's good
Do
stuff.
you mean the Volker Beats? The Volker Beats is
the drum. Volker
Drum's
Beats
a lot
is
of
actually
fun.
better than...
I think the Volker drum's quite fun. I haven't got the Volker drum. I've got the Volker Beats, and this is truly an exercise in crappiness.
To be honest with you, it might have been the Volker Beats. I can't remember. I ordered a Volker, a mini log, and something else, and then I spoke to Ty for like half an hour or an hour, and then I cancelled the full lot of it.
Ty needs a Volker shaker is what he needs.
The bass drum on this is awesome. The bass drum on the Volker Beats is great, and everything else is just bloody awful. It really does pack a punch for something that's so little and plasticky. The bass drum on this comes out really, really well, and the Volker. What's it called? Which is actually the bass drum one? It's called the Volker.
Oh, I know the Volker kick.
Volker kick. Thank you, Volker kick.
Yeah.
The Volker kick, which is the MS-20 filter. Again, that is a great sounding thing. I wish I had one, but
apparently, according to I Sing the Body Lecture, I've just lost my franchise. So there we go. So Ken, you know that?
Well, he hates it. Sod off, I Sing. You're doing a lot of damage. Stop it.
In whereabouts is your shop?
I haven't got a shop. It's online.
It's online.
Yeah. I'm in East Yorkshire.
Cool.
I used
I
to have
love
a
the
shop.
mod wave.
but then
I think the mod wave is extremely useful.
Mod wave
And
is
thanks.
Oh yes.
yeah.
Yeah,
It's got
grateful to you
DW
two
in the
guys
middle of
for
it. It's gotta
creating
be good.
patches
I mean,
and tutorials.
It doesn't sound like an EW8000, but it's a really nice synth.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
like it.
especially if you
Yeah.
use the MS-20 filter, it really does get warm at that point. Especially in the mix.
No, I have to
Right.
say,
It's the only thing that isn't on. Hey!
Here
I
she
was just going
comes.
to say,
Did you
Bring it to your next
relationship
D, Mum, Dave.
Oh, I said, did you hear me? And she went,
I'm
what?
working on it.
Won't say anything.
Oh, it's Fiona. Hi, Fiona.
Where'd that ice cream van come from?
Can I have a 99, please?
Bunny's
I have,
ears.
I have to say, my relationship with Korg is that if like a lot of dealers, if we don't like it, we just tell them. They
Yeah.
actually do. They do listen. You
To
know,
be fair, I'm designing again on the mod wave, and I do
mod,
really
the
like
mod wave is
mod
great. It's really good.
The mod wave. My favourite two out of them is the mod wave and the wave state.
Yeah.
But the mod wave is great. See for big pad sounds and stuff like that.
I mean, I prefer. Sorry, I was just going to say I preferred the mod wave to the wave state, but yeah, and all three. Actually, the Op 6 was a revelation to me because they first of all lent me one because I said to them I don't like FM. I've just never been. I've had three DX7s. Don't like.
Put your
don't
fingers
like
in your
FM,
ears, Robbie.
You know, and they went, oh well, look, we'll send you one for review, and you just play with it and say what you like. And I fell in love with it. It stayed. I bought the bloody thing. You know.
To be honest with you, I had the Op 6 and I really liked the Op 6, but I just get, and this sounds really stupid, but I get sick of looking at three keyboards that looked exactly the same in my setup. And I'm like, which one do I like the least out of the three of them? And it was the Op 6, but not that I didn't like the Op 6, but out of the three of them, I liked it the least of the three.
Didn't you do loads of patches for it, Mark?
I done 64. I done two small banks of 32, and to be fair, I liked it. But the problem with the Op 6 was there's so many DX7 patches available that you can load into on the internet that it was difficult. It was a difficult sell.
I always wanted the wave
state.
state, but I got the wave state native, so that popped that cherry.
Yeah, I've got that and the Op 6 native. But that's the thing. When the Op 6 came out, it's like all these people appeared on the internet saying, where can I get all of these DX7 patches? I'm thinking, do something different. You know, it's so capable.
See, to be honest with you, Robbie, they don't even sound the same.
No,
anyway.
they don't.
No, in fact, the conversation I had with Korg about that was that they were quite pleased that some of those sort of, because I did a video on Brian Eno's DX7 patches, and you know, Korg admit that they're not meant to sound the same because they but they were quite surprised when some of them sounded as good as they did when they tried them. So
I mean,
you know,
some of them translate really, really well. Some of them not so much. And if you're going to use as maybe as a starting point, as a launch pad, all right, so I'll get something that's close to that, and then I can dick around with it a bit.
Yeah.
I understand that, but there seemed to be a big demand for because you know there's 2 or 3 places you can get 200,000 DX7 patches, and if you actually go through those,
Really?
About 150,000 of them are duplicates of others. They've all just been different.
But here's the thing, Robbie. Try and sell someone 32 patches for $7.99 in that situation. It's very, very difficult.
Oh yeah.
And by the way, if any of you are using Opset, because I was going to start a third volume and I've done 9 patches and they were free. I've made them free now because I ended up saying I'm going to sell the Op 6. I'm not going to bother finishing that sound set. But those 9 patches I've done for free were the best 9 patches I've done in that Op 6, and they're free. So if you want them, send me a message or whatever.
But it's weird, isn't it? I mean, F or DX7s, whatever, and they're their fans get a lot of stick because it's a bloody DX7, it was bloody everywhere. And yet when an Op6 comes out or the Volker FM Mark II comes out, it's just like, where were those DX7 patches? Hang on a minute. Like 5 minutes ago, you were saying it was bloody awful and everywhere. And
Well, here's the thing. Here's the thing. Rob, I was actually thinking about you the other night because I was saying, right, so this
Ranking Furious.
OBX is out. Thanks, Ken. This OBX is out, and I'm like, aye, okay, that's great. And I was listening to your podcast about the what do you call it? The Waldorf, the new Waldorf.
third wave.
Third wave,
Yeah.
right? So I'm thinking, and I was thinking about it. I'm saying, do you know what? There's probably actually more 80s records I like that have a DX7 on it than an Oberheim or a Waldorf. And I'm like,
The closest to a DX7 I've heard recently, I used to have one, it was a wonderful machine, was I went to the Liverpool synth meet and they had a DX5 there and I just played it and I thought,
Robbie,
this is
go on,
what
Robbie.
the
Go on,
DX7 sounds
Robbie.
like.
It's a wonderful
Despite
machine.
all the plugins and patches that I've
What
got,
a DX7
only the
should
DX5
sound like.
sounds like that.
Well, it's like I was messing around with this Unify thing. They've recreated a TX816, which is 8 DX7s in a box, and they've done that with DexZ. So just like 8 instances of DexZ, and they've just thrown them in there. And when you play that, you really hear this. Not a lot of people don't hear about FM is when you stack this stuff together. And it's not all the same patches. It's just different patches. The tonal variation that's in there, the depth is just staggering. It really is. But yeah, the DX5 sound is just.
I've heard some YouTube videos of the actual what was it called? It was TX816 or something. And I've heard it, and it sounds amazing. Especially see when they detune them all. And you've got all these eight layers going on. I'm like, it sounds because the thing about FM synths is they've got a very direct sound. It really hits the mark straight away. And then see if you detune 8 layers of it, one just get a huge sound.
Yeah,
but there'll also be the output layers. I mean, the DX7 early ones were like notorious for being noisy, but it's actually part of the sound.
Yeah, it's that 12-bit DAC that they used. I mean, it was very clever what they did because it was a 12-bit DAC, but it was companded to about 14 or 15-bit, and it was a little noisy, not terribly noisy, but noisy enough for it to. Yeah, and when you play DX7 Mark II and compare it, it's just like, that sounds nice, but it's lacking something, and it is just it's that grit.
I think more of a problem is actually the analog circuitry behind it, because the 816 is the same DAC, but it has a proper balanced circuit, but it's slightly higher quality, and it actually doesn't sound as noisy as the DX7.
What they did,
what they did
was, there was that, but also with the DX1 and the DX5, they sound better than the DX7, even though they use the same DACs, the BA 9221s. But they literally hand-picked those DACs. So they get a box of DACs in, and it would be somebody's job to sit through and plug each one in, test it. That's a noisy one. That's a noisy one. That's a clean one, and that goes over there for the DX1, and so on and so forth. So it's the same process, but they were the better.
Did they really do that?
Yes,
Robbie?
they did. Yeah, they did.
That's crazy bonkers.
Yeah. So it's the same. It's the same process, same DAC, but just the best versions.
Things like that used to happen in those days when. That's how they manufactured these things. They actually tested each one.
No, that's like standard for components, like or like with standard op amps, TL60s, 61, 6272, and TL61s, 71 and 81 are exactly the same silicon. They're just graded to how they performed in testing. So because the best ones or lowest noise is the first thing they measure. But if it's adheres to whatever the low noise is, it's marked a 7. Then afterwards, if it has really good DC rejection or really good DC performance in general, it's marked an 8, and anything left is marked a 6. So it's so standard that you have many components that come from the same silicon, because the first time they get tested, however they performed, whether it was a better bag or not so good bag, they get branded differently.
Cress has just mentioned the FBO1. Sound crunchy and noisy, must be the C box. They're really shit. We'll stick that in the FBO1.
But also, what you have to remember is that the top of the range DXs, the 1s and the 5s, especially the 1. The 1 was built by Yamaha's piano division. It wasn't built by the synth division. So, it had every possible chance of being the best that they possibly could. I think was the CS80 done by the piano division?
No idea. Probably not.
It weighed as much as one.
Yeah.
Well, you would assume the organ division.
That's what I would
that must have,
the organs.
It is more closely related.
Become this,
Yeah.
Well,
the synth division must have come from the organ division. Right.
The GS came through the organ division, didn't it? And
yeah, but all the
the
synths really
CSs.
must have come from that, and they must have only made a keyboard division at some point. But the early synths, I would assume, would have all come from the organ division, like an SY1.
The noisiest FM is the Philips PMC 100 with the 2 operator. Super noisy.
Yes.
Oh yes.
I have to say, that's how it all started for me. Yamaha organs.
Yeah.
that was in my house when I was growing up. An old Yamaha organ, and that was it. It was like, Mark, you better learn to play the organ.
Yeah, I was lucky. My dad worked. He was a steward of a workingmen's club, and they had a Hammond and Leslie sat there. So I learned to play on that. And then it was really spoiled, obviously, because it was.
You're an organist.
I think I had a
No,
friend who had
I'm not really. I never mastered pedals, although I pratted about with them.
I had a friend whose parents had a double manual Technics home organ or something with a built-in rhythm machine.
Technics organs, that
Yeah. Well, that's the reason I passed on a very affordable WSA 1, because when I saw it in the shop, this was back in the 90s when Turnkey were clearing a mat end of line for like 500 quid or something. I looked at it and thought, oh, it's Technics. It's just it's going to be like a home organ type thing.
I mean, if they sort of try to still keep it in there.
Yeah, I know, but I mean, I just passed on it because I was a gear snob, basically.
To be fair,
that's got to be a future classic, hasn't it?
See back in the day when people actually cared about organs, right? Which obviously isn't the case now. It was Yamaha and Technics. It was like you were either a Yamaha guy or you were a Technics guy. And there was no other brands anybody cared about. It was Yamaha and Technics.
Stop it, Robert.
They had a Technics WSA 1 at the Liverpool meet. It sounded absolutely amazing.
Yeah, it's a very unique synth.
Well, Pete Townsend made good use of a Lowry organ on some of those tracks. So.
Well, there was the organs, but they were all 3 or 4 times more expensive.
I remember my brother bought a Yamaha. It was a Yamaha. I think it was an HS8, and it cost it was at the time mid 80s or something. It was like $5.5 grand or something. But it did absolutely sound phenomenal. See, even the speakers that were in it, and if you just played it through the speakers in the house, you were like, see the sound of that. Like people would come in and visit us, and my brother would play it, and people didn't actually believe that my brother was actually playing it because it sounded that big and huge. He said, no, he's not playing that. And it was like, I mean, it was all like auto accompaniments and all that carry on. But see, even things like the strings back then sounded like terrific. Like these huge I think they were FM actually, these huge FM strings, but with all the registers and these big, huge 15-inch speakers underneath the organ, it just was it was huge. But it's like that whole thing's totally gone now. It's like organ is like a completely out with churches. Organ's like a completely forgotten art form now. It's mad.
Well, the one to grab would have been the Yamaha D85.
Yeah.
Because that sounds like a CS80.
I've heard about that. Yeah, but it's basically.
But everybody else found out.
Yeah, it's basically the same as the CS80, obviously without your poly aftertouch and your ribbon stuff.
Yeah.
That ribbon was my funnest feature of the CS80. I think the Hydrosynths have got it now.
Yeah.
But
I mean, I've only played the
feel as weird
CS80
on the
once.
Hydra.
No, I just loved the CS80. I've only played it once. That was at Synthfest 2019.
Kurzweil's have a nice ribbon too.
The one on the Polybrit's pretty good.
If that's
The
on
one
the
on the
CS and on the
one on the
Yamaha,
Carl Cronus is rubbish.
that lovely velour feeling on the Yamahas.
Oh, yeah.
Don't get that on any of the others.
Synthfest 2019 highlight. Do you know what mine was?
Not breaking anything?
Fuck.
Hey! Nice one, Robert.
Careful what you say here, Brooksy.
You know, I really have a.
Your favourite thing was?
I can see your exercising restraint there, Andy.
I really have a restitution that I really don't deprave. It's just not on. So my highlight of Synthfest when I was playing the CP80 that was in the Yamaha area. I absolutely loved it.
Yeah, that is
I was
nice.
sitting there playing that CP80 was by far and away the thing that I will take away from Synthfest 2019. So I can't wait to see what's going to be there this year because I think it's going to be mega. I think it's going to be really, really enjoyable because if what you've said about them, they've sold 3 times as many tickets.
Yeah,
it's just going to be awesome. And the number of people that are there, the buzz, the seminars. I mean, God, getting into seminars might be a bloody nightmare.
well,
But,
2018 it was a problem, wasn't it, in getting into seminars?
Yeah,
Because they didn't use the same rooms they used in 2019, and you had to turn up really
shifted
early.
away that big room, they got it sorted then.
Yeah.
But
So
yeah, there were still people. I
hopefully-
mean, I remember people queuing up for Robbie's, and we were already in for Robbie's,
Yeah,
so we did
yeah.
a little sort of sneaky loop back and sat back down again.
They were all standing at the back. It was like it wasn't even
yeah,
standing
yeah,
room.
it was
which-
mental.
Yeah.
I'm so jealous about all you guys getting to go to Synthfest.
Well, I'd say get on a train, but that's unlikely.
The thing is, I would be there, but unfortunately, I've got a gig booked, and it's been booked for about 18 months or something like that. And I need
is
to
it a
honour
postponed wedding again?
Yes, and see
Take
the
the
thing
work,
that
Mark. Take the work.
Well, I have to because I need to basically pay the mortgage and everything in this place. But the thing that's really pissing me off beyond belief. See next week, the week after Synthfest,
Nothing
I've
at
got
all.
no gigs at all. And see if Synthfest had been next week, I'd have drove the car down and would have stayed the night. And
You could have stayed on my floor. I'd have put you up. Got a spare mattress.
Whatever. And I'm so jealous to see all these posts about I'm going to Synth. Oh, I can't wait to Synthfest, and people coming from America and different. And I'm like, I'm only in Scotland. I can get this, but I just
I know.
can't,
I mean,
unfortunately.
at this point, I need to hike like a car to get there, probably.
Hijack a car.
Yeah, it's cheaper.
Somebody in London must be driving
somebody in
up
London
to
coming up.
Synthfest.
Yeah.
Somebody
sure there'll be
must be able to
somebody.
give you a lift.
Yeah.
You see, this is where, right, Robert, in Germany, you'll know this, in Germany there used to be something called the Mitfahrzentrale, where you could sign up and say, I need to go from here to here on this date, and somebody would offer you a lift. and it was all registered and booked, so you know who it was. And it was in inverted commas safe. You could book a lift. You know what the Mitfahrzentrale was, surely?
No, never heard of it.
Have you never? I don't believe you. Have you really never heard of the Mitfahrzentrale? Maybe it's gone the way of all press. Maybe it's not safe anymore. The Mitfahrzentrale was an organised way of hitchhiking.
Say it again.
Mitfahrzentrale. It means it was the Mitfahren means to travel with. No, I didn't say fart. I said fahr. Mitfahrzentrale.
Mitfahrzentrale.
But if you say it quickly,
and it was an organised way of hitchhiking, so that you could do it safely because they had everybody's details, the person that was driving, the person that was travelling with them, and you'd come to an arrangement.
That sounds great, actually.
It was absolutely brilliant. It was brilliant.
So you got Uber
you might be Robert. You might be able to get a megabus, but you'd have to leave early.
You might be able to get a megabus, but you have to leave early, and you'd have to sit with all the scroats.
and then you get the toilet before you leave.
No. So the quickest way would be a bus at about 6:30 from Victoria, but that's going to be a nightmare, and I'm still only going to be outside of Sheffield 4 hours later. So I'm still if I want one that were to go into Sheffield. That would probably take 5 hours and leave only at like 7 or 7:30.
Are you assuming that the trains won't work next Saturday?
Cancelled, aren't they?
Because it should take you 2 hours on the train from Sheffield to London.
Yeah, I'm fully aware. I mean, there should be trains running.
There should be, something.
It's just I don't think the ones I'm booked on will be running, but that doesn't matter anyway for the ticket. But it's more that it's currently still looking unlikely that. Or some unions might also be striking on the 2 days before as well.
Yeah.
So who knows what
So
the
it has a knock-on effect on the availability of what's available. On the availability of what's available. That's a crap sentence, but you know what I mean.
Everything's out of position.
Count yourself lucky. I've just had a text message. I was with my girlfriend's son yesterday. He's just tested positive for COVID. So I'm fucking waiting on a test. I might not even be going.
No,
share the love.
Share the virus. No, please don't.
If you haven't done a test, then you never know.
I mean,
I would say I'd be inclined because see now the law is if you're not experiencing symptoms, you don't even have to isolate now.
Yeah, there is an issue in that I'm bringing Paul the Alex boat, and they've got a newborn.
Oh, are you?
Yeah.
I mean, just because.
Right,
I would say just because the law now says that you don't have to do it, it doesn't mean to make it right. So
there has to be some element of personal responsibility.
Exactly. I mean, I was in close proximity with somebody. I was working on Wednesday, and then I got a message saying that person we were already in the same room together, swapping over shifts for about 15 minutes, but she went down with COVID, and that's so I've been testing. I tested the day after, and I've tested again today. I tested today because I went for a booster jab today. Well, I've had me.
Yeah, I got mine.
I've had the invite as well.
Yeah. And look, and I haven't got it. So this is a cold I've got, not COVID. You know.
It's slightly disappointing, isn't it, when you're feeling like shit, and you at least if you see the 2 bars, you go, "Oh, at least that's a reason." No, I've just got a crap cold. It's
just got a cold. And which bastard gave me the cold? That's what I want to know.
Well, I've been like this, for quite a while. It's been bad. I felt like death, but not quite like death enough.
Yeah,
if you know what I mean.
I'm supposed to be on a first aid course tomorrow, but I'm gonna. The last thing everybody on the first aid course wants is me turning up full of snot, going, "I've come here for the course." I'm not.
You snog the dummy now.
I need to email him before.
Oh, he's away. He's away. I was going to say it's called man flu, but he's away.
Yeah, well, it is. I've got man flu. Yeah, it is.
Yeah,
definitely.
Yeah. No. Yeah. Just do a lap flow test. You'll probably be fine.
Yeah, Matt, do. I mean, that's all I've been doing.
Sorry. Yeah.
Have you done the test, Matt?
It's running now.
Okay.
Oh, right.
That's where I went. because I got the text. I was like, oh shit. Yeah, I can't risk with Paulie. I can't risk.
No,
it.
no, you can't.
No, you can't. You're right to. You're right. Yeah, it's what's been sensible, isn't it? Really.
No, get that.
What's the parking situation at these events? Is it just really hard to get parking?
There's
there's
no
a multi-story right across the road.
Multi-story across the road, yeah. Which is fine.
You charge a lot of money?
I don't remember. I think it was about it used to be about $5.
Yeah, Saturday is a $5 all day.
To be fair, that's not bad. That's quite decent.
What about concerts? Do you guys get reamed for concert parking? This Rammstein show, there was like $110 for parking.
Jeez.
What?
No.
Yeah.
That's shocking.
I took Uber instead, but
That's
I mean, for
cheap
Saturday,
way of
I'm
doing it though.
We don't have venues like in America. If you go to an arena, they'll be parking all around the arena. We tend not to have that, and what there is kind of expensive. I know what I did. I went and parked at the O2 once, and it cost me about £20. But that was Depeche Mode. That was some years ago. Last time they played there. But a lot of the time, you just use public transport, or you park in the town or the city, and you just walk in or whatever.
yeah, because it's sad when the parking costs more than the concert itself. So
yeah, exactly. Yeah,
that's crazy.
Right. Okay.
Dave, where did you get that shirt from?
Online. I've forgotten the name of the company already, or otherwise I'd spam it a bit. I think they're called Cloud. And it's actually rave hats and rave t-shirts that they do. And I'm an old school raver. I used to go to bowlers in Manchester. I also have a bit of goth going on as well. I'm not truly goth. I'm too dark for that. I smile far too much. But I like the cyber goth side of things, and so I've got all the paraphernalia. But that's where I had the original Cyberdog T-shirt that I became almost a requirement to wear at MOMs. I wore it once, and then it became like, you got to wear that again. And I now couldn't go on an MOM stage without wearing a Daft T-shirt. But it was like 30 years old now. Cyberdog don't make it anymore. So I thought I have to replace it, and I'm looking for other crazy T-shirts to wear, and found this one. So I'm quite pleased with it, really, especially given that it causes such a reaction. People like my music as well, but that's a different story.
Yeah, your music's great, Dave, because I've played it on the radio show a couple of times.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, and you played me on one of the virtual EMOMs, I think.
Yes. So when I did host a VEMOM as a way of saying thank you for basically showcasing my stuff for best part of a year. So I returned the favor by showcasing others. So at first I was a bit nervous that there wouldn't be enough people submitting. So I rang round all the people who I'd met on VEMOMs and asked them, look, send us your stuff. And suddenly I was overwhelmed. To turn out, the quality of the submissions was extremely high.
Was that the one where with Ian Boddy sitting on the rock?
Yes, I was.
Yeah,
that one in the
was
bag.
our
I was
first
really
one.
pleased.
Yeah, that was my first one.
Peter Dougal was going to do as well, but he's
So
been
to be on
busy
the same
running
bill
around.
as Ian Boddy, I was well chuffed.
Yeah. Excellent. So yeah, just send your stuff in for VEMOM. They're always hungry for electronic music.
But that's always the way. See what you said there. That's just always the way, because you're like, oh, send me the stuff. I've got plenty of time to listen to all your stuff, and then before you know it, you've got like 800 messages in your inbox of all trying. That's the way it goes. I remember once years ago, I offered to. It was back in the days where people were still using SoundClick, and I offered to review some tracks. I said, look, I've got a bit of time this week. If you send me your track, I'll review it and I'll tell you what I think. I'll tell you what I think from an engineering point of view, how it could be better and so forth. So like, the first few come in and I did it great. Then the next thing before I do it, there was so many tracks I just couldn't possibly do it. I had to sort of make up an excuse. Look, I've got some family trouble. I'm going to need to leave this. But thanks for saying kind of thing.
The nice thing about the BEMOMs and EMOMs is that they are a proving ground to find out what works and what needs more work.
Absolutely.
And because it's we don't do any gatekeeping or anything like that, people just submit, and as long as it's playable, we'll play it. And on the EMOM especially, people can turn up, and some acts are well, awful. Some are absolutely brilliant, and some are, many are just somewhere in between as they go from, well, that didn't work, I'll try it next time. And as some of the regulars keep going to different ones, they suddenly get an epiphany that works, and then they can work on it more. And it's really good
see the thing is though, what might be awful to you might be somebody else's gold mine.
If you don't like them, just wait 15 minutes and the next guy will be on, and that's
the beauty of it, Dave. Yeah.
Thank God nobody saw me yesterday.
Wow, what were you doing? Running around naked in Hyde Park or what?
No.
Again?
Again.
Kent.
No, I did this this morning, like every Sunday morning. No, I went to the London EMOM.
Did he go to it? Did he play?
Yeah. Yes, I hope he did.
Oh, wicked. And how did he find it?
Did he get videoed?
Yeah, sadly, I think there might be some evidence around.
Yeah, good.
Get it posted, Robert.
Yeah, get
Come
it
on,
posted.
please do.
Yeah.
I'm going to pop off. I'll
that'd
be
be
back
cool.
in there now.
All right, bye, Robbie.
Robert, I'll not be here when you get back, so all the best.
No, will I. I'll be in bed. But yeah, take care, Robbie. See you next week.
I'm actually I'm totally toying with the idea. Should I run one of these in Scotland? And
Yes.
Yes, Mark.
Absolutely, for definite.
Have I got enough on my plate? And
are you
it's just
actually
I just see all you guys having such great fun, and I'm like, I want a piece of that. And not totally honest.
Are you in Glasgow? You are in Glasgow, aren't you?
Well, I'm about 35 to 40 minutes drive from Glasgow. I'm in Ayrshire. To be fair, I've got the perfect venue in my head, and I know where I'd go to set it up and stuff. But I see all you guys having such great fun, and I'm like, there's just nothing about here in Ayrshire.
I mean, at the bottom line, what you need is a PA system and a couple of tables.
Well, and that's the thing. I've got all that because obviously Angel Star. I've got a 6,500 watt PA system, and I've had
what?
To be fair, it's brilliant. Yeah, it's 6,500 watts HK.
That's a bit more. That's a bit more than you'd need for most of the spaces where you're probably going to do
But to be fair, the thing about my PA system is it's like 6 speakers, but I can cut it down to 2 speakers for small venues.
And some monitors. Have some monitors because that makes a huge difference to the people performing.
To be honest with you, 95% of the gigs we do with Angel Star, it's 4 speakers we use. Right, we don't need the 6. We only really use the 6 speakers when we play a marquee. But I've got a PA, and to be fair, I've got a monitor speaker. It's not the greatest, to be honest, but it'll be fine because the singers use in-ear monitors. But I've got the equipment to do it, and I'm just like, should I? And I'll be totally honest. It is totally, as I said. Do you know what? I see you guys having great fun, and I want a bit of that fun. I'm like, this is
I find it. I'm convinced there are thousands of us. I mean, Beringer are making their money somehow.
There are. Yeah,
we're all just sat there in our little studios, and we don't really have a platform to play. And for me, the nice thing about the EMOMs is I get to experience the tunes that I make for the first time. Yes, I hear it on the headphones, maybe studio monitors, but to listen to it on a full-size PA with a room full of grinning people all waiting for their turn to have a go on it, it's just, I liken it to that we're all like walking through a desert full of rocks, and then you lift up a rock and all these bugs come out, and you lift up another rock and all these other bugs come out, and they're completely oblivious to each other.
Crawlies. Thanks,
yes,
Dave.
We're hiding in the shadows.
Yeah, you're right.
Well, yeah, it is.
Right.
We talked about that sitting on the bench, didn't we, Dave? We did. You said exactly just that. And I think, because you went, there's somebody up there who's sitting there with an NPC chucking out beats, and he's no idea that this is happening down here.
Yes.
And I went, yeah, absolutely right. You're dead right. Or she, of course. Could be she.
We need more.
But I would say to Mark, find your venue and do it. Talk to Jamie. Talk to Jim Clue about the pluses and minuses of setting it up. Talk to Martin Christie.
Yeah, Martin Christie.
Yeah, of course. Obviously, if you're going to do it under the name EMOM, you should go through Martin Christie because it's his umbrella.
Certainly. I mean, to be fair, it doesn't need to be called EMON. It's just, but the same sort of idea. And just like I used to work for with this sort of theatre company, but they've got this big massive theatre, but they've got this sort of smaller venue connected to the back of it. And I was thinking today that
I would say to you, Mark,
the perfect venue for something like that.
The EMOM thing has happened and it started and it's spread out. It's already a thing, and I don't think there's any problem in becoming part of it. Just speak to Martin and say, I want to do one in Glasgow, and he would go, be my guest. And
there has been an
umbrella.
It's just a banner that we can fly underneath because everyone who's part of the EMOM movement can recognize it. Yeah. I mean, some of these things already exist. Like I think the Norfolk one was always running. Barry Bronsonian was running it. And then he heard about EMOM, and he thought, "Yep, we're EMOM." And so it's like a franchise. They're all independent of each other.
There are other ones as well because I mean we've obviously got an EMOM in York, which is every couple of months, and there's a thing called Wonky Stuff. A guy called John who actually does go to the EMOMs, but he also does his own night, slightly different to the EMOM where you might have a dozen people playing. Mm-hmm. John likes to have sort of slightly longer sets, no more than 4 people, and there's absolutely no music or anything else in between, so people can talk. And these next one's 19th of November, 19th of October. Sorry, my wedding anniversary. So I am going to the Wonky Stuff night without my wife.
To be honest, I was actually thinking of coming down to one of Jamie's events in Blackpool because my wife and I quite like Blackpool, quite like going to Blackpool for a couple of days. So, but to be fair, the problem I've got is it'll need to be a time when I'm not gigging with the Angel Star and I've got nothing booked, and that is the problem, is finding a free Friday or Saturday night to do it, and then part of me is like if I actually do get a weekend off of it, do I really want to be putting myself through all the organising and so forth? But I just see you guys having so much fun doing it, and I'm like,
quite a lot of them take place on Thursdays.
Surely I could put a set together and do a little set.
A lot of venues, Thursday is a dead night. So they're looking for something to fill a Thursday.
Yeah.
And
well, to be fair, for me, a Thursday would be ideal because I don't do a lot of weddings on Thursday night. So that would be ideal to do something like that. But it's just the whole organising it all, and I'm like, do I really need to be taking any more on my plate? But I'm like, but the other voice at the other side's going, oh God, do it, it'd be such good fun. And
the umbrella movement. So you put it out on the EMOM on Facebook, and then create an EMOM Glasgow or whatever it is, and they will come. They will find it. They will see it, and they will come.
it would be in Kilmarnock. I'm thinking.
My daughter lives in Kilmarnock, so
wow.
In Kilmarnock.
join you
All right,
guys.
yeah, well, why not?
Right. Well,
I mean,
I live,
there's some.
I live about 8 miles from Kilmarnock.
Yeah.
I mean, there's even been people coming from abroad because there's Krapka Chroma, a Ukrainian duo, 2 girls, really, really good. In fact, they are touring properly in the UK now. But they started doing the EMOMs. They did one in Berlin, and then they came over to the UK and did one. So people come from all over to do them. It's incredible, really. You know,
There's one sprouted up in Toronto as well, so
brilliant.
it's truly international now.
Yeah, yeah. I know
But
there's been one in
that's it.
Amsterdam
Build
as
it
well.
and they'll
great,
come.
isn't it?
I mean,
Yeah, yeah.
We've
But,
thrown down the gauntlet, Mark. You've got to do it
Yeah.
now.
No, well,
you've stuck your neck out.
Well,
Yeah,
to be fair, well, I'm not going to say I'm definitely, but it's definitely given me food for thought. Because I was thinking about it today, and I was like, that theatre, the back bit, and they hire out that for private events, and it's called the Gathering, and it's got a little stage, and it's the perfect size because let's face it, you're not going to get 500, 600 guests through the door for
Oh, you're not.
But you are going to get between 60 and 80, and this venue's just the perfect venue.
A small place with a space, with a bar,
yeah.
which is happy to get people through the door on a Thursday night, spending money over the bar.
Exactly.
They don't. You don't want to be forking out of your own back pocket to hire a venue.
No. It needs to be a free venue.
Stoke Moms like that. They have a pub just there, Captain's Bar, and they make enough on the bar to let the Electric Tentacle run an M-OM there. So it's Electric Tentacle, M-OM.
See, to be honest with you, I'm saying they hire out to be fair, I used to work for the company, so I think if I spoke to the right people, I could probably get the venue for free.
That helps.
That's what I'm thinking, and I'm thinking, and to be fair, they've got the lights and everything set up. To be fair, I wouldn't trust a PA system, but I'd put the PA system in, and I'd go that.
I mean,
well, Jamie did at Blackpool. The venue at Blackpool has a PA system.
Yeah.
But he had a listen and he went, nah, and he got his own, and he put his own PA system in.
I mean, what
brilliant.
Happens,
sounded amazing.
Yeah, what happens in York is the Fulford Arms, which is a music venue. It's a small music venue. I mean, 60 people, it's full, easier. They've got a good PA. They don't charge, but there's a hat goes around to help pay for the guy who does the mixing.
Perfectly reasonable.
The Leeds Imam was like that. Their hat went round, but then Joe Kemp managed to secure funding from Leeds Music. So that's the next 80 MOMs paid for.
Where is it? Because I've done one in Leeds, and it was upstairs. I can't remember where the place was.
So Fox and Mute originally, but now it's in Wharf Chambers.
It was Fox and Mute because it's not near Meanwood, towards Meanwood.
I don't know Leeds well enough. I just know the Fox and Mute.
I don't know about that. The last one's in Wharf Chambers, which is near Leeds Parish Church.
Yeah, Martin ran the one in Leeds that I went to.
So it's in Wharf Chambers now, which is a community-run project. And I don't know how much he pays for the hire of the place, but it's now covered under the Leeds Music funding.
I need to come over, but I mean, my only issue is I don't really drive at night, so I've got not a lot of visibility in one of my eyes, so I tend to only drive in daylight. So I need to get Jane to come over, but I'll be up for doing the Leeds one again.
What I wanted to ask you about was, see this sort of setting up, though, is that not quite difficult that you've got basically 5 minutes to set up your gear and then...
Well, you've got the 15 minutes that the person on the other table is using. So
you also then have
styles.
Well, somebody also has to take down in at the time.
Well, there's two styles. You can either have the more intense MOMs where you've got two tables, one guy's setting up whilst one's playing, And then when
guy's
they finish
performing.
playing, the other one then starts to play, the other one tears down, and the next one sets up. If the tables are far enough apart, it's not terribly rude or disruptive, but I can see why some MMs decide, no, we're just going to have the one table, and then we'll play a little DJ, or we'll interview somebody, or we'll have a chat between sets. It's entirely up to how the host wishes to run it.
Yeah. You're halfway through your set when someone's scrabbling around your ankles trying to plug something in.
To be honest with you, I wouldn't like that, because that just seems like a nightmare that somebody's actually setting up while somebody else is performing.
It does depend on how far apart the tables
are. Old school like that. I believe, see, when somebody's performing, the attention should be in that person.
Yeah,
that's down to the person setting it up, though. The person setting it up will say, okay, we've got this amount of time, therefore I can only put in 10 acts because I need to build in 10 minutes between each one. And that's okay. I've done both, and both were fine. Like Jamie's on Friday was definitely the one we just mentioned. You set up, you play, you strip down.
I've watched it yet.
And he's doing a comparing thing. Jamie's taken it to like the next level. He really has. It's like
I watched the first one. He did
the one in Derby where it was where it was just comparing. The one where Jamie was just comparing it.
It was like terrible.
That was that was a two table. That was a two table.
Yeah.
You play, someone's setting up, and at Blackpool on Friday he definitely did it so that each person had enough time between them, and he did a bit of talking, he did a bit of setting up, a bit play some music from somebody else, and it was actually really easy. It was nice. I mean, I'm going to be playing at Sheffield on Thursday, and they've got it set up at an angle so that you've got one facing and one at the side, so that the person who's at the side can be setting up while the person facing is playing, or vice versa. And it works really well there. You know, the person, you're not getting in each other's way. So, but there's different ways. I mean, it's just a conundrum. And obviously, the more complicated your setup, the harder it is.
Yeah. And also, if you've got a partner to help you, I mean,
exactly.
At Derby, Jim was engineering it, whilst Jamie was comparing. On Blackpool, he had to do it all himself, and
he did.
It's easier when you've got someone else, because otherwise it's easy to make mistakes, and it takes some pressure off if you have that assistance.
I have done one
not every EMOM is going to be like the way Jamie did it. Like I said, Jamie's really taken. I mean, the idea of streaming a whole one has been brilliant. It's been absolutely phenomenal, and I doff my cap to Jamie for having the brass
it's an awful lot. It's an awful lot of work for him as well.
A lot of work.
To be fair, see that what you're saying, that just sort of sums up Jamie. Because Jamie's the
I've got an idea, and I'm going to see it through.
And if he's got it and he's going to do something, he will do that to the highest level he can possibly do, and that is.
And that's why it's worked so well.
Towards his sound design, towards his podcast, everything that he does. He always
the Stoke EMOM work more along the TikTok way of doing things. So he's going around with the phone, so making it much more of a fun.
Yeah. I have done one EMOM. I did one EMOM where I started my set, and some people walked on stage to talk to the people that were taking their set down, which was bloody irritating. So that's probably the worst point of having two tables. Yeah. And I'm thinking
it happens with the one table as well. They go up to the one table, and he's trying to get off there quickly, and someone's asking him questions.
Yeah, exactly.
Guilty, been there, done that, realised it was a stupid thing to do. Get out of the way.
But see, to be fair. See, at the end of the day, see if somebody's coming up asking questions, that means somebody's doing something right.
Exactly. People are just curious. It's not
be sort of cool about that and kind of
just goes with the territory. It's MOM. Things go wrong. We don't worry about it. Just get on and move onwards. The only time that timing might be a problem if there's a deadline, 11 o'clock curfew, Fortunately, at many venues, like at Blackpool, we were able to play beyond 11 o'clock. The one in Camberwell, one can turn up as they like, and they'll just play till 4 o'clock in the morning until everyone's had a go. So
That's true.
Amazing.
Hello, Ty.
Hello,
Ty.
Wake up, Ty. When are you going to do an EMOM?
How are you doing, matey?
We'd love you to come to an EMOM. You can bring that big modular
live
system,
shit.
plonk it on the table.
But the new you, when you're doing your album, as to work things on your album, you need to be
I
doing.
hate doing live.
You've done live for Sonic State.
We need to work on you.
I'm such a perfectionist that I hate doing live stuff. I always hate doing.
You need
live
to let
stuff.
that shit go, mate.
Say again.
You need to let that go. That
I can't. I'm
no.
not joking. It's honestly been the bane of my life. I just.
What? The Sonic State gig was fine.
It was
Sonic
great.
State, yeah, can I
Sonic
point
State,
out?
it was great.
No.
Yeah.
Think about the Sonic State stuff though. Why did I do it how I did it? Because I don't do live. So if I just make it up and just make it so that I haven't got a clue what I'm doing, then it means that it can't sound right or sound wrong. Whereas if I actually prepare a set,
Can't go wrong.
You've just hit the nail on the head, Ty. That's why you should turn up and do it. Well, I'll just do that.
Just turn up and do it.
But that's honestly, when I did that, it's like being a clown. It's no other than me. When I turn around and go, okay, everyone, give me some chords, give me a tempo. It's like doing it. It's like doing it's not doing a live set. It's like doing it's like doing a
It's
show.
entertainment.
It's
Yeah, but you already set
entertainment.
a precedent. Since you did it once, people want you to do it again.
Oh, no one wants me to do that again.
Yes, we do.
We do.
No,
we
it's-
do.
But that's honestly, generally.
I thought it was great, your improvisation.
I thought it was great. It was amazing.
But the thing is,
We always love it. Pieces in F sharp major.
fuck out. Yeah, who the fuck? It was probably you. Yeah, whoever the fucker was that gave me those chords, they deliberately knew what they were doing.
You could have played what you want, Ty, and nobody would have known any difference.
It was just the case. But what I'm saying is, the idea of just doing a proper live set, doing prep and all that kind of thing. Honestly, I hate doing live stuff because every time I did any live stuff with Redbox and the stuff I've done with Midge, I always just go, oh, that was crap, because it's not perfect, and in my head, if it's not perfect, it's worse shit. So that's genuinely the way my head works when it comes to life.
You need to pull that butt plug from up your bum, mate.
I was the one. When we were all kids at school, and so I used to sit there and play all this fancy piano shit. And every time I made a mistake, I was the one that basically pulled the face, just to let the entire audience know that I knew I'd made a mistake, and I'd actually turn and give them a quick smile and a wink as I'm carrying on playing. I can't cope with it. I have to turn into a clown when I do that kind of shit. I can't do proper doing it. It's just live stuff and I just don't really mix that well. So
Robert, slap him now.
Yeah.
I can't help it.
You have our permission, Robert.
To be fair, I can sympathise with Ty.
I can totally relate with that.
I don't know how many times
I hate perfection. Perfection pisses me off.
gave me into trouble.
Yeah.
For making it obvious to the entire audience that I've made a mistake. And Cheryl looks at me and she goes like,
yeah,
like this. Keep a smile on your face. Don't make it so obvious to the audience.
If you played the wrong note, play it again.
Yeah,
yeah.
Song that, So when I go wrong, that's part of the show. That's what it.
Do you know the best thing that sums it up for me is? Do you remember the young one? Everyone remembers the young ones. Do you remember the young ones?
Course.
Do you remember when Viv got a spot, and he just drew a big circle around it, drew an arrow, and he just put spot. Okay, that sums up me. When generally in life, to be fair, I am actually the one that if I do get a big fuck off zit or whatever, I would be first to go to someone and turn around. Opening gambit is, have you seen my fucking zit? Because my argument has always been, if you get it out in the open straight away, they can't talk about it behind your back. And that's why when I do live stuff, my argument is, if I'm playing and I fuck it up, if I basically let the entire world know that I've fucked it up and I'm a twat, it means that no one can tell me that, can talk about me behind their back and call me a twat. Why do you think I come on here and act like a complete arsehole?
Anybody know?
Because
if you fucked it up,
of course they fucking. Can I tell you?
They don't. They don't. I've done so many gigs where people just don't. They don't know.
I did.
When
When I did a thing with Midge, and we played on the Chris Evans show on a Friday morning, and we did this live thing. It was a string trio. I did an arrangement for a string trio, me playing piano, Midge singing, and did he play guitar? I think he played guitar. I can't remember. Anyway, it was all live on the Chris Evans. It went out to whatever it was, 7 million people. And I can't remember the exact wording, but basically it got to the end, and first thing Chris Evans was turned around and said about the faces that I was making. And I turned around, because I cucked it up at the end. I made a mistake. No one knew apart from me, but I wanted the world to know that I wasn't trying to hide behind the fact that I'd cocked it up, because I had. I'd made a complete balls of it. But I
think your psychology's arse over tit there, Ty.
Yeah. Why?
Keep a straight face and no one will know any different.
I need to tell you about a complete fuck up I made, right? And to be fair, this was actually nothing to do with actually playing the right notes or anything like that. So we were doing this gig, and we were a bit late, so we were under pressure to set up in time and then get changed quickly. And at that time, basically, we had a black outfit for the band and a sort of light brown outfit for the band. So I walked out on the stage. We were dead quick, gear set up, sound check thing, right, get changed back on. I walked onto the stage with one black shoe and one brown shoe on.
Oh, that's it.
And I looked at Cheryl and the other guy, and I'm like, look what I've done. I said, you'll need to stop after the next song. So I go and tell. So then Frank and the band decides to tell the entire whole crowd there that I'd walked out with one black shoe and one brown shoe on.
Well, it became a thing.
Oh,
you should have done that for the rest of your appearances.
Yeah.
That's it. If it's a fault, make it a feature.
Can I tell you my one in music? Have I told you? Well, I'll tell you. If I have told you, please someone shout. The most embarrassing thing I did, well, not embarrassing, me just looking an arsehole, was we were doing this stadium gig when I was with Redbox, and we did the stadium gig, and I was in the middle of playing, and my sustain pedal decided to stop. It just fucked up right in the middle of the set. Does this ring any bells? No?
No, I've not heard.
Keep going.
Okay.
Keep going.
So basically, I play it, sustain pedal goes, and I'm thinking, oh, fuck, okay. And I knew that the next number coming up was I started it off with a big piano solo, so I couldn't do it that sustain pedal. So I'm like, fuck, okay. So I'm trying to catch the attention of Simon, the lead vocalist, to basically say, my pedal's fucked. And I'm pointing at the pedal, and I'm there going, pedal. So I went, I've got to go. And so I knew I had a spare pedal backstage in one of the things. So I basically unplugged the pedal, disappeared off stage, and I came back on. And when I came back on, plugged it in, I was about to start, and got a round of applause, and didn't really know why. And basically, when I'd been pointing at the pedal, he thought I wasn't saying pedal. He thought I was going for a P. So basically, he told the entire audience that I had to go for a pee. So I disappeared off stage, walked back on. They were like, piss.
No dribbles.
Exactly. Everyone's looking to see if they could see any stains where I'd been shaking it. And I'd gone to change the fucking pedal. But anyway, there you go. He thought I'd said piddle. So let's go for piddle. Anyway, there we go. Sorry.
One of the most embarrassing.
We still wanted to perform at a Limom, though.
Yeah, we do. One of the most embarrassing. I mean, tell me if I've told you this story before, but in the 80s I played in this band, and we had the drummer had a Simmons kit, and we were doing sort of nightclubs and covers band, but getting reasonably well paid. And we had this Simmons kit, and I think it was the first generation kit, and suddenly the kit decided to start triggering itself halfway through the set. So massive. There's about 200 people in this venue, and he's there with his sticks in the air, and the kit's going. And I mean, honestly, it was just it was the funniest things we've ever seen. because we literally had to stop the show, close the curtains, him trying to sort the kit out, and then we come back on 20 minutes later. But just for him to be sat there with his sticks in the air and the kit's literally triggering itself, it was amazing.
Okay, This is definitely, because I have very few live stories. So this is when I was 14, and we had a band. You know, when you use the band, you use the word band in inverted commas when you're like kind of 14. And so I'm there was me and there's a female singer, and I had okay, I had an MC202, a Korg Monopoly TR606. I think that was it. I might have had something else.
Cool setup.
It was great. Apart from there was a lot of ambition and not a lot of talent. And she had a really nice voice though. And we did a few gigs starting to get going. So we went to this working man's club, and it was all fine. I mean, there was no such thing as a sound check. It was basically just turn up, plug in, there you go. And so I started, and I couldn't understand why, as we were playing, the pitch of the MC202 started drifting like big time, like proper big time, like falling like a whole semitone.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
And I couldn't figure it out until eventually I did figure it out, which was when they were pulling the pints, the surge in the electricity, but there was less power going to the analog gear. So that was literally dropping almost a semitone. And then coming back up again. But of course, they all did it. At some it affected. So the main one was the MC202. Literally was almost dropping the semitone every time they pulled a pint. Yeah, that was interesting. That was really interesting. Having all these sequences that suddenly be going as they pull in the fucking.
Made him join the band. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that was not my. So can you understand now why I have a thing about playing live?
No.
Well, the thing about EMOM is that the standards are across the board, and it's non-judgmental, it's supportive. And I think a lot of us get imposter syndrome. We're thinking we're not good enough to go on stage. Well, screw that. Get on there. Wear the daft shirt. Be the clown if you need to be. But at least get over your own gatekeeper. That's you're your own worst enemy when you say I can't do this.
The thing is,
and then it turns out surprisingly that some people actually like what you do, even when you mess up.
Well, the thing is with me, it's nothing to do with is thinking I can or can't do it, because I can just turn up and do whatever. It's genuinely it's the fact I don't want to. That is honestly it. It's the fact. It is genuinely the fact that I just don't like the idea of live stuff. Every time if someone turned around and went, okay, you've got 6 months in the studio, I turn and go, yeah, that's brilliant. If someone turned around to me and went, okay, we've I mean, the amount of tours I've turned down, play with people over the years has been, I can't even tell you the amount of times I've been asked to play with bands on tour, and I've just always said no. It's just not something I just don't get a kick out of it. I generally don't enjoy it, whereas I would sit for months in a studio. But yeah, look, who knows? Who knows? At some stage,
Yeah, but Ty, since you're such a stickler for precision and such, you should like techno more, because it's perfect beats.
Fuck off! Fuck off!
Well done, Andy.
Don't fucking
just
how to push the button. How to push the button.
Now I'll talk about Behringer.
Well, Ty, when they do Sonic State next time, when they ask you and you don't want to do it, send them in my direction, because I'd love to.
It's because I did actually realise the other day. I don't know if anyone saw it. Was it before we went on air? Nick said something about there's going to be they're doing a new Sonic State.
Well, he's going to do an EMOM. Nick's going to do an EMOM.
I think it was in
a Sonic State EMOM.
Yeah, that's it. And Nick turned around and went, "Oh, we'll get you down to that." And I completely innocently turned around and went, "Yeah, I'll get down to. I'll come down and watch that." Yeah, and Nick went, "Oh, great, that's."
Bollocks, you don't want it, I do.
No.
I'll have it.
It was only after the event. I'm sort of thinking, he did only mean for me to just come down and just come and watch it and just come and be part of the audience. And I did actually think, fuck, he didn't expect me to actually go through that fucking palaver.
Too late, you've signed up now.
Look, I told you, and I've told you on here, when I did that Sonic State, what that involved. That literally did involve me spending fucking forever getting that setup made out of all my gear that was never used. It all got set up, and it took me days and days and days to set it all up. Set it all up. I even bought a fucking mixer just for that gig. I set it all up, and then literally the moment I had it set up and working, I then stripped it all down again. At no point did I actually prepare any notes or chords or anything that I was going to play. All I wanted to know was, is everything plugged in and was working? And then I unplugged it all again, and the same, like an hour later, drove down.
Brilliant. It was brilliant.
It was great.
It was great. It was way too complicated.
It was
you made life far too difficult for yourself.
That setup was so fucking complicated. I mean, so complicated. And nobody in their right mind would ever use Cubase to do anything live. Never. Nobody.
No, don't.
This twat did. I mean,
you say that. Charlie Steinberg, he's in his band, been using it like for the last 15 years at least.
Oh no, when I say but can I point out it was live, but it was also
trying to live record stuff.
It was being composed and improvised and.
Yeah, I mean, you can sort of try and get away with using the arranger track for that, but it never quite works.
No, it absolutely didn't quite work. Anyway, it was fine. It was very much in the past.
3 boxes and a spliff tie, that's all you need.
Is Jim on? Yeah. No, the only thing I would do, I genuinely would say, if I did anything again, I really would. It would be the simplest setup known to man. It really would.
Let's take the System 55.
I would never do that again. It was to be fair, it was great fun when I did it, and it really was a good laugh. Anyone that was there, it really was a really good laugh. But that's how I saw it. It was really good fun. But
so why would you not want to do it again? Just keep it simpler.
Some people go with just an iPad. It's wonderful.
Yeah,
yeah,
I've done that.
Wow.
iPadal instrument. I've done that before now. Yeah.
Wow.
Okay, all teenage engineering jam, Ty, with your little mixer and your
exactly.
Pocket operators.
Yeah.
Let's see you twiddle those little knobs in real time.
Fantastic.
Yeah. If you can see them.
Techno jam from Ty.
Yeah, I'd just be I'd be the only one sitting there doing the performance going, I'm sorry, I can't do anything. I haven't forgot my glasses and my magnifying glass.
Not an excuse. Get on with it.
No, it's a fair excuse with a mixer. Everybody will say, yeah, fine.
Yeah, everyone is trying to get here. We understand, twat. You boys, deal with it.
Can I ask you, were you buying a packet of cigarettes? Or were you
and I just...
well, what?
Yeah, I just...
I have 20 Marlboro and suddenly, oh my God, what have I bought?
Do you know, someone actually turned around to me...
1,500 quid for 20 cigarettes.
Someone actually turned around to me the other day and said, yeah, kind of, I mean, how big is it? And I turned and went, and they said, how big? And they said, a packet of fags. And I'm thinking, well, I don't really genuinely know how big a packet of fags is. But the next time I went to a shop, I actually looked at how much it was, how big they were. And I then called them back and went, nope, smaller than a packet.
Smaller than a packet.
It's about pocket operator size. It's just thicker.
It is.
Oh,
yeah.
It's mad, isn't it?
It is ridiculous, but there we go. But anyway, let's talk about things. Are you all well? Let's talk about.
Yeah,
that.
well,
good?
yeah. Apart from
that far.
I've got a cold.
Oh, you've got a cold. Pip's got a cold.
I've got a cold.
I've
got pseudo COVID. That's not.
Yeah, I'm not getting any sympathy from Jane. So can you guys give me some sympathy? Yeah,
definitely must be man flu.
I get it. She says, "Get over it, man."
Oh,
so
no, I get lots of sympathy if I'm not well. It's fine.
Are you all right up there in the top left-hand corner, Kent?
Yeah.
Or have you nodded off?
Kent's just letting us all chat.
Kent's got the right idea. Let's be honest.
Yeah. So when are we doing the emote in Kent's garden?
What are you
that'd be cool.
Kent?
What, with all that dog shit?
Yeah, actually, we'll come and do an emo in your garden, Ken.
Yeah, you can do that. The only thing is, because next door's tree, the colour of the leaves is exactly the same colour as the dog shit. So you don't know what's a leaf and what's a dog shit until you walk in it. Yeah, guess what I've done, Ty?
Ouch.
Go on. What have you done, Kent? What have you bought? Oh, for fuck's sake.
Yeah, I kind of did it by accident.
Oh, Ken, no.
It's not accident at all, is it?
Well, it was, because I made an offer and I went, he's never going to go for that.
An old Chevy to go with the Ford, right?
Go on.
Or for FX or EX1.
Or a Rolly.
God.
Grand.
Hey!
Oh, wow.
No, what have you?
That's
really?
cool.
Which one?
That's cool.
The 61,
It's the
Excellent.
hardest one to play, though, right? With
What did you get it
the
for?
peaked keys.
a K.
Oh, that's good.
That's a bargain. Wow.
That's good.
Apparently never used, but we don't take any notes of that because that could mean anything.
Everybody says that.
What?
That'll be
Never
bollocks.
killed anybody with it. Yeah. Okay. You know. So
Oh,
yeah.
Well, I mean, look, you know that I absolutely am going to sit here and the grand, the studio. So that's the studio. So the 61 grand, the original grand, the key bed on that is so much nicer than on the Rise.
Yeah.
It's a lot more.
I couldn't get on
Isn't
with
it a
the
sharper
Rise,
edge, though? I thought it was
yeah.
harder to play with a sharper
No,
edge.
fuck, no. The only reason it's no, completely opposite. Completely opposite. It's all curved. There's no sharp edge at all. On the Rise, you basically, as you go up, there's a flatter area on the top on the Rise. Whereas on the original Grand, there's no flat area, so it's completely curved. And the reason it's more difficult to play is the fact that you've got less of a reference point. There's with the Rise, there's more in the middle bit. There's a kind of plateau section where you don't get a lot of feel.
Well,
on the Grand, it's all interactive. And they made a big thing of saying that it was improved on the Rise. No. What they basically did was they made the action cheaper on the Rise, and it's not as enjoyable to play at all.
Well,
the hardest thing I find about my little rollie is I can't see the damn thing. It's black. So in the dark, you're reaching for it.
Well, when I got my Rise, I spent 3 days.
Just a little one, the Seaboard.
Well, I spent 3 days practicing on it in the dark.
Yeah.
So I never had to look at it.
Yeah. Well, you'll have to generally on the Grand, you'll have to kind of practice again because you really have to be a lot more precise.
Don't mind. I love.
Honestly,
perfecting it on the Grand.
Kent and I have had this conversation loads of times. The Grand is so much nicer to play than the Rise.
Oh, you've got a Grand, Ty.
Yeah.
You got the 88, haven't you?
No. I've only got the 61.
Plus, the Grand is fully standalone, right? You don't need a computer.
And that's it. You don't need a computer. It's all built in. It's got sound engine built in.
Here's a thing that really seemed to start out so well.
Yeah.
And then they just went down.
Yeah.
And down.
Yeah.
I had a Rise and I loved the Rise, and then they brought out these stupid blocks.
Oh God, tell me about it.
And then the silly wee
shit.
Yeah, actually, Mark, you're right. Because
it was like a keyboard.
Yeah.
They just get worse and worse and worse.
No, they had to pay back investors.
That's basically
and actually,
they got
something did happen to them.
Was it 19 million? I think they got 90 million in investment.
Yeah, it's all the token hookers. They couldn't resist.
And what they basically found was there's not when you get 90 million investors, they start wanting their money back, and they don't want to wait long term. They want to start getting the money back soon. And when they brought out the Grand, what they didn't realize was quite how much it's a limited market. It's just a limited market for that kind of high end product. So that's when they started to bring it down. And when they brought out the Rise, this is what annoys me about it. If they'd come out and basically turned around and said, this is our cut down version in that we've taken out the engine and we've made a cheaper, but all this bullshit about they've made it better. No, they never made it better, but they then presumed that was going to make their money back. And again, that's a limited market, because you then start going, people are not going to be willing to just spend £1,000 on, like for the 61, £1,000 on a controller without them really needing it. And so that's when they started
skills to play as well.
And you need skill. It's an instrument. You need to practice if you're going to play a Rise well.
Yeah.
You don't. It's not just like a normal keyboard.
It's not just piano playing, is it?
And because of that, they then started bringing out all this absolutely ridiculous, silly shit to try and get money, and then it all went tits up.
Well,
that was the time that we stopped dealing with them.
Keyboard with all the different coloured keys.
It's bollocks.
Yeah,
that's a lot, but I mean, come on.
No,
I mean, right at the beginning, they were really nice people to do business with.
Yeah,
they were great right at the beginning, and you could sort of see that things were starting to go wrong when that. You're right, Mark. When they brought out that bloody stupid thing, we went, we're not stocking that. Yeah, and actually, that I don't think we ordered after that.
Just
Lumi Keys is not completely horrible. It does have the wiggle like the CS80, so you can do some performance with it. But the colors throw people off. They say, "Oh, it's stupid and silly and all that stuff." But as a learning tool with their educational software for learning how to play songs, it's actually helpful for beginners, at least.
Just to
Yeah, but I'll
clarify,
be honest with
Andy,
you, I
though,
don't-
the 80 doesn't have wiggle. It's the GX1 has wiggle.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought the 80 had the wiggle. Didn't it?
No,
No, 80 doesn't. No.
no, you just do it out of looking cool.
Yeah, that's all.
Ah.
If you want to
Yeah.
pretend it's got wiggle, that's what lots of people
Okay.
do.
Oh,
But the
Vangelis
reality
did
is-
it a lot, didn't he?
I know. Since I saw Vangelis doing that, I thought it was what he was doing. So.
Yeah.
But
There are
I
still
mean,
lots of
you're most
people who
like,
do wiggle.
but,
Yeah, yeah.
but you're most likely still changing with pressure on the key by doing
Yeah,
that, so you're
there
still
you go.
changing the aftertouch.
Oh, yes, but the key isn't wiggling.
Yeah.
is
Yeah,
what I
the
mean.
face.
Unless it's broken.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Orgasm face as well, Mark. Well done.
Yeah.
But no, but the you know, kind of the reality is, I mean, I know what you're saying, but the reality is that I don't see those blocks as a, you know, when you're talking about learning as a learning tool, I don't see them as something for learners to play on anyone, because if you're going to learn to play keyboards or synths or whatever, you actually want to learn on something that feels like a fucking keyboard, not something
And it has
that
the
feels
correct
like
pitch as well.
That feels like a bit.
Yeah, but everyone has
Exactly.
different methods of learning, and the color-coded learning does help some people.
And then no, you're not missing. You missed the point. I'm not on about the color coded bit. It's the actual keyboard
Proper
action.
keys. No, I get it.
Yeah, it is.
Look at all the
yeah.
Casio keys for years that are mini fucking keys, so people
I
got
know,
used to mini
but-
keys.
But,
I mean,
but
the amount-
they're still keys. What I'm trying to say is, it's like turning around and giving a trumpeter, and then sticking a reed on the end of a trumpeter, going, "We're going to teach you how to play the trumpet, and we're going to give you a reed on the end of it." And then
called for trombone.
when they start to get good at that, the trumpeter starts. This person starts going, "Hang on a minute. I still can't play the fucking trumpet because I got no fucking embouchure. I can go and play the clarinet, but now I don't know the fingering." And it's exactly the same. There's no
Yeah,
difference.
you're right.
If you're going to learn to play a fucking keyboard, you need to actually play on a fucking keyboard, whether it's got lights or not.
Lumi keys are keys.
Yeah, but the keys are more like, you know, the X keys.
I was going to say,
Well, it's like the System 1 keys. They're shitty too, but it's still a synth, right?
Yeah, but the complete keyboards have got keys with lights on them, and they can help guide
but they're
you as
proper
well.
keys.
Yeah.
They're proper
Yeah, they're
keys.
keys. I mean, this Mark 1 here with the lights. I mean, it's a, you know.
Have you learned to play with that, Ken?
No.
Have you learned to play with that?
No.
Do they do a book of Vangelis with lights? Do they?
I don't. I use that only to do more regular stuff. I use the SL to do piano, and the Hydra to do everything else, and then use the 80 when I need to show off and go, "Hey, look at me! I own an 80."
Oh, hang on a minute. Yes, I have actually played on the Luma keys once. Yeah, and I just thought it was absolutely.
Did it
rubbish.
feel like one of those old IBM keyboards?
It just.
Clack, clack,
Guys,
clack.
I'm going to pop off for an hour. I'll see you in a bit.
So Mark, I'm
Actually, do you know what? I feel really bad because I was about to try to go. I'm going to do the same.
See you.
That's all right. See you later.
Catch you
Guys,
later.
we could go together.
See you,
Matey.
Synth first.
I'm gonna head.
See you
Take
later.
care, folks.
See you later,
Bye,
Mark.
bye.
See you.
Bye.
And that's I'm going to just hear only the fact that I do just want to get something done, but I will jump on later.
All right, Tom.
So whoever's on,
You're gonna work on a techno set, right?
fuck off. And
Robbie's back after he's finished with
Finished
whatever
what?
it was he had
Dare
to
I
do with
ask?
his missus.
okay.
Was spent now masturbating.
Into
What,
a
his
mirror.
missus? Probably. You've met Robbie.
You
I
said
can't believe I
that.
just
not I.
said that. I love Robbie.
I know.
I can't believe I just said that. That's
Gone out
really-
live.
Yeah. Okay. Hopefully see you later.
All right,
Okay.
darling.
Cheers,
See,
guys.
Triggles.
Bye,
Take care.
Ty.
Bye.
Get ready for a live gig. Right, okay.
Right.
That's cleared them out.
Oh dear.
When are you supposed to get that rolly, Ken?
They reckon Friday.
Nice.
Yeah. So,
So in 3 months then.
where the hell am I
How?
putting it?
So since it's built in, how the hell do you update it?
Oh,
You
via
don't, you don't
USB.
have to.
No, you don't have to, but you can update.
If you want to
it
add
via-
patches and stuff.
Yeah, we can do that via the USB.
I mean, is it a version of Equator on board, or is it a different
I
thing?
believe so. I believe so.
Or is it more like the stripped down 5D app that was on the iOS?
I'm not entirely sure. I think it's probably really need to ask Ty. He can give us a better idea.
Because it doesn't have
Or
knobs, or
ask me
anything, right?
Friday.
There's no like adjustment stuff on there, right?
No, it doesn't have the training wheels like the Rise does.
Yeah. No sliders, no pad, no.
No,
Yeah.
doesn't have that stuff. So what it is everything's set to a particular level, and it's how you play it determines how much you get or how little you get out of it.
So they don't have what they call piano mode on the equator, where you can basically kill the expression. Just have it on off kind of thing.
Yeah. What's this? I sing the body electric. Play some more C7 grand low octaves.
No. I'd like to ask Robert how big his condoms are. Only because that one on the A6 is pretty huge. He's obviously smeared a massive condom over there, and he's done a grand job.
I thought you were chatting him up there for a minute.
Whoa!
What,
They
again?
don't have a deck saver for it.
This is your standard bubble wrap.
It's never
but-
mind.
but-
Well,
Spreadsheet.
fuck off.
Oh no, you've gone down in his opinion now.
You can do some ASMR with it.
He thought you were using quality stuff.
It's most likely the bubble wrap that Peter delivered it in.
So I'm just now apparently Prometheus is just suggesting that I have a strap on. Yeah, thanks, Prom.
I think Keith in Watford's looking for a link, Kent.
Well, I mean, hands free, strap on. So it's...
Well, that's like an accordion. It was strap on.
Yeah.
Nobody wanted that.
Yeah, or guitars, they're all strap-ons. Guitars are all strap-ons, but nobody talks about them. They've got these great big bloody wanky bits, and they
Yeah,
strap
but they
it
are
on.
penis extensions, aren't they, guitars?
Oh yeah.
Well, they are quite phallic.
That's why they make the O face when they do solos.
So what does that? What does that explain? My mind sits in the corner then. Don't get touched.
Yeah, that kind of reflects my sex life as well. Covered in dust, sitting in the corner.
Ah, the extended metaphor. It's wonderful.
Keeps everything upright.
Well, you also have a big muscle car too, Kent. So there's your other extension.
I took her out again today. It was good fun. Good fun.
Another $50 in gas.
Yeah, I saved up the petrol. And
Yeah,
I
he
took
started it. Yeah.
And I took it round the green. Yeah. I tell you what, I've got. You can shut the fuck up.
You can have your Alexa do the fart thing.
About as useful as an ashtray on a motorbike. That bloody thing. No, I lifted the bonnet up to put the anti-theft device back in, and as I opened it, there's water pouring out of the double skin of the bonnet. No. Now got to sort all that out. Buckets and buckets. I think there must have been about 2 or 3 gallons poured out of that bonnet.
Fucking, what was it? My boy sent me a video once from work. This woman had brought, she had an Evoque convertible. And she said, I can hear this water sloshing about and I can't work out where it's coming from. They had it in for a week. They ended up stripping the interior out and they pulled a plug from the bulkhead. Right, it was like a grommet cover.
Yeah.
It's about 4 gallons of water pissed out. It was a double skin bulkhead.
Yeah.
And one of the rain channels off the windscreen got blocked and fed it into the bulkhead. Fucking gallons. I've got a video of it somewhere. It's hilarious. Fucking tons of water.
Bloody hell. I had to do an emergency repair today on old Spearsy's 8 voice.
Saw the picture.
Oh, has he put one up, has he?
Yeah.
And the bloody problems this thing had. So it was good to get that sorted out anyway.
Are they just an endless fix job? Is that the deal?
Yeah, well, I mean, it was doing some very, very strange things. It would portamento on one VCO per SEM and not the other one.
Well, that can be interesting.
It can be, but not when you don't want it to do it.
I mean, clearly you want to switch to be able to do it.
Yeah, but what it was doing was it was leaving the VCO to play again the last CV it played. So as you go up the keyboard, it's a mess. It's a real super mess. So, but we fixed that.
It's good for atonal music.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, I'll tell you what. I hope atonal music doesn't sound like this thing did.
Probably sounded like my live set yesterday.
We're going to find that. We're going to find it. We want to hear that.
Now, if you wanted to get that effect, you probably couldn't.
Yeah.
No, so did basically of a DAC remember the previous value or something like that?
Yeah, it's that kind of thing. Yeah. But it would only do it on VCO ones on each of the 4 top stems. It was just, mate. But I got it working in the end anyway.
So is that a replacement thing or a recalibration?
No, it was. There was some wiring needed. Should we say refettling into place? For want of a better word. There's a couple of components to swap out and do a little bit of repair on one of the cables. It was like one of the cables needed something done to it. So once it was all done, it was all working properly, so he was able to take it back.
Do they have to use shielded wires for anything but audio, or is it just the audio that gets that?
There's only some shielding on the audio.
Yeah.
I mean, technically you use one shielded wire on everything, but then it doesn't sound the same if you don't have CV leakage.
Yeah, I mean, all the rest of the wires are all exposed all over the shop. Yeah, it's no problem. But I put overrated power coils in it, and that has helped no end with the stability of the VCOs.
Mike Gorman could probably help you with all that detail.
Yeah, it's also what was the other thing? I replaced all the temp codes with new temp codes on it as well. That helped no end, because those things go a bit wobbly after a while.
What a thermistor, slowly dying over time. Who'd have guessed?
Yeah, I know. So, these new ones we put on, brilliant. Don't need, hardly need any heat paste on it or anything. And it's lovely and stable. It's just all the other problems we had to sort out.
How's this Rev 2 going?
Oh, he's taking that back with him.
Ah.
Yeah, that's all done.
What did you do? Did you hit it with a hammer or part it in two?
You shake it vigorously and that should sort it. Bloody things. No, I'm doing his Prophet 10 now. And it's like, the whole bottom manual doesn't work. Christ, here we go. I know it's a digital board. Yeah. Yeah. There's an awful lot
Local
of
shop
space
still
in
has one. It's $12,000.
Oh, it's not too bad. I mean,
but why would you want that when you can buy 2 modern Rev 4 Prophet 5 or even 10s at that price?
Well,
then you have twice that.
Yeah, but
and you have better keyboards.
Yeah. Well, if you're a fetishist, then you want the original.
Yeah, I mean, if you like into Big Willie syndrome, you're going to want the original Prophet 10.
Like the only interesting, it has balanced out. That's like a one slide positive. But again, the iBox is cheap. If you want to fix that, or getting somebody to just put another op amp in the back, it's not a lot of effort.
Yeah, it's quite weird. The way it's wired up, it does have XLRs out on the back, but they're just wired up like normal jack sockets.
They haven't even done them properly.
No. It's just another way of getting standard audio out the back. Yeah.
Problem with that Prophet 10 is that horrible old keyboard on it. The keyboard.
Pratt Reed keyboard.
Yeah,
cat whisker keyboard.
It's awful.
But again, Pratt Reed, they were like the standard keyboard on everything in the 70s and 80s.
Yeah, but we'd put new spiders on that 2 years ago, so it was all in nice nick. But it's just the whole bottom manual doesn't work. So, but it's not the voice card, fortunately.
Does the sequence and the tape drive still work? Or have you never tried using that?
I think the sequencer still works. The tape drive, I don't think we've ever bothered testing it. It's not something we really need to test. It's like testing. Dinosaur fencing. You don't really need to do it. It's not required. So So, but it's yeah. So I'll get that sorted out. But I'm waiting for my new desoldering station to come in, which was supposed to be this week. So, or last week, I should say, and it hasn't turned up yet.
What's the last thing you 3D printed?
Oh God, what was the last thing I 3D printed?
I haven't touched mine for about a year and a half at least.
Yeah, mine was. I think it was a vase. I think it was a vase. It was the last thing I 3D for Fiona. She goes, "I want a vase," so I made a nice sort of like spiral vase, about nay big.
I actually found someone to put up on Thingiverse the Emu slider caps, so for the Emacs and stuff. So I'm going to print some of those.
All right.
They fall off pretty easily, apparently. So.
Yeah, I think didn't get something quite right. Yeah. Yeah, no, I haven't done a lot of 3D print, mainly because I haven't really had anywhere to set them up properly. Because I was going to set it all up properly in the new workshop, but it's full of fecking keyboards, so
Yeah.
Can't get rid of them. You just think you make a space and go. Fiona goes, "Oh, I've just booked in another CS80." It's like, oh, I'll never get them things set up. So there's a CS80 in the front room now. I've got to move that. Don't know where to put it.
Still got the GS1 in there?
Yeah, GS1's still in there. But I've got another GS1 coming. I have to swap the MIDI over from one to the other. And we've got another tape reader for that GS1 down there. But as soon as we can move it, the better. Because the robot Hoover actually has a fucking heart attack when it hits that, and he goes, "I can't figure out where the hell it is." He goes, "This wasn't here last time. What was going on?" It gets wedged behind the bloody thing. Is this working? Yes and no. So, it's still working. Cool. Yeah, where am I going to put a Rolly Grand?
To the left. To quote.
On top of your Oasis.
Yeah. See, unless I move the right, put the Grand up here.
To
move
the
Rolly
left.
over here, perhaps. Might fit over there. I don't know. I have to say. Might not turn up.
Look, just because I don't understand all these heterosexual idioms that you lot keep using, doesn't mean to say that I'm a complete and utter numpty. Right? I have no idea what it's all about. Now stop it. Please stop it. Just stop it.
Uh-oh. I guess I missed something.
What is your problem?
Some funny words, and I don't understand, because I didn't understand what you were talking about before about something or other.
Fluffing.
And now, I have no idea.
Fluffing.
Just don't get me started.
What?
That's a standard porn term, though. It's not heterosexual. That's just porn in general.
Because I've been in loads of porn films, me, Andy. Yeah, loads. So I know all
That's
that.
no excuse.
You ever watch
That's
that
no
British
excuse.
show? You ever see the British show Lex, the sci-fi show? The one guy becomes a fluffer in it. It's very funny.
And now, stop it! Oh, God.
So, what word has tripped you up now?
I don't know. They're all going on about it in the chat now. Apparently,
what was it? Pegging?
It all needs explaining.
Pegging? Yeah, that's another one.
Pegging that you didn't know about.
No, I don't. I've no
It
idea
means
what
cornholing.
that means. That doesn't mean anything to me either.
No,
Thank you very much.
I thought
Anal
And
sex.
sticking corn in your hole doesn't sound like a very fun thing to do.
Anal
No
sex.
matter what your inclination
Cut
is.
to the chase.
on the pegging, I would normally understand somebody who is not penally endowed using a strap-on. That's normally what I would understand under pegging.
Yeah.
It's often a BDSM thing too, the dominance.
Are you? It's all going back to me holding a Volker in my hand. This is really weird. This is getting worse and worse by the minute.
You don't have to bring the Volker back into it.
You told me you were educated.
Well, you didn't tell us how you brought the Volca to the event, so that's all.
Whether you're the one started with the condoms and the keyboards.
I did. This is true, Dave.
You
That's
see,
only
you set
'cause
the
he's
bar.
got his-
You set the bar,
okay.
mate. All right.
Guilty
Very
as
good.
charged. It's all my fault because I mentioned that Robert had smeared something all over his lovely A6. Yeah, and rightly so, to keep the dust off it. Yeah, good
And
plan.
then the
It's
next
just
thing you
bubble
know,
wrap.
it's pegging.
I don't know what that is. I still don't know what it is. I don't want to know what it is.
Nikki's got a nice guitar, that's for sure.
Who was?
Nikki from Dots.
Nikki,
She was playing.
yeah,
She was playing the. Was it? I think it's the Oasis guitar that she was using, or was it the Akai one? I can't remember now.
Oh, the Vortex.
No idea.
Elisa's Vortex.
I don't know. I'll see if I can.
Red. Was it red or white?
Red.
That's Vortex 2. Actually has a little USB stick that you can use wirelessly at your computer.
Yep, that's
Neil, I didn't start it. No, Neil, I didn't start it. Stop it right now. Oh,
just too easy, Andy. Don't rise to it. No, I better rephrase that.
Too late. Too late. Don't rise to it. You would, wouldn't you? You git. Good. When you said put the tent up for, I'm getting right. I'm off. I need to go to bed
now. You're
now.
pitching a tent.
Yeah, and cope with that one, Andy. That one translates perfectly well. But pegging. What?
Why it is using a peg on somebody for a person who doesn't have a peg?
What?
I would assume that's where the term comes from.
Yeah. Oh. Indeed, you do. You know it. Oh, son. Next time we meet, Neil, I'll give you a big hug and then I'll punch you. Right? It'll be nice. I'll mean it in all the best possible ways.
But no pegging.
Oh man,
I'm not enjoying this anymore. I think I'll go back to bed.
What, so you don't enjoy the pegging? That's something for the list.
I'm sure it's a song title.
Spongles.
What new Spongles thing?
Chris had already said Peggy Sue. Thanks for that.
You don't enjoy the pegging.
See you at Synthfest. Fine.
Pegging Sue would be a different thing altogether.
Yeah.
Pegging Sue. No. Oh, this is gonna get in there.
Oh, God's sake. Oh, man.
Well, yeah, confirmation it's the Oasis guitar that she's got.
Yeah, Vortex.
It's
a shame they didn't make it Bluetooth. They made it Wi-Fi with the dongle, so you have to use a computer with it.
Oh. There's a Rolly tie down.
Right, you lovely lot. I'm off because I've got to be up early in the morning.
Some pegging.
Got to put some laundry out, Matt.
Right, I will speak to you all soon.
I have a funny feeling that's all Matt's fault.
What?
I think you put the initial nugget out there, and everyone's gone.
It was Culture of Ghosts, actually.
Oh, was it? Well, thanks, Steve.
There you go. There you go. Not guilty, Your Honour.
I'm still none the wiser, but never mind, eh?
I have explained it in the chat, but you've obviously ignored it.
Yeah, I saw it.
We're trying to help, and all you smutty fuckers were screwing it up. But there you go.
We're trying to explain these terms, and you just don't seem to understand it.
This is like the movie with Michael Caine, Educating Rita. We're giving you
educating Andy.
The more you know.
Apparently, I stirred it up. You did.
Oh, mate.
Oh, fuck.
Threw you under the bus there.
Yeah, just a bit.
Oh, God.
Right, I'll see you all later.
All right,
bye, Matt.
Take it easy.
See you next week.
See you whenever.
Cheers.
Take it,
yes,
bud.
I'll see you next week.
What's it? Yeah, Thursday.
Oh, God, yeah.
Although it keeps me in a job, I have to confess that I find heterosexuality really weird. It's like, it just freaks me out. I think, you what?
They'll never get men and women. They'll never get on. They're just too different.
Oh, God.
Well, when it comes down to it, it's all damn weird, right? If you want to get, nature is X-rated and crazy.
Yeah.
Don't
I'll
ever look
then I'll rip your head off.
Don't ever look at fungi under a microscope.
So I'm saying is, if you see that? Did you see my Paramecium video where they're basically their version of copulating for hours? So.
Yeah, the fun guy to be with.
No, I'm sorry, Andy. No, because they're just too freaky.
They basically connect with a little bridge, a cytoplasmic bridge. They exchange DNA and then they part. So.
That's all you need, isn't it? Oh
Yep.
God.
But it's called conjugation for them. It sounds more innocent. So.
Conjugation. That reminds me of Latin. First conjugation verbs. Amo, amasa, matamamus, matisabant.
But he doesn't know what pegging is.
I don't. No idea.
Well, you do now. So.
Yeah, you do now.
Yeah.
Go to a rugby club.
Whoa.
You can learn a lot from a rugby club.
Are you talking out of experience there, Kent?
No,
So that's an extreme version of hazing.
What?
If that's what they do in rugby clubs.
What,
So.
what a load of men
it's
sitting
the
in a
only-
bathtub together with no clothes on. Yeah, and they're all heterosexual. Yeah, right. Okay. Yeah.
No,
call the
no,
next one
no,
over,
no, no.
yeah.
Rugby club's got nothing to do with rugby.
What? No, you've lost me now, Ken.
What's that? Are they only about drinking?
They might play a little rugby now and again, but then it's just a group of guys getting extremely roused.
Wow.
Yeah,
You
it's a
don't need
whole-
rugby clubs for that.
No, you don't really.
Right, shall we move on quickly before this gets taken down? Right.
Oh yeah, got a copyright strike on the last one.
Oh, did you? Oh, good.
Yeah.
Oh,
Just
John
a claim,
Gold.
right? Just a,
I
not
go-
a strike.
Well, it's probably all that Vangelis music we're playing. I went and had a look because they said it was between 2 hours 28 and 2 hours 24 and 28 or something.
Was that when
What-
you
what-
were tickling the ivories?
And it was Toast to London, wasn't it?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, no.
Oh, no, now it will have AdWords on it.
And I was sort of like, oh, the algorithm didn't recognise my excellent playing of any Vangelis tracks. I am offended. Fuck them. That's what I say.
Anyway, Dave, how do you like the pub? It's crap, innit, really?
I don't know. Could do with
Could
more
have
ladies
swept the
around.
floor.
I'm going to swept the floor.
Yeah, at least your feet don't stick.
Sticky, innit? Yeah.
Yeah.
Doesn't look like it's been set on fire and put out with an axe.
Talking of set on fire, put out with an axe.
Oh. So I'm going to put that with an axe. Oh.
Hello. I thought
The
you were
axe
going
man
home.
returneth.
You said you wouldn't be here when I got back,
Well,
Mr. Brooks.
Oh, I was going to say, I have to keep
actually,
this on.
I've just had a quick glance at the clock and it says 22:07.
It is.
He was
Um,
hanging
my
out for
big glass.
the current lesson. He couldn't miss it. So
Yeah,
Yeah,
something to do
I
with
had-
laundry.
Was it? No, it was about strapping things on that to cover up your inadequacies. As far as I could work it out.
Quick Rob Hyde.
Oh, Andy and strap-ons.
Yeah, it wasn't my fault. Just because I took a fucking Volker to a gig. Now apparently people think I...
Took a Volker up the what?
yeah,
You know where Volkers are supposed to
They didn't
go.
strap it on. They had to put it somewhere. So
That's how you get it through customs, is it? Okay.
it's
that
a
old
goat
cheesy
thing.
meat. Right.
You can see why
Right, I've had
teenage
enough of this.
engineering
Right, good night,
are popular.
everyone.
Night, Brooks, eh?
What time is it? It is 20. Right, okay, on that cheerful note, just because Robbie's around. I'm gonna
Was it
piss
something I
off.
said?
Yeah.
All right, fuck you then.
No, something he's going to say after you've gone.
Well, again? Oh,
Yeah, again.
no.
We're going to prepare the next lesson right now. So
Yeah.
I'm not. I'm going to bed. Book of the next lesson. I'll make that up as I'm going along. How come you're so good at improvising?
you talk about
Been doing it all my
shrimping for
fucking
next time.
life, mate.
Oh, man.
Right, night culture of ghosts. As soon as it's all your fault, you git. So, right, anyway, try everyone. No, anyway, Dave, nice to see you joining in here. It's lovely to see
Thank
you.
you very
Please
much for
jump in
the
again.
call. I will.
If
it's been a
sorry,
pleasure.
what did he? Yeah, I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go and clamber into bed so I can be up at 5 o'clock in the morning and educate the youth of Britain. For whatever reason, I've no idea why they pay me. I've no idea whatsoever. Anyway, take care, everyone. See you at EMOM on Thursday in Haggler's Corner at Sheffield, and see you at Synthfest on Saturday the 8th.
Will do.
We've still not arranged the curry, though, Robbie. We need to sort out curry night. I've got to go out with the curry with somebody on Saturday.
Well,
so
yeah, hopefully Saturday night. I need to know what I'm doing after the sub-hardcore screening. I don't think there's anything. It's Steve's wife. I just need to find out what she's doing because I don't want to leave her high and dry if she's. But I will let you know.
Yeah, quite. Somehow, somewhere, somebody will be going out for curry with somebody.
Oh yeah, there's definitely curry on the cards.
You're going to Agra. I mean, that's on the Friday, isn't it? All you and the Sound on Sign guys are going to Agra.
We're going to. I'll tell you where we're going. Akbar's.
Akbar's. I don't know where that is.
It is West One City, 10 Fitzwilliam Street.
Oh, in there. Yeah, I know where that is.
Yeah, so that's where we're going.
Well, I could just gate crash. No, I won't. Anyway, at some point next week, our paths will cross. So, and if anybody else is there at Synthfest, do come and say hi because it would be lovely to meet up with folk.
I'll hopefully be there.
Robert, if you get a train ticket or a bus ticket or a hitchhike with the Mitfats and Charlotte, whichever way you get there.
Train up should be fine at 7:30. I should be able to get the first train that should be running. It's more that I would have to leave at 4 to get the last train back.
Whoa! So I hear Sheffield Station's quite comfy at night. So.
Sheffield Station's quite nice actually. They've tarted it up quite nicely. It's not the shit pit that it used to be.
Well, anyway, I will try my best to be there, even if it's only a few hours.
Oh, we'd love to see you. It'd be great to meet up, Robert.
Really?
Dave, you've got to wear that hat. Dave, you've
I'll
just got to wear that hat.
For you. Yeah. That's the only way you'll find me at Synthfest if I wear that. Okay.
You're kidding. That's the best trilby on the planet. Right, folks, I'm disappearing now. Take care, everyone.
Bye, darling.
Bye-bye.
Take it sweet.
And on that note, I too must leave. I've got up at stupid o'clock, so I'll catch you again later.
Good to see you.
Cheers.
Right,
thank you.
Take care.
Cheers. Bye.
Take care.
And then there were 4.
Oh, shall we continue talking about fungi?
Got some hyphy to talk about?
Yeah.
Oh, God. My first grappa in a month.
Should I get some grappa?
Oh, yes, you should.
I still haven't opened the bottle of the vineyard that my mother helps out with. The first generation of grappa they did.
Yes. It's been sitting in the cupboard for 2 weeks because it was Italian week a couple of weeks ago at Lidl. And they always get some grappa in, and it's stupidly cheap. So I managed to get 2 bottles for less than the price of one that I normally get. So yeah, it's quite nice actually. Not bad for $11.99 a bottle. Cures what ails you.
So you're off the meds now that don't stop the alcohol consumption?
I didn't have any meds to stop alcohol consumption. It was my
I thought you
brain.
couldn't take it because of the alcohol. So
No. No, actually, well, apparently one of my meds, they don't say you shouldn't take it with alcohol, but they recommend you don't.
Right.
Because it makes it's amitriptyline, which is an antidepressant, and it makes you sleepy anyway, but apparently the alcohol increases that.
Right,
Where's the negative?
Yeah, well, exactly. So I always that's the one I take. I've just taken it. So by the time the sleepiness kicks in, I'm asleep. That's the plan. But no, it doesn't make much difference. So.
Yeah, if I have any kind of THC and alcohol, forget about it. I'm toast. So it's basically an agonist.
Yeah. It's for somebody with sleep apnea, I don't struggle to sleep. Strangely. Well, not anymore, anyway. I just realised it was next year will be 20 years of me being on CPAP.
Wow.
20 years.
I had a coworker who did the throat scraping thing, thinking that would help, and it just made things worse.
Oh, no.
Very painful and didn't help.
It doesn't sound good.
Yeah.
No.
Well, they try to get rid of the soft tissue, excess soft tissue back there that hangs in gravity, which is really the cause of it, right? And which pretty much everyone snores whether they like it or not. But
it's not the cause. No, the cause is the well. I mean, the cause can mean a number of different.
It's a series of things, but that's one of the easiest ones when you put your throat back in gravity.
It's mainly the main thing is where the muscle tone in your airway relaxes too much, because when you go to sleep you lose all your muscle tone.
Sure. Yeah.
Which is why you don't walk and stuff in your sleep. Well, most people don't walk in their sleep, but when you lose it here, then it just kind of like falls, collapses on itself, and you stop. You're unable to breathe because the airway's blocked, which is then your brain then wakes you up to a point where the muscle tone returns, and you don't actually not most of the time, you don't actually wake up like wide-eyed.
You don't get a deep sleep. Yeah.
You just sit in REM, and so you don't get the deep stuff. But yeah, I mean, if you've got excess weight around your neck, that exacerbates it. If you've got flappy bits at the back of your throat, that exacerbates it. If you've got blocked, I had a deviated septum, and so I had to have that fixed, which gave me a slightly better sort of compliance with the CPAP. The one that's scary, when I used to go into the hospital once every year for a sleep study, and so you then meet other people on, it's a specialist ward, and you meet all these other people that have got sleep disorders, mostly sleep apnea, and when you speak to someone who's got central sleep apnea, because there's two main types. There's obstructive, which is the most common one, which is what I've got, and then you've got central, which is where the brain doesn't send the messages.
I haven't heard that one.
Yeah, and then the third one is a combination of the two. But I was talking to this guy, and he was just petrified. He was he'd just been diagnosed with it, and so his machine, and this was nearly 20 years ago. His machine was huge because it detected when he wasn't breathing and made him breathe.
It's like the one they have at the hospital, the fancier one. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just scary.
My dad had that when he was in the ICU for a while.
So yeah, it's really that was a scary one, because at least with obstructive sleep apnea, there's a reasonable therapy for it, and there's no cure, because most people are different. But CPAP is the most effective kind of therapy for it, and it ensures you get a decent night's kip, and then your body functions a lot better. But
I have to wear a mouth guard for teeth grinding, and I use one that actually puts the lower jaw forward.
Yeah.
So you get that same principle when you do CPR, and you put the head back and clear the airway, and it really works.
Some people with sleep apnea benefit from having that, just to move things around. So it all depends on who you are and what you've got.
I still snore like crazy, but I get better sleep though. So I hate machines if I can help it.
Yeah, well, it's funny because I had a friend. He's a plumber. He came over to sort my boiler out, and he came over at like 8 o'clock in the morning. So I'd not long been out of bed, and he obviously noticed the marks where my mask, because I have this contraption around my thing. And he goes, "You got sleep apnea?" I said, "Yeah." Like this, these marks down the side. If you ever see a bloke first thing in the morning, because it tends to happen to blokes, not so much women, but with looks like they've been wearing something around there, they've probably got it. Yes.
Better excuse I'm wearing the gimp suit all night.
Indeed, yes. Well, this is the thing. You see, when I was officially diagnosed, because I'd been suffering from it for some while beforehand, but when I got officially diagnosed, I'd already met my wife, and she'd already kind of sort of decided to spend the rest of her life with me, stupid woman. But had I been in a dating mode, that would have been an interesting one. Yeah, excuse me. Unless, of course, you go in for that sort of thing. The Bane look. Yeah. Actually, one of my most popular videos that I did on my personal YouTube channel many years ago was me talking about life with CPAP and blowing an infinitely long raspberry, because you put this on, all it does is it just pressurizes your airways and keeps them open. But you can just go like that with your tongue, and then just move your tongue forward so the air goes in your nose and out the mouth, and you can just sit there going like for ages and ages and ages and ages. I'll be a great didgeridoo player. Oh dear.
Well, Britain's Got Talent's got an opening, so just come and do that.
No, I want to do what that Italian guy did back in the 19th century. He used to play tunes with farts.
Oh, Lepetamine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That bit. Oh, I tell you, with the other medication that I'm on, which gives me terrible wind, I could be doing that sooner than you think. Yes.
Oh yeah. Right, I feel another coffee coming on.
God, I don't think you drink coffee at 10:20 at night.
Because if I don't, I stop. I fall asleep and die.
Well, that's kind of that. Isn't that what's supposed to happen at 10:20?
I'm like Kent. I can actually have coffee and still go to sleep. But...
Yeah. Yeah, but if I don't have coffee, I sort of like.
Well, you've done that before.
Yeah.
Live on air.
Live on air. And yeah.
Matt Damon.
Yeah. Matt Damon. Right, I'm going to do this coffee. I'll be back in a moment.
Go on then.
You coming with me, Siri? Yeah.
As the camera pans.
Yeah, that's good. It's working.
Oh, look at that. Why does it do that though? Why did it followed Kent, but then why did it dip down at the end? Was it the
screen? Might be doing a search as it leaves the frame. It goes down looking.
That
for
would be spooky. It would started moving around saying, "Where's Kent? Where's Kent?"
Why isn't finding hands?
Robert, what keyboard is that's that making that clacky? I'm just curious.
That's clacky. It is a very high quality CME. Is it called M key or whatever? It's a piece of shit.
Okay, just curious.
It's a very high quality piece of shit.
I mean, I have some nice ones that still make that noise.
I would, as everybody watching the show should know, this is not the keyboard you should be buying. Unless you really hate your flatmates. And same goes for my computer keyboard, which is perfect.
Oh God, those things.
My cousin offered to sell me. I forgot what it's a mechanical keyboard, but it's yellow and black, and it's got emoji keys in place of like the page up, page down home keys on the end. And he says, "Oh, it's a really really good keyboard." I said, "Yeah, but it's yellow and black, and it's got emoji keys, and it's mechanical." And I watched a video of it, and it's
yeah. Those are IBM.
No, it's amazing. It's like great.
If you need that much reassurance when you're typing, then there's something else wrong. Because you know if you hit the damn key or not.
Having gone from the worst membrane in the world, which is an older Apple keyboard, to a nice fancy mechanical again, it's like a good reassurance. I actually know that I've hit the key, and the characters actually come out. And also, this has really good anti-ghosting. And has one more AD converter, so it actually the matrix is smaller than it normally would be.
I have no idea what he just said.
If you're playing video games, if you're playing video games and want to trigger multiple keys at the same time, that is of importance. Or in general, if you want to hit multiple, if you're doing stupid custom key commands with weird combinations, it can be helpful.
Okay, yeah. No, my brother keeps extolling the virtues of all this gaming keyboards and gaming mice and gaming computers.
I just hate gaming. Why does it need to have flashy lights? Can I have it without the Vegas mode, please?
Oh, like the Razer keyboards and stuff like that?
Yeah. His keyboard glows, his mouse is illuminated, and then his tower has got it's like a clear side to it, and he's got
I'm already sufficiently pissed off that my mouse needs to have this sideways light on it, but it's like one of the few vertical mice that is wired that I seem to not hate.
I just saw Logitech just brought out a new range of Mac keyboards and mice, and one of those had got a vertical. I had this customer, trainee, when I was working, delivering training to Her Majesty's Court Service. And we used to have a portable kit that we used to ship from site to site, and it included a server. This is, it was on wheels that ran the system, and then we had all these client machines that we put in like a horseshoe around the room. And they were just Dell, the cheap Dell, the little box that sort of would clip on the back of the monitor. Do you remember those? And you'd have that sort of thing, and it was just a regular mouse and a regular keyboard. And she came in, and you knew that she was going to be awkward, just her very sort of demeanour. I know that's kind of not a very nice thing to say, but you could tell. And within 5 minutes, she says, "Do you have a vertical mouse?" And I'm, excuse me, what? Do I have a what? She says, I need a vertical mouse. I have repetitive strain injury. She rolls up her sleeve, and she's got one of those, wraps on with the metal bars in. And I said, "Well, I'm afraid we've just got like regular mice." "Oh, well, that's not good. You should have done your due diligence." And and she literally within 5 minutes was threatening to take us to court for something or other because we'd breached her human rights or something. So I had to go out to a shop at lunchtime and buy one of these. And you try; they're not easy things to find because they're not very common. And just to appease her. But then this was the same sort of class that I'd get. Somebody would say, I would say to them, "Now, if you click your mouse on the screen at this particular thing," and they would go and do it. Except this one woman had got hold of her mouse, pretend my iPhone is the mouse, and she was going and just tapping the mouse on the screen. And she's like, "Well, it's not working." And I said, "What are you doing?" She says, "You said click the mouse on the screen." And I said, "Oh, sorry, what I meant was move your cursor and click on it, not actually click your mouse on the screen." High caliber of candidate.
Well, they still didn't call the thing a foot switch like the old days. The sewing machine people thought a mouse was a foot switch.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, that has been an absolute revelation. I've never gone back to a mouse.
Computer.
Yeah.
Computer.
I love my trackpad.
Hello, computer.
Right, here's the thing, right? It shows you how screwed my mind is. Downstairs, my delicious fresh coffee grinding machine is a Makita Solo.
Right.
And
Makita as in the power tools.
Yeah.
Wow.
So it's Makita Solo, right? And the trouble is that every time I think it or say it to somebody, I have to say it like Guido. Where he goes, "Makita Solo." Yeah, I bet you have. Yeah, every fucking time now. I go, "I'm going to have a coffee on my Makita Solo."
Oh, dear.
But you shoot first, right?
Yeah.
Kent always shoots first.
Hey!
Excuse me, as I've recently heard somebody say, no, Han didn't shoot first. He shot, period. Guido never shot.
Of course.
It's not a shot first.
I know.
Exactly, yeah.
There's no argument about who shot first.
Well,
there was only
the
one
modern
shot.
viewers have no clue what they're talking about. So
Yeah.
That's why you got to watch the despecialized edition.
Or care.
Despecialized or 4K 77 or the laser disc editions that they put that bonus on some of the
Yeah, but
DVD
they
and
look
Blu-ray
crappy,
releases.
though. They're not anamorphic. They just don't look that great. So.
Yes, they look utterly shit, but they were for a long time the only way.
Oh, yeah, exactly. That's why I have them. But.
Yeah, I've got them all too.
But then also, like if you've seen 4K 77 and you see the original scans of that, when you, you have the film stocks that were prevalent at the time, they have not fared well.
No.
They have faded like crazy.
Oh yeah.
So I don't know. I don't want to know their color correction profile.
There's even a Jar Jar free edition of the originals.
What do you mean of the prequels?
Yeah, they actually removed them.
So who's Liam talking to? I'm talking to a tree.
His voice is still there in some parts because they couldn't change the audio that much, but they did physically take him out of the movie, which is funny.
That's just weird.
Yeah.
I don't think Jar Jar was the worst part of the prequels. I think there are far worse parts, like the
Yeah,
writing.
George Lucas was the worst part of the prequels. He had no control. And you see all those sycophants in the making of documentaries just gathering. Oh, what does he think? What does he think? How's this? You even see John Knoll, the goddamn creator of Photoshop, sitting there getting his approval on stuff, which John Knoll has more talent in his pinky than George Lucas does. So.
Yes, but if it wasn't for George Lucas,
but
we'd have none of this.
Or Steve.
It's true, but if you saw the original Star Wars before a lot of people got involved, it would have been shit.
Oh.
He needed a lot of help. He needed Lawrence Kasdan, needed lots of other people to help him out.
But also he used to be very open about not wanting to be a director, and that's the great thing about Indiana Jones is he's just you could call him a bit of co-director in that for that film, but he's more somebody who gives ideas, but you have somebody else who actually runs the show and does a better job. And somebody who can also get performances out of actors.
Well, to give him credit, I mean, THX 1138 is good, and so is American Graffiti.
American Graffiti is amazing.
Yeah, so I mean, he does have talent, and when Star Wars was fixed, it was very good. But then he turned into a megalomaniac and started making really dumb decisions about stuff.
Well, I mean, again, Star Wars was fixed in the edit, mainly because Brian De Palma thought it was the worst movie ever when he saw the original cut.
Yeah, the original cut
is that the one with the Spitfires?
No, but they let's say the pacing improved massively, and they changed scenes around, and some stuff at the beginning that was just a bit too slow. They moved around. They basically recut it to what it is now, where the first half hour is just amazingly paced and you're into it. Whereas apparently originally the first half hour was not going to get you into it. And then it's a bit hard to commit to a big fantasy tale if you're not into it quickly.
So if you listen to the radio dramas, I think they kind of indulged that, like you say, that first sort of half hour when they go to Tashi Station and they and you get his friend. What's his friend's name?
Biggs.
No, the one that. The one he talks about, and then he eventually kind of runs into when they do the Death Star attack. Is it Biggs? Is it Biggs? I don't
remember.
Yeah. Anyway, yeah.
With the Tash.
But there's those deleted scenes that you see with him and his.
Yeah, those ones, but they cut out because De Palma really wasn't keen.
Exactly, yeah. 'Cause you think if they were cut in, you think, oh god, this is a bit. You don't really need this, but like you say, the fact that the first 5 minutes, even you're right in there and. It works, but
I should get Tarantino to do one.
Oh God, yeah.
They were going to try and make it do Star Trek, I think, at one point.
Really?
Yeah, Tarantino was talking about Star Trek because he was bagging on the recent ones, but
Get Samuel L. Jackson as the captain. Shoot the motherfucking faces,
It would be interesting to see what Tarantino would do with sci-fi, because that's he's done thriller, crime thriller, he's done westerns, he's done.
But would he do a homage or would he do his own thing?
Well, exactly.
Because
and most of the stuff he does is a hybrid, right? He's not that original, so. But it's fine because he makes some good stuff. So
he makes some great stuff. I mean, Jackie Brown is like one of the best films ever.
Or is it saying not original? I mean, Kill Bill is entirely original in being a homage to all these different things at the same time.
Well, that's the thing, right?
It's
all the A Better Tomorrow stuff he used for Reservoir Dogs and all the just endless. He's a good synthesist for cinema.
He does what any good artist does, and he borrows heavily from everyone else.
Good artist borrows, great artist steals.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's his thing.
Yeah, I don't think he's ever done anything that I've not liked, quite frankly.
I mean, True Romance wasn't the greatest script, but
had its moments.
it definitely had its moments.
But when you're talking about Tarantino movies rather than Tarantino collabs and stuff, it's
rather than Tarantino writes.
Yeah, but even I don't know.
My friend actually used to live down the street where the video store was that he worked at. Used to rent videos from him.
Yeah.
But I mean, in kind of the amount of scripts he's had his fingers in, unpaid and uncredited in the 90s, must also be crazy.
What I love about him most is that he makes films because he loves film. That's he's out and out a film fan, and he will always make a film for the love of making films, for the love of people watching those films. Rather than just knock out something with loads of special effects, and his dialogue writing is almost unsurpassed. I mean, some of the dialogue he's written.
Although some of the dialogue in Kill Bill is god awful between the ladies and stuff. It's pretty bad.
I think you take it for what it is.
I mean, George Lucas's dialogue is far worse.
Well, that's again.
What was
he's
overextended Harrison Ford
himself.
Said? You might be able to write the ship, but you sure as hell can't speak it or something to that effect, wouldn't it? No, I think Tarantino's dialogue, is just when you watch it and listen to what the people are saying, it's just you could just listen to it without, and you could close your eyes and listen to it and still get the whole feel of what he's trying to get over in there.
The best Harrison Ford bit is the Star Wars Holiday Special. He clearly does not want to be there.
Yeah.
And he's completely phoning it in.
Don't think anybody wanted to be there.
Nobody wanted to be there, but does the Wookiee
Has Harrison
family
Ford
things,
ever wanted to be somewhere? I mean, or is he doing every job against his will with a gun to his chest? Like,
I think he enjoyed Blade Runner. He just didn't like the voiceover. That's why he ruined it.
No. I mean, Blade Runner. He didn't understand it at all, but he just went on with it. And
he always said he wouldn't do another Indiana Jones, and yet a few weeks ago he comes out on stage at
another
Disney thing, and he's like really emotional, and that he's that this is getting made and that he's doing it. I don't know whether that's because he realizes how much money he's now got in the bank.
Well, I think they wanted to pass the torch to Shia LaBeouf, but he fucked that up. So
quite. But
Kingdom
of the Crystal Skull.
Yeah, it does have its moments.
But it's not.
The moments that don't have CGI in it are actually quite nice.
Yeah, you're going to take if this fifth film it has to be as good as.
So
Last
when is
Crusade.
it set? 70s or?
It must be because I don't know. Yeah.
Because I mean,
the thing is though, Harrison Ford could probably be passed for 10 years younger, so who knows? But it'd be interesting to see.
Crystal Skull. I like the parts where it's clearly 50s sci-fi B movie. But that's where it's really fun. But the problem is it looks too good in some ways to pass as that.
Very true. Very true. No, I say it wasn't awful, but
I think if it would look shittier and not CGI shitty, but more like paper mache shitty, then it would be better as a film.
Yeah. No, it's Raiders of the Lost Ark is great. Temple of Doom is okay. Last Crusade is just an incredible movie, beginning to end. It's the best.
Anytime it's him and Sean Connery together, it's just Junior, like the first introduction of them together.
Perfect. It almost was like the perfect thing, and that's why I thought, oh god, they're going to do this fourth one, and you've got to at least match the last, and it didn't. But on the other hand, it wasn't terribly awful. So I'm hoping this fifth one is a good one for him to end on, and the fact that Phoebe Waller-Bridge is involved, that should be a good sign.
He chose poorly.
Yeah. It's actually a good video game too. Those LucasArts Indiana Jones games.
Yeah, that's very true.
To be fair, the early 2000s ones before Crystal Skull, that PS2 one, that's an amazing game. Yeah, I've got a lot of LucasArts adventures.
Let's try that.
Hello, Jim.
Yes, hello, Jim.
Good evening.
Have you had an upgrade?
Yeah, haircut.
Oh no,
Can't tell.
Actually, that reminds me. I need to get mine done before next week. Otherwise, I'm going to look a raggedy mess.
Yeah, well, that's
Like the rest of
I went to see my personal stylist, come manager, come tour manager, come media advisor, come
Girlfriend.
legal advisor, come Zoe. Yeah.
basically.
I've only ever let my wife cut my hair once, and that was during lockdown when I just got a pair of clippers and I just said, just shave the fucking off. So then we did. And that
Well,
was
you should have seen me in lockdown. I had like webcam and stuff set up so I could see the back and do it myself.
Oh dear. No, I just couldn't be bothered. Yes. Are you coming to Synthfest?
I am indeed, of course.
Good.
Got my ticket ages ago.
Lovely job.
Quite a few going, isn't there?
Well, yeah, that's the whole
Yeah.
point.
What's going to be weird is like so many people who we now know went last time who we just didn't know.
We did know. Yeah.
It's like, really funny.
Did Matt get his result at all from his test?
Negative.
Good. For three reasons. A, I want to see Matt. B, he's bringing Paulie up and I want to see Paulie. And C, he's got my DX7.
Several reasons.
You sure it's not the right order? Is that that?
No, that is absolutely the right order. Absolutely. No, I can wait for the DX7. That's not.
Wasn't going to say anything.
No.
Very good.
Even I wasn't going to say anything. Wow. Oh, hello.
Hello, what?
Hello.
My keyboard. Oh.
My keyboard O.
My keyboard O. Yeah,
What, the O on your keyboard.
yeah, the lights have died.
Oh.
I'm having all sorts of weird USB problems.
That's why you shouldn't be using USB, kids.
I haven't got a lot of choice with some of these.
PS2.
Oh, shit.
Wait.
It's the format of the future. PS2 on a 5-pin DIN. What else could you ever want?
Bus mouse. Gotta have it all bus mouse.
This is
Or there's mouse on serial. That's what you always wanted.
this is what I've got on my.
Had that on the L Max.
So I've got a USB alpha keyboard.
Had a
that goes
DB9
into
connector.
PS2, and that goes into my Akai.
But that requires your mouse and keyboard to be obviously PS2 compatible.
It does. And it is. And I've just done that wrong. There we go.
What's more hilarious when you then have it on adapter to a 5-pin DIN, and when you plug something modern into something that still has a 5-pin DIN socket on it.
The only problem is it makes it stick out. Like,
Yeah.
it's really awkward. But hey,
I mean, clearly you would want like a mini DIN extension with a right angle connector.
yes, yeah.
Those Roland samplers, they have the special Roland mouse, but there's a special adapter. You can adapt a PS2 mouse to that.
Somebody let Ollie in. Oh, look, here we go. There he is. Hello.
How are you doing?
Sorry, I've just been watching Bloodlands, so I've been trying my best Northern Irish accent. How are you?
Oh dear.
Oh my, you fooled me for a second.
Wow. It's so realistic.
How you doing?
How are you doing?
See, he says it's so much better.
I'm looking for somebody to. Do you know anyone who really likes Yamaha stuff?
No.
I was talking to you, Robbie, about these magazines.
Oh,
but
yes, you were. Yeah,
I found these old brochures as well. Commercial brochures.
Oh, look at them.
Now I am going to archive them and send them to the MSX
you.
crowd, PDF stuff.
Nice.
But the originals I don't need myself. So if you want them,
Do I? I love that sort of shit. Yeah, I'll
Okay.
I'll ping you my email. My email, not my email. My postal address.
I think I still have it somewhere.
Oh yeah, of course you have. Yeah.
Robbie, just make sure to cover them up properly, waterproof.
I
have
love that stuff.
I have some as well, but it's in French, unfortunately, or fortunately for me, but
not for you. Yeah.
It still has all the kind of, I don't know, if you want them. Otherwise, I'll probably find somebody else to send them to.
Well, actually, it was funny because this evening we were discussing about going to France next year.
Bonjour.
We're going. Well, we're looking at some place in Brittany.
Yeah.
On the coast, on the south coast of Brittany.
Okay.
But yeah, just trying to figure out what we're going to do for a holiday next year because obviously we don't know what's going to be happening in the world.
Yeah.
Even today.
I'm actually from the north coast of Brittany, Saint-Malo.
Oh right, yeah.
Yeah, but my father has now moved to the south coast, which is very nice.
Yeah, I mean, it looks nice. It was like it's like a campsite, but it has chalets rather than taking a tent. Trinité-sur-Mer.
Yeah.
Yeah. Looks very nice.
Yeah, that's not far from where they are, actually.
And the price for a week at the end of the school holidays was rather nice as well. So
it's near a place called Carnac, which it's a giant field full of dolmens and standing stones, and
cool.
Pretty cool place, actually.
Yeah, because we probably drive down there as well. So yes, it says visit the lovely old port of Carnac nearby.
There you go.
Absolutely. Well, yeah. No, because so my dad died in 2019, and he was cremated, and he didn't leave anything. He had no will. He didn't leave any requests for what he wanted doing. So we had him cremated, and we said we'd sprinkle some of his ashes back home in Italy. So we did. We divided. This sounds weird, doesn't it? We divided his ashes up. So we sprinkled a little here in England, and my stepmom's keeping in a little jar, and then this last lot we were going to go to Italy in 2020, but of course that didn't happen because COVID. So we're still trying to figure it all out, and we're now looking at next year.
Now his ghost is wandering the earth, wanting to
like,
be reunited.
I just want to go back home.
I want to be in one place.
Yeah. So, but no, it's trying to get, because he was married twice, and so therefore he's got 4 surviving children and a stepmother and partners, and we all want to go together and do that. Oh my God, trying to organise it is just, and. Not every, some of my siblings are like, like my brother is a full-time, he works at Wetherspoons, but in the kitchens or something. So he's not on the greatest of wages, and so we're trying to, do it in an economical and unified fashion, and it's just proving to be a bit of a nightmare. So rather than take the whole family over there, I might just go on my own, and then we'll have a family holiday somewhere else. And we were looking for something affordable, and this place in France came up, so looks quite nice.
Brittany is cheap and cheerful, and in summer you're somewhat guaranteed nice weather anyway.
Oh, that's good. Yeah, we took the kids. Where did we go? It was on the north coast. Can't remember the name of the place now.
In Normandy, or?
Yeah, it was Normandy. Because we were able to go and visit some of the World War II sites, and Mont Saint Michel. We went there for the day, so that wasn't too far away. So
I'm from not far off there. Actually, I'm from Saint-Malo.
Did we go there? We might have gone there.
Which is about, let's say, about 30 kilometers. Yeah. Then further down the coast.
Yeah, no, it was lovely. It was absolutely lovely. It's the first time I've actually sort of done a holiday in France. I'm either always driving through or flying over.
Mont Saint Michel is stunning. It really is.
Oh, it's incredible,
spectacular,
incredible. I didn't get to go into the actual cathedral itself. It was just because it was so busy. But yeah, what a place!
You can see the Harry Potter influence.
I was just about to say. It was just like, I felt like I was on the set of Harry Potter.
Yeah.
All these little white, it's just amazing. But there are lots of St. Michael Mounts or Mont Saint Michels. Because you've got St. Michael, There's one
in Cornwall.
Yeah, there's one in Cornwall, isn't there?
Isn't there one on the Channel Islands? Is it, or maybe I don't know. But I've seen at least 2 or 3. What is it about St Michael and his mounts?
His mounting.
Did he have a thing about having
for mounts?
For mounts just off the coast on a causeway that could only open up twice a day or something? Yeah, because that was the other thing when we went to Mont Saint Michel. Is we walked it, we parked the car and then walked, and then we got a bus for part of the way, I think it was. The kids didn't like that, but no, it was fantastic. And for me, to be able to go to some of we went to where they've got a big museum, the World War II museum on the coast. I can't remember the name of the place now, but I was looking on the map for all these old gun placements where there is no touristy kind of attraction. There's no museum. It's just these old gun placements that you can walk through and around. And that to me was more powerful, I think, than, when you go. I mean, so yeah, these museums are great, but yeah.
Oh, you mean the big blockhouse kind of
those
buildings?
big, those coastal gun placements where some of the guns are still there. Huge things that would fire across the channel. Yeah. Yes, amazing place. No, very nice place.
Yeah, I don't know Normandy that well. I've never really been there much. It's supposed to be very quaint and nice.
Yeah, no, what we saw was lovely. But no, I think it's either that or Wales. I've got a friend in Wales who's got a lovely Airbnb that said we could have it for mates rates. But I think the wife has kind of set her heart on somewhere that's a little warmer than North Wales and Harlech. So,
camping in France is not really camping either. It's glamping more like.
Oh, I don't do. We did camping with the kids once, and never again. Although they have grown up substantially since then.
But you got running water, electricity, Wi-Fi.
Well, we had to make sure, because obviously I use this CPAP machine. So when we went camping, we had to make sure I had a pitch with a PowerPoint on it, and that was bad enough. But it was on the Isle of Sheppey, which I don't know if anybody's been to Sheppey, but it's a pretty crappy little place. And we're on this campsite, and it's on a slope.
How to offend the Isle of Sheppey?
Well,
yeah, exactly.
Really, honestly, I don't care. Honestly, I really don't care.
Other camping locations are available, kids.
Where is it? Where is it? Even the name is.
Isle of Sheppey is like an islet at the end of the Thames.
Yeah, it's just off the Kent coast.
It's like just opposite Southend-on-Sea.
Yeah, there's a bridge that goes over. It's like the bridge of no return.
Jesus, Craggy Island.
Yeah, you have to pay to get in, but you don't have to pay to get out, sort of thing. No. But we were on the slope, and my wife and my daughter were on one half of the tent, and me and my son were on the other half. My son was about 3, and we'd pitched the tent, and we hadn't really thought about restless children. I woke up at 4 o'clock in the morning. My son had rolled all the way down to the bottom of this thing in his sleeping bag, and he was just happily asleep, wrapped up in the bottom of his sleeping bag. But no, it wasn't great. I like my creature comforts too much. That killed the conversation.
I camped. I think I camped twice in Ireland, and both times were just a wet disaster.
I don't mind. Sorry, go on.
No, and that was in summer. It's just not. It's not the place for it. But France, you go in summer, you're just guaranteed dry weather. You'd be very, very unlucky to have any sort of a wet weather or rain in July, August, or even June. We usually go in June, and we camp not in Brittany. We go to further south to a place called Royan, which is pretty much the same as the beginning of that long French beach way down south. And so it's going to be dry. And now it looks like it can work from home. Well, not just from home, but from abroad for a month. every year. So it's September. We're going to go now over to Saint-Malo again, starting next year. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm debating whether when I do this trip to Italy, it'll only be for like 4 or 5 days, but I love to drive over there. I hate flying. I love flying, but I hate flying such a short distance. I like to go and see the scenery and stuff.
Would you then drive over to France from there afterwards?
Yeah, what I normally do is, well, I don't know, it all depends, but I normally, when we go to Italy, we stop off in France somewhere like Rheims, I think was the last place we stopped, or Besançon is another place. It's a good pit stop, or Dijon. It's on that kind of route down to the north of Italy. But France I could do in a day. Italy it takes. I could probably do Italy in a day, but it'd be a very, very, very long day.
Yeah.
So, if I drive, I might have to stop over, and that just adds to the expense. But if I'm on my own, I don't know.
Crashing the car.
Yeah. I really want to,
where in Italy is it? More northwest or east?
Northwest in the Alps. Yeah, it's Turin, outside of Turin. But,
Were you born there then?
I wasn't. No, I was almost, but because my mum went over there when she was pregnant with me in 1970, but I came along about a month or two later, so I was born over here. So I need to get my Italian passport sorted.
Yes, I would if I were you.
Yeah.
Give me any other nationality, actually.
Jim, we've got your fan club in, haven't we? Jim, I see your fan club's in.
Yeah.
Everybody's saying you're in.
She is.
Fucking hellfire.
My number one and only fan. No.
Yeah.
You're on a joke, aren't you?
What?
What's up with Kent?
His camera has decided to hate him again.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The camera hates you.
Yeah.
Good.
So
God,
Ken, go on.
This is big as an 88 note.
What is? We can't see.
Hello, camera. Hello, camera. Hello.
Can you just turn it with your hand?
Hello, computer.
Yeah, there we go.
Yep, it's as big as an 88 note.
What is?
Yeah, I was wondering.
The 61 Rolly Grand is as big as a 88 note keyboard.
Whoa.
Shit.
What?
Where am I? Yeah.
Wow.
Well, there you go, you see. Get rid of the other.
Does that mean the keys are massively wide?
It must be massively wide.
Yeah.
But what's the point? I thought the point of a Rolly is that it's easy to play.
No,
from
it was never
keyboard
easy
background.
to play.
No, but
it was never easy to play.
But it was like their selling point compared to a Haken was. But this is a piano layout rather than a linear layout.
I mean, to be fair, if you're a new violin player, it's not easy to play either. You have to learn all the nuances.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Can't be.
What are you saying? Playing violin is easy because convincing other people to take off the earplugs, that's hard.
How wide is it?
Exactly.
Yeah, I learned violin first. I was
51
terrible.
inches.
What's that in real measurements?
In old money.
Thank you.
Times 25.4.
God. Well done, Robert.
Yeah, 130 centimetres. 130 centimetres.
Not well. My case.
That's like only an octave more than the Andromeda.
How many times do I have to jump on to stop you talking shit?
Mate, you don't.
No. You only come back because I come back.
Hats off to you, Robbie. Do you know
Absolute
what? I
power
deserve
corrupt,
that
absolutely.
because I deserve that because when you watch this back, you'll hear me insulting you anyway before you appeared back. So I deserve that. Ken.
Oh,
Ken.
this manual says a different size.
Ken.
What?
Ken.
What?
There were 3 models.
Yeah.
There was the full size 88. There was the
Yeah.
61 key, and I think there was a 49 key.
Yeah.
You
There was a
reading the
49
spec.
key.
You're
There was a
reading the
49 key.
spec for the 88 key.
No,
The 61 note key is exactly the same as 61 notes, but there's
Right.
no there's no extension for mod wheel because obviously it's not.
Well, the manual I looked at said the Seaboard Grand Stage 61, and it had it down at 52 inches.
I'm not going to.
I've just downloaded another manual, and it says Seaboard Grand Stage 61, 36.9.
Yeah,
that sounds more reasonable.
Yeah,
it's exactly the same size as a normal 61 note with no mod wheel.
So there's a manual on the net with the wrong information in it. Yay!
It is Rolly after all.
Yeah. Can I go now? I literally have literally just...
See ya.
So this is how we summon you, is it?
I'm working.
Did you know?
I'm sorry.
The Korg 700S is a 4-note poly. Until I be going.
Save it for later.
No!
Save it for later.
You're straying into Robert's territory here, though.
Yeah.
It was only the fact that I was expecting Robert to jump straight in with "you're talking shit."
No, I got out of a measuring tape and was like, seriously? Why is this an octave more than the Andromeda?
No.
Yeah. See, that's more feckin' like it.
It's just a standard 61 note size, but with no much end sheet.
Yeah, because
you have to sell something, Ken, when you get it. You have to sell something else.
You could play it then with bloody boxing gloves if it was that fucking wide.
No. But thanks for the warm welcome, everybody.
Hey, Ty.
Really appreciated.
How's Saturday looking?
Say again?
How's this Saturday looking?
Joking aside, and I said this to Kevin the other day, it all completely... Look, the job that I'm doing, I don't know what the fuck's happening from one day to the next. It depends whether they change the dates and whether I can afford to. Because obviously, for me, it's a full, at least a full day out, and it's whether I can afford to get a full day out. And honestly,
what do you mean if?
What do you mean if?
Yeah. What do you mean if?
Oh, do you mean when they change it? Okay.
Yeah.
When they change
it.
When they change it, it depends what date it's moved to and whatever. But if I can get a full day out, I will absolutely. We will both come up. But if not, then I can't. But I can't honestly until that call will be made on Thursday or Friday. It can't be made before then because I won't know anything.
Yeah.
So,
it'd be really nice to trade insults in person. Definitely.
It would.
Oh, do you know it'd be really nice for you all to turn around in unison and tell me to fuck off? That would be awesome.
That can be arranged.
Can I just point out
Barbershop quartet?
Robbie's sitting there going, I can't organise the curry, I can't organise what I'm doing after, and all of a sudden it's like, do you know what? If it involves getting together to tell that cunt to fuck off, we can manage that one. Yeah.
I want to video it, mate. I'll show you. It's got to go on my channel.
I just need to know if I need to pack the fuck off Thai t-shirt or not.
Do you know what? I would just on the off chance.
I'll just wear it.
Do you know what? What would be even funnier? You should wear that anyway. You should wear that anyway.
Why didn't it turn up? Because I told you to fuck off.
But no, if I can make it, joking aside, I will absolutely do my best to be there.
Good man.
Good.
So, yeah. But
so
anyway,
I have to ask Kent, what did you actually fix of Paul Whiffin's?
It's the unit they're going to be using at Synthfest. It's got a stupid name. I can never remember it. But basically, it's a Synthex in a desktop case.
Okay.
It's got a weird name.
What? It's Access.
Please tell me you sabotaged
it. Did you put a shrimp tail in it? Yeah. With a power supply?
Well, they had the power supply running at 4 volts, so I turned it up to 12, and that fixed a lot of it. Basically, yeah, I got it all working. The power switch had failed. What? Weird is that?
So, I have got to go. And I have got to go. I will come back later, but mainly because, after Robbie's just whispering, I've got a huge erection, and so I have no choice. I'm only
go
human.
And nurse it. Go and nurse
I'm
it.
only human. We know what it's like.
You know what pegging is, don't you?
You're only human.
Of course, yeah.
So the
can I just say?
then.
Can I just say? I sat here pissing myself before Andrew. Yeah. But then I thought I was talking about pissing myself, thinking, no, I'm not gonna start him on that route. So, but yeah, of course I know what all this crap is.
No, but it's funny when you said you guys all this heterosexual stuff, and I go,
it's not
honestly, it's not that exclusive at all.
It's not. But there we go.
Sheltered life.
Yeah, I consulted as well, and she agreed. Yeah. Anyway, I'm going to disappear, and I may hopefully put my head back in later when I've hopefully finished this piece.
Okay.
Okey-dokey.
So another 10 minutes.
Yeah, and also the fact that, talking of which, by the way, can I just also point out that although I promised I was going to do it last time and didn't, no one is fucking picking Robert up on his past porn life. And I keep saying I'm going to do it and then forget to do it. So when I come back on, get yourself ready, Rob.
Actually, no, let's do it now because I won't be.
I can't! I've got to go! Don't you dare do it without me on here! Don't you dare! Wait for me!
Hey, I've got to go in.
Fuck you! Wait for me! I can't. I've got to.
Go.
Go. Yeah.
Go on, bugger off.
Bye!
Okay, Ty.
God, he's so fucking shy and reserved, isn't he?
Yeah. So, Robert, what's all this about your porn past life?
Nice.
Ty has a severe case of FOMO.
FOMO?
Fear of missing out.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, all I'm going to say, I'm surprised Bagu hasn't found it out yet, considering he's normally the stalker out of everybody.
Was that version 4?
Yeah. Sorry, what?
Was that version 4?
No, it's not.
No, I'm on version 3. Says there.
Version 4 of what?
Who is
Go
it
on,
then?
Guess that synth.
Well, I know what it's supposed to be sounding like.
It's a margonate. I mean, it's supposed to sound like a Guitar 1 or Guitar 2.
Or both.
I'm crap at finding what synths are out on Ramsey, so I've got no chance here.
It's not bad. It's not bad at all.
FS1R?
Oh, is it your what's the thing?
The thing.
The thing. It's Peggy. Peggy synth.
Kodomo, whatever it's called.
Essence FM.
Oh, Kodomo. No, it's not that. No, it's not that. But you're on the right lines. It's definitely FM.
Is it a?
You're supposed to make a face, Robert, and wink at the camera when you do that.
Did somebody already say FS1R? I missed it.
Yeah, it's not that.
It's not bad at all.
TG55?
That sounds rubbish, Kent. I'd take that back.
That's a terrible FM synth.
Yeah, it doesn't sound anything like it, does it? Bloody fake thing.
No doorbells in that one.
What reverb have you got on that, Kent, by the way?
Ram.
Sounds
No,
nice.
is it 8 times DX?
That's what it is.
That's good.
It's not bad, is it? Oh, here we go, making sweet music together again.
Gotta get copy claim again. This is when there was all the wine commercials out here.
You see, the experts in the room, they know what they're talking about. Look.
Yeah, look at that.
We all love Opera Sauvage.
That was
particularly when Ty isn't around.
Yeah. Yeah, and suddenly finds that you sort of like subliminally put it into the track he's doing for this guy, and they'll send it back going, no, we can't use this.
Yes, it's already been used for another film.
Yeah.
Well, that's something I've never asked Ty if he actually seen the film Opera Sauvage. I mean, probably hasn't. I mean, most people haven't.
Yeah.
I'm trying to worship the phone.
Well, you don't need to listen, Ty.
What key are you in?
Yeah.
C major, right? We want to know what the key tie is in, so we're of course a tritone apart.
Yeah.
Or I can just go back to the free jazz.
We'll have to. We'll have to be quiet. Because he's probably doing his Jewish harp section.
Can we just tune everything a quarter tone apart?
Yeah, with somebody whistling in the background.
It's a weird doorbell.
We're going to have to change the tune on our doorbell as well. It's like a Russian national anthem or something.
Oh, it is, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah. We've got to change it.
Ukrainian.
Have you got a dog? Dog barking doorbell.
Yes, we do. We do. They just walk onto the driveway, mate. Yeah, that's all they got to do.
You really don't need a doorbell, Kent. Of any description.
It was like that joke. Two dogs sitting on a settee. One says to the other, "Oh, I'm bored. Cheer me up. Tell me a joke." And it goes, "All right, in. Knock, knock. Ruff, 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 ruff."
I'm laughing at this way too much.
Oh, man.
Well, let's Dawson in.
It's going to make the algorithm. It's going to make the algorithm melt, isn't it? What the fuck is this?
Proclaim everything.
Yeah.
What you're saying? Time of love is contemplating of minor seconds.
Let me grab a banjo.
no, Ollie, no.
Oh, if only I had an accordion I could grab. I'm no longer working there.
Oh, I've got one up here.
Oh God!
You actually have one.
Dueling
accordions. Yeah.
I've got two accordions.
Oh my word!
I've got to go and do some work.
If Ollie gets the banjo, I'm definitely getting the accordion.
Yeah, I do actually have some work to do, so I need to go. I might be back just to hear the story, if it happens.
What story?
If it happens.
The truth about Robert.
I'm going to go as well, folks. Thank you very much.
All right.
All right, buddy.
See you
later.
Cheers,
The only thing I'm going to say,
Cheers,
the truth is out on the web, if you want to look.
No,
I'm
we
not sure
don't.
I do, Robert. Thanks.
No, we don't.
I really don't think I do.
No.
Cool. See you later.
Yeah. Manny says banjo and accordion with bad internet timing. Exactly, it'd be perfect.
Well, it might make it more bearable.
Throw a little melodica in there.
I've got one of them now. Somewhere. I've got a couple of them.
You could really fuck this up and put some dominus on it as well. Whoa, what a smell. What's that? Oh, hello. I didn't even know you were on there.
Oh, should be.
What a symbol on it. What a great idea. Where's the symbol?
It's quite a nice bit of synth, that. Dear scripted articulations. It's cheating.
Now it's Once Upon a Time in America.
Yeah. Oh. He's playing it with his dick now.
That's in the famous video he was talking about.
Yeah, it's like.
Yeah.
I can't get no sustain with this.
Actually, in all seriousness, Howard Stern did have a guy play with his dick on the air once with a keyboard. So.
Really?
Yeah, I got him an FCC violation. Even though he can't see anything, it's just the talk about it.
Yeah.
Really?
Yes.
Oh. No offense, Andy, but
it's
mate,
great to live in a free
America's
country.
so uptight, isn't it?
It's a free country, you know.
Yeah. Yeah, like really.
Well, to be fair, look who founded this country. The goddamn pilgrims from, that escaped from you guys.
Yeah.
And the religious folks always want to take over.
Yeah, well.
Meanwhile, they all have skeletons in their closet that are nasty, but don't bother that.
Yeah, well, technically, all the religious nutcases that were kicked out of Europe went to America.
Well, the ones who, many stayed behind in Switzerland. If you go up the valleys, you get some very, very weird people and free churches and interesting sects. But yes,
interesting sex. Wow.
It's like somebody put a post up on Facebook, and it was a picture of Florida, and then some praying hands sort of embossed over the top of it, saying Jesus protect Florida from hurricane whatever it was.
Yes.
And I couldn't resist it, and I just put as a little comment. I think, who do you think fucking sent it?
Yeah.
But did
Think
you see
people.
I think it was on Jimmy Kimmel the other night. They showed these pictures of people out in Florida with their MAGA flags out in the hurricane with shirtless. What? Insane.
There was a guy. There was a guy on. I think it was on the news today, and he said, "Oh yeah, we've lost all our electric, and I've no AC, and I can't cook." And his first priority was obviously he'd lost his AC. That was his main priority.
I remember actually saying to Richard Hilton once about. I said, God, the one thing I don't get about Americans is they must be constantly, going around lost. And he goes, why? I said, well, they have to keep putting flags outside their houses so remember which fucking country they're living in.
Hold on, don't lump all of us in that.
No. Not going to. I know there's some that are slightly more patriotic than others.
Have you ever seen that Henning Vane clip from one of his things where he's talking about people have St. George's flags outside their houses? And he says, it's wrong that you naturally assume that these people are going to be, nutters. And he said, actually, it's great because that inside every house that's got St. George's flag on the outside, there must be a 70-inch plasma TV in the middle that you can nick.
Because America's got appears to have this real problem with porch pirates.
What's them?
But there's some great YouTube videos with guys fighting it.
When Amazon guys leave parcels on the step.
Right.
Yeah. And
there's a guy setting up fake booby traps now for people and getting video of it. It's really funny.
Yeah, but the great stink bombs, 4.0 or whatever, working well at now.
Cleo!
Oh,
Cleo! Oh, look at her.
She's not giving us a prowl.
I know, she's pretty content right now. She just wanted me to jump on. She wanted me to jump on and defend America.
What, from me?
Well, to be fair, some of the stuff isn't defendable, but
Yeah, I'll leave it up to you. I'm not going to help you.
Yeah, don't worry, we've got our own set of lunatics here.
Oh, yeah.
Most of them in number 10 Downing Street.
Yeah, most of them running the place.
I thought they're busy having a Tory conference.
Most of them haven't turned up.
Haven't they?
No, there's a whole bunch of actual sitting MPs that are not even bothering to attend. Oh, I've got something else, or something else, but because they don't want to be associated with the current administration.
Wow,
who does? Yeah.
I know there's a petition to have a general election. I don't know how far that'll go.
I do wonder what might happen once Parliament goes back.
Yeah,
which has got to be in a few weeks' time. Whether because the thing is, can Keir Starmer, who let's just say he's not the most enigmatic,
nope,
dog shit rolling glitter,
but
yeah,
at the moment he's our best chance.
Really?
Getting rid of the Tories. Yes,
he is. Sadly,
absolutely is.
Yeah.
And
okay,
can we just have a potato as leader of the Labour Party?
Mr. Potato, yeah.
Or a plate of fish and chips.
If it's
has a bit more charisma.
Only one realistic way of getting rid of the Tories, unfortunately. That's until we change the system, which the Labour
but
Party
Labour isn't interested.
Well, no, I'll tell you what. It's November the 5th soon.
True.
Remember.
Yeah.
Oh, time to watch V for Vendetta again, and be even more depressed. Every time I watch it, I get more depressed by that film.
But no, it's. I think. Do you know who Attila the stockbroker is? You must know him.
Yeah.
So he's very left wing, and he made a brilliant argument for why, like he said, I understand why people don't like Keir Starmer. I understand, I get it, but he's the best chance right now that we have got, and this is why. And he laid it out. I'm not even going to try and paraphrase him, but go and check it. Look for Attila the stockbroker on Facebook, and he's a brilliant poet and a great musician as well. And he came to our high school when I was about 14 years old, and that was it. It was just like, he spoke to me.
Yeah.
Massively. But yes, he is the best. And he's got to figure out, do they stand a chance of passing a motion of no confidence in the government with an overwhelming Tory majority?
Yeah, no.
Are enough Tories willing to say, do you know what? Yes, let's get out, let's cash out, now before it gets really bad.
I think the writing's on the wall. They know they're not going to win the next one now.
Yes, but they'll stay in power long enough to do whatever they want to do.
Yes, but how hard will Keir Starmer push? Because does he want to inherit this fuckfest?
Well, he's got to.
But also. Yeah. But I mean, the thing is, the Tories don't want to be in charge in 8 years' time, and they have to deal with all the deficits from COVID. Exactly. So really, in 8 years' time, they don't want to be in government. So they somewhat need to live it out as long as possible to then be able to jump back in at that time.
No, it's the only way that we're going to get a general election before 2024 is a vote of no confidence. And I think the only way that's going to happen, I mean, I know that what's happened in the last week has been pretty bloody awful. I think it's going to take something much more than that to convince enough Tory MPs to turn.
It's amazing to think that actually that Richie Sunak would have been the better option.
I know.
I don't believe I'm saying that, but the reality is
Palpatine would have been a better option.
Well, yeah.
Execute Order 66.
Yeah.
Oh, somebody posted a receipt up. They look at a fast food restaurant. it said Order 66, and they said, only Star Wars fans will get this, and they just put this receipt. And that's very funny. No, it's I don't know.
Yeah, but did I show you that thing I do with Nelly?
Oh yes, you did. Yes.
Yeah.
Execute Order 66.
I go execute Order 66. She runs off to get her tennis ball.
Oh dear.
She's a smart cookie, that one.
I mean, this country is broken. I mean, I heard a horrible story today. I mean, we actually drove past this guy, and we went to the next town down to get our booster jabs, and we were coming back at about 4:30, and we saw there was a police car and another car. There's been an accident, and there was a guy laid out. And I didn't know at the time it was a guy was knocked off a motorbike or a scooter, right? And he's laid out. Apparently, I've just seen it on Facebook. It happened at 12:30, and he was there at 4:30. So he'd been waiting, and he was still there at 5:00.
Jeez.
So he waited at least 4.5 hours for an ambulance, and he's laid at the side of the road, or they sort of closed the road off at that bit.
shit.
And I hope to. He was. Other people we didn't realize other people had stopped and obviously said you were all right. The police were still there, so I mean, it's not like he was left on his own. But that's where this country is. That a guy gets knocked off a scooter on a motorbike and he's waiting at least 4 or 5 hours for an ambulance to turn up, and they can't move him because it could be spinal injury.
Yeah.
Well, Fiona signed to this website, which is just things that happen in the local area, and she just wants to keep an eye out on everything. And a lot of it was associated with the building site at the back. But anyway, apparently in New Malden, just up the road here, it was reported that a 64-year-old woman was stabbed and had her dog stolen while she was walking him.
Oh.
I mean, what?
Yeah.
What the fuck is going on? And apparently, took the police like 3 hours to turn up.
Yeah. I mean, the dog stealing thing's a big thing because now, do you ever see that video of that lad, the young lad, who was absolutely in tears while these scroats literally grabbed his dog and ran away with it, and the poor kid was crying, saying, "Don't take my dog! Don't take my dog!" It was might have been before the pandemic, but it sort of made the media, and it was just heartbreaking for these. I mean, he did. Luckily, he eventually got it back, but I mean, he was a little 7-8-year-old taking his dog for a walk.
Yeah,
and that's and obviously there are these breeds that that are worth lots of money.
Well, I mean, if I was taking Charlie out for a walk now,
yeah,
I mean, God help anybody who tries.
Yeah,
because if Charlie won't do anything.
They only tend to steal the small, valuable ones.
Yeah, this was a small dog. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that's why you want to have a Great Dane.
Yeah.
See, if you had like we have guns, you could protect your dogs.
Yeah.
It's all right to have a gun if nobody else does.
Exactly.
See, after that, it all falls apart.
Yeah.
It's like nukes.
Yeah, exactly. It's good if you got nukes if nobody else does. Yeah, but no, I'd fuck them up. Well, to say that I keep a 7-iron golf club at the front door wouldn't be an understatement, would it?
I have a baseball bat actually. Not by
I wanted to get one of those aluminium ones because you can drag it on the floor behind you. It scares the shit out of them.
I have a baseball bat and a baseball, but it's close
for
enough.
Credibility.
Yeah, and actually, when the riots were going on,
pocket knife length, can you have a long blade or do you have short blade limits?
Yeah, we have a blade limit. It's called no blades.
No blades, really?
No blades.
No blades.
But then we had a
however, a multi-tool is allowed.
A kid killed in Huddersfield. Was it last week? 10 days ago.
Yeah,
two 16-year-olds have been arrested on murder. Coming out of school, kid got stabbed. And he's dead. Wow. So it happens.
Because we can have like a 3-inch or shorter blade. That's it. We can't have anything longer. Otherwise, it's a concealed weapon. So
yeah.
Well, you're not allowed to carry a knife.
No, you can't.
But people do. But you're not.
No, you can carry a multi-tool, and police is totally fine. Even the last time they strip searched me, they were like, "Oh yeah, where do you work?" Westfield.
Sorry,
totally
Robert,
fine.
Strip searching is just like we're back to that again, are we?
Yeah.
This is got video.
Yeah. Well, I tell you what, if anybody
not knowingly, and no, they don't buy cameras in the UK, or do they nowadays?
Cops, yeah. A lot of them wear body cams now.
No, I don't think that was the case like 3-4 years ago, that much. It must have been more than that, 5-6 years ago.
But we don't want to go down the route of having guns here. It's there's enough illegal guns. There's enough illegal guns as it is.
Yeah, well.
And sorry, but the argument that that people don't kill, people kill, not guns don't kill. I mean, it's just
the people here don't believe that either. They just want their guns.
Yeah, exactly. I know. Yeah. But I mean, how many kids need to be killed in schools?
But once you've got something, but once you've got them, it's difficult to give them up.
It is
because if you've lived in a community or society where owning a gun is like, owning a washing machine.
Yeah.
And people see them as an item to protect themselves. You take that away from them, they feel naked, they won't go out, and the psychological impact.
The problem
would
is
be
the Second
quite
Amendment
deadly.
here was written in the age of muskets, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not assault rifles, not shotguns and all that kind of stuff. But the real funny thing is these idiots that have the "Don't Tread on Me" flags and stuff, and carry all the extra weapons around with them, and just great penis extensions. Is they think you can't dare take our guns. It's a slippery slope. We need to protect ourselves. Like if the government wants you, they have drone strikes, they have troops, they have missiles, they have anything they want to throw at you. You think your guns are going to do anything to an invading force from the government?
Yeah.
It's just these guys are so stupid.
Yeah, but they've also got some more. They can get their hands on some really good hardware. As well.
They can, but not against what the government can send your way.
Yeah.
If you really want to take somebody out with aerial drones, missiles, various other kinds of armaments that the military has that the average citizen, even criminals, don't have. You cannot defend against that. But they think they can. Like, don't take my guns. We have to defend against the government. It's like every time a militia comes up, they get smashed.
Yeah, well,
as many just said in the chat. Oh no, Andy, now you're restoring to logic.
I know it's a dangerous thing these days.
Yeah. I mean,
there does seem to be here, at least. There does seem to be an enormous shortfall between being able to protect yourself and your loved ones, and what the police are capable of doing.
I mean, the bigger problem seems to be here is kids carrying knives, isn't it? I mean, obviously,
tell me about it. I'm in South London.
Yeah, well, exactly, and it's probably all big cities, but I mean, I've seen marauding gangs in London, a few years ago now, mind you, but and the police didn't do anything. They didn't bother turning up. 30 kids out on the street are causing mayhem. Granted, it doesn't happen that often, but it does happen.
Yeah, well, like there's certain areas you wouldn't go to most of the time.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, well, the police also.
Most of it is now is gentrified anyway.
I mean, we've got them up here. There's areas of Leeds that people don't. For decades, the police have stayed away from.
Yeah, but I mean,
I am talking about Chapeltown area and stuff like that, and Seacroft.
Police have been sort of like, socially castrated, basically.
Yeah.
When instead of being out on the streets, doing the job, they're, learning about how to speak to women correctly and, all these other
big
things.
time here. I mean, there's all this defund the police movement.
Yeah.
And all the like Republicans are like, oh, back to blue, back to blue. Oh, except in these circumstances. I'm like, I thought you guys were back in the blue,
Yeah.
Yet during the Capitol riot where we had the insurrection, some cops are killed there by Republicans. So much for blacking the blue. It's just give me a break.
Yeah, I know. Well, wow, that's depressing.
Yeah. Let's talk about pegging again, right?
Yeah. Get back to pegging.
Pegging or crotchless thongs.
Yeah. Well, it's an equal opportunities playing field, really. I don't know, mate. But when, Keir Starmer becomes your best bet.
Yeah.
How much are those elements in baseball bat?
It's a start, isn't it?
Yeah, all right, yeah, okay.
How much are the cyanide pills?
Yeah.
Because, I mean, look what happened when the Liberal Democrats had a leader that had a good degree of common sense and public appeal, old Nick Clegg. You remember that election? It was, I agree with Nick or whatever. It was there was this massive kind of swell of popularity of the third major party in this country, and all it did was split the vote. and the Tories got in regardless, supported by, of course, the Lib Dems.
Yeah.
In that coalition, but
do you think there's anything to the Keir wanting to be the next Blair?
Yes,
I think that's a problem.
That's where it's taking the party back
it
to
is.
that
Centre
left.
I described it as new Labour.
Yeah.
Well, still bloody neoliberals. We should finally die, but no.
Ron's worried.
I did sign up for the New Labour right at the beginning because I was a party member, and Tony Blair did sell us down the river and should be in prison, allegedly.
Well, neoliberalism everywhere across the world has destroyed the left.
When you look at the groundswell of those people that attended all of those Corbyn rallies that he did around, I mean, it's like, wow. Tens of thousands, if not hundreds. And then you look at what's been happening the last few days. Yesterday, with the Enough is Enough stuff. There was, in most major cities, there were rallies. Some were pretty big, some were not so much. But there is a big support on the ground for progressive, fair policies and. Which are, without question, leaning towards the left and social democracy. But when it comes to the ballot box, it's just like a lot of people just chicken out, or something happens that then paints, them in a bad light.
Part of the problem is getting, I mean, the Tories are very good at getting into the pockets of media companies, aren't they?
Yes.
In terms of, so that argument. Of they will suck up to people that own Telegraph, Mail, Mirror,
But how much is that media still relevant?
It's still very relevant, I would say.
Sadly, yeah.
Sadly.
Oh yeah.
But the thing, I mean,
what's the popular newspapers in the UK?
Even if it's subliminal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because even if you think about social media, they're all over social media.
Isn't fake social media advertising a far better resource? I mean, I think with a directed social media campaign for a few million, Labour could tear them down. But I mean, it would be very disgusting doing something like that.
But you have to fight fire with fire, I suppose. Sometimes, I guess you have to, use.
Well, I mean, if you spend a few million on a targeted social media smear, you can definitely affect any election.
You don't even need to do that. You just need to write it on the side of a fucking bus.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, that's the thing. That's a few million spent on fake social media, plus, of course, presenting it as a 50-50 debate when it really wasn't.
But that was half Jeremy Corbyn's problem, was that he would not. Well, no,
he dislikes
take the bait.
No, he dislikes the EU for many valid reasons.
Yeah.
But and in some way positive, in many ways negative. He stuck to his opinion of like the EU isn't great, but it's probably better than nothing. I mean, which is a very fair point to have. But obviously, if you're opposing something and the other party supports it, it's a bit
the one
hard
that always gets me is
state.
When they have these leader debates. Would you press the nuclear button? Of course,
God.
But the thing is, we all sit there and go, "Oh, that's a fucking stupid question," but
it's a question that doesn't actually have an answer.
No.
Because it depends on the situation.
But
if somebody else is pushing it, then
the wider public want to hear someone who says, "Yes, I would," and that's all you've got to say. Yeah. And yet,
yes, we will give 350 million to the
being,
NHS.
A hugely principled individual, didn't say that.
Yeah, he wouldn't rise to the bait.
And all of a sudden, he wants, he'd let the Russians do this or whatever. Jesus, it was.
But that's very interesting. If you read or heard some interviews with Obama, where it's like it very quickly, once you're in the position, your opinion on these things changes. Yeah, and I think any political leader would agree with that. But once you are forced to make the decisions, your opinions you might have previously, somebody in opposition or anyone else will suddenly change.
But the answer to that question, I mean, obviously, it's a very emotive and powerful question. But if you don't answer yes, I would push the button. That's it. You're done for in the eyes of a lot of the public. You wouldn't push. If you don't say yes, I would defend this nation by because it's not just it's not a case of somebody sat at a desk going, oh look, I think I'll just press this button.
Launch the nuclear weapon.
Yeah. Launch that nuclear weapon.
Has any other party leader been asked that question?
But they all get asked it.
Yeah.
Liz Truss got asked it a few weeks ago.
And what did she say?
Yes, absolutely.
I mean, I watched her interview today with
her, I believe.
Laura Kunsberg, but bloody hell! I mean, the bigger problem is you don't get a straight answer out of any politician. Certainly any government politician. No. And it would be nice once in a while to have a straight answer. Because she was doing what she always. I had to turn it off in the end because I whizzed through it because I was watching on iPlayer. I wasn't going to get up at 8:30 to watch it on a Sunday morning. Rachel Reeve did all right. I thought because she does seem to know about the economy and she would definitely do a better job than Kwasi
She is so far right.
Who? You talking about Truss? Or
Liz Truss.
Rachel Reeves. Oh yeah, right.
Yeah, Liz Truss.
Yeah.
I mean,
she's a Thatcherite. She's a Thatcherite.
She's not just sort of like she's not dumb or anything like that. She's fucking
is
evil.
Is that really her opinion, or is that just what she chooses to have?
Exactly.
Because
she's a weather vane. She's a weather vane. She'll agree with or go along with whatever will further her career and solidify.
I suppose you're right. Really.
Because 20 years ago she was a Liberal Democrat and arguing against the monarchy. And yet, a few weeks ago, she's bowing and curtsying badly, and it's just,
I thought it was funny when it was, I think CNN covering the funeral.
Oh yeah,
and the guys didn't know who she was.
Oh, it was Australian. It was the Australian.
Oh, was it Australian?
Media. Yeah, because it was on the last leg. That was brilliant. Yeah, she must be a minor royal. That's what they said. That was brilliant.
Yeah, my God, Father. She looked like a little decomposing penguin in that fucking cathedral, in that little thing.
She has this really gormless look, doesn't she, when she's smiling? Her front jaw is a little bit more pronounced than most others.
I try not to look at her.
And she's like a puppet. And when she goes to hug someone, she only hugs them with one arm. That's an odd thing. I noticed these things. Like she was doing some of that stuff with Laura Kunsberg when she was doing that sort of bending forward from the waist, which is a very kind of aggressive sort of thing. When she was struggling to answer a question, what do you mean, Laura? And she'd lean forward like.
I mean, the thing is one arm to hug people because she's holding a dagger in the other.
Yeah, if you forget what she was saying, because she was saying nothing really.
No.
But actually, she doesn't allude any sort of leadership qualities. If you see people that have got leadership qualities, I hated Thatcher, but the one thing you could say about Thatcher, she did actually have leadership qualities.
She did,
she believed.
Tony Blair was a charismatic
she believed
leader.
what she believed she was right, and I've said it before, but we knew she was wrong. But she did believe that she was doing the best for the country at the time. Which is I absolutely detested her as a politician. I'm sure she was a very nice woman. She made everybody meals since when they had meetings in number 10.
Yes.
Well, there's a difference between being a politician and being a human.
Yeah, and I think as the further up the greasy pole politicians get, the less human they become. No matter what party, to some extent, they are clearly media trained to a point where they don't answer the questions. No matter what the question is, but you're trying to get a point across. And it would be quite refreshing to have a politician that actually just said it as it was. The Harry Perkins. You must have all seen or read A Very British Coup, have you? From the If you've never read it, it's a great book by Mullins. He was a politician, I think, wasn't he? Anyway, I mean, he was a fictional Labour politician who just said it as it was.
Was like any episode of Yes, Prime Minister.
Yeah, well, yeah.
Well, no MP can say anything unless it's what the advisor wants them to say.
Yeah.
It's like all these people are saying at the moment, oh yeah, Martin Lewis, he'd make a great chancellor, and he would. He'd be absolutely brilliant. But he's too
he would
smart.
be too stupid to do that.
Exactly, he's too smart. And like all of the good people that would make great politicians, great leaders, they're too clever to get involved in that shit.
Why would you want to do it? I mean,
Exactly.
I'm sure you do it for the power. That's probably the only reason. You might go into politics for to try and make the country better, or your labor, or whatever it is. I mean, I come into contact with even the town council, who are local politicians, and then they're decent people. But why would you want to do that?
So around here, I don't know what it's like anywhere else, but certainly around here, local government, the Greens have a very prominent and successful. They have we've got a lot of Green councillors, and the local guy around here, who is our district councillor, and also our he's something else as well. But anyway, he's a lovely guy, and he's lived here all his life, and his father has lived here all his life, and he's well known in the community. And every sort of dealing I've had with him, he's been a really nice bloke. But when I actually questioned him about something at a parish council meeting, you could see this switch to politician mode.
Yeah, you do.
And I thought, hang on, Andrew, that's not what you would talk to me. You wouldn't talk to me like that in the street. You're giving me your politician's answer, and it was all about speeding cars and about how much money it would cost to put in speed reduction measures in the village, and he just
and they start using those expressions like "in the fullness of time."
Yes.
And when the time is right,
and this is
at the right juncture.
Actually, I have a couple of general questions. Do you guys have religion tied to politics there much, or is it pretty much separate?
It's separate.
It's kind of separate.
So the Tories aren't like the Republicans here, where they're like mostly religious assholes, pretty much.
No. The problem
not
is
to that level. No.
With Anglican Church, and too many Tories being Catholic, there's always this thing you can't be publicly supportive of that when you're Catholic, because obviously the monarch is Anglican, so there's always a slight problem with religion. Also, it's not enshrined in the Constitution in that regard.
The bottom line is politicians generally don't talk about religion. It's all about freedom of religion. However, in our unelected second chamber, a whole bunch of bishops will sit, and they have the unelected. So it's the House of Lords. It's kind of like, I don't know. It's not like the Senate in
so it does meddle in some way. It's not disconnected.
Yeah. So basically, any law that needs to be passed will go through the House of Commons, which is all the MPs, the elected MPs. Then it gets passed to the House of Lords for a second reading, and if they have any problems, they'll send it back to the House of Commons. They'll debate those things, and it goes back through. But all of the people in the House of Lords are not elected. They are peers. They are either they get that position through hereditary, so their father dies, they take on the role, or they get appointed as gifts by the government. So when Boris Johnson got kicked out of the Tory leadership, he was able to nominate a bunch of people to become lords in the House of Lords. Wow. So this is how they then stack it. It's a bit like when your president
stacks
the courts with people. It's that similar sort of thing, and everyone does it. Everyone does it. Don't get me wrong, but
so clearly, if you were of a leading party and would constantly resign your leader, you have more excuses to put more peers in.
Exactly, and
so you don't have the restrictions for PM like we have for president, where you have to be married, you have to be religious, you have to be whatever.
No, because I mean, Boris Johnson was living with Carrie Simmons before he married her.
Well, he was getting blowies off her in the Foreign Office, so
yeah.
Whilst he was still married to somebody else.
Whilst he was still married to someone else.
Yeah.
And nobody really knows how many children.
Once you're prime minister, you got to be a bit
not even
more.
Boris.
You have to behave once you're prime minister.
Well,
you have to be not
give the
caught.
impression that you are.
Pretend to behave.
Pretend to behave. Yeah.
So
I
really
mean, the House of Lords.
The problem
should be
is the
abolished.
system, then, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's just the system's the problem.
Oh yeah. And again, it's just, the first past the post system has to go. We need proportional representation of some form, and there's arguments for different types of proportional representation, but we need PR because I live in a county where, apart from one seat in Ipswich, everything is Tory, and it always
everything's Tory here.
Yeah, it will always be Tory. There's absolutely no point me voting Labour because I know it won't ever change a thing.
So it's like we have with gerrymandering here, where they kind of fix the districts and stuff. Or
it's not so much that, but it's just the fact that historically,
it's the grouping, isn't it?
Yeah,
you tend to you'll get like an affluent county because it's unspoilt. Like all the rich people go there, and all the mansions get built there.
Yeah,
and it's going.
And then
they're
people
going to be 9 times out of 10 they're going to be Tory.
And there's this old historical thing where you've got the landowner who employs everyone in the village, and he back in the day, I'm talking maybe 100, 200 years ago, they would tell their workers, oh, you vote for this guy. And that would be who, and it's apathy, it's laziness. People will just go, well, I'll vote for whoever the newspaper isn't taking the piss out of today. So
clearly, we should enforce democracy properly. How it should be designed. If you're not properly engaging, then you shouldn't be allowed to vote.
Yeah, if we should be boiling it down to the fact that everybody should serve time in the government.
Yeah.
What I've always found,
just like the Greeks did.
Quite amusing is though that even here in leafy Surrey, Epsom and Newell has never been Tory.
Really? Yeah.
Yeah, it's the council there has been residents' association since the dawn of time apparently, and you think the Tories are bad. Wow, the residents' association, mate. Oi.
But you're like, we didn't want to become Greater London because that would devalue our property prices. Whereas like Chessington next door, that is London, right? So I mean, it's
this is what I've never worked out because the metropolitan area literally starts about 500 yards down the road here from me. So you've got Chessington is in London, and then Epsom and Newell is outside London.
Well, yes, because they didn't want to get integrated in the 70s or 80s.
And Chessington's much better off than we are across the board. Better healthcare, better fucking everything than what we got here.
Right, guys, I'm going to go off to bed, and I'll see you all very soon. So night, chap.
See you.
Take care, look after yourself.
Yeah, see you the weekend if not before. Take it easy.
Cool.
Hopefully.
Bye.
I was I was on Facebook, and one of the local I got one local Longmont thing that I'm a part of, and someone wrote this thing, opinions. Be careful, they'll pretty soon they're going to lock you up for it. And so I just kind of put sigh, but I read one of them said, this is happening everywhere. It's happening all throughout in London now. and I started to want to write something because I said, oh my God, do I know where this came from? Like, it's just incredible. Some person in Longmont's telling me that, the police will come and lock you up if you have an opinion in London. It's like, what do you say to that? You're just like, you just
welcome to the internet, my friend.
I mean, in the original days of the revolution, we had the writs of assistance where you could just do whatever the fuck you wanted and walk in someone's door and take them away for no reason. But that's a long time ago.
But we have someone here. This is clearly the propaganda, right?
Sure.
And it spread that far to where I'm just reading.
Well, just like the guns, they're going to take your guns, they're going to take this, then they're going to take that. They're taking all of our rights away. It's like, oh my god.
I mean, wasn't there something not that long ago that an American political commentator said that there are places in the UK which are basically Muslim-controlled no-go zones in certain towns and cities. And
I actually saw that, and they actually showed some video clips to try to back it up, but it was clearly edited in such a way.
You sure it wasn't a Daily Mail article?
It probably was. I mean, look, there are places in the UK that you don't want to go because chances are you'll get mugged.
Yeah.
Or it's just like anywhere.
Anywhere. Yeah.
And it doesn't necessarily have to be a neighborhood of any particular religion or ethnicity. You know, you can walk around.
Yeah, if you walk alone in that area, you're asking for fucking trouble.
Exactly.
I'm basically 10 minutes away from a place like that if I want to go there. So
you just don't. Yeah. But there aren't any. Yeah, I mean, it's just crazy.
But it's
it's that far away that somebody like your particular instance there, David. Not very many people will challenge it because they don't.
They have no clue.
Well, it also agrees with their mindset of like, Muslims bad.
It's
or
that
whatever.
echo chamber, isn't it?
Yeah, they're just like, yeah, this is happening all over, man. You should see what's going on in London. And I'm
that's why TFL is so terrible, because of a Muslim mayor, not because of that moron beforehand spending all the money on stupid waste.
But this is what shows you how the propaganda is so dangerous, and why the people are just believe it. They just go, I read this, and this is a reputable source. You have to understand.
There's a certain degree, though, within the person to decide to believe it.
Oh, of course.
If it leans towards what they suspect or
if it validates your opinion,
and then so that it's more fuel for their fire.
Yeah.
So you got two sides at the end of the day screaming bullshit at each other.
Yeah, you can't, and I didn't even respond. I was like, there's nothing.
There's nothing you can say that would change that person's mind.
You hear it and you just go, okay.
Yeah.
Huh.
It's that scenario of taking a flat earther and trying to convince them that the Earth is a globe.
Oops.
It's not going to happen. There'll always be
not unless you can shoot them into space.
Yeah, well, even then they'll probably say, "Oh, it was a destabilization program."
Yeah, you had me on drugs.
Yeah,
drugs,
it
man.
was a simulation. So,
I had a boss that used to say to me, "You can change people's beliefs, but you can't change people's convictions." I think it was that way round, or was it the other way? It's, you might believe something, but you can change that belief. But if you're so convinced of something,
false fallacy,
something like that.
Yeah, if it fits into a self narrative, you're really, which usually has some kind of righteousness or victimization to it. It's really going to be hard to get someone to speak open-minded about something.
Yeah,
it's a shame, but I think the fascinating part is it seems to be pretty universal now everywhere. It's really not.
Yeah.
It's really not anything particular to any specific area anymore. It's just the downside to the internet, I guess. And somebody posted something about, I don't know, you might have seen it. I think it was on Facebook again about where Bowie was, they were asking him about the internet. Did you see that recently? It was like back in
in the late 90s.
Yeah.
Or early 2000s. Yeah.
Yeah, and he just kind of, was riffing about it. And he basically saw a lot of, how it was gonna impact people's decisions, belief systems, how some of the negative sides of it. And he said it so matter-of-factly that the person couldn't even wrap their head around what he was conceiving. You could tell there was it was just that kind of laughing, like, oh really? Another artsy person, with their, ridiculous.
It was a Paxman interview, wasn't it? I think it was Jeremy Paxman.
Yeah.
But it's like, everyone thought that the internet would deliver us, clarity of knowledge and information and accuracy, and yet, whilst it does do that,
EX7,
yeah, but it also amplifies all the other shit. It's like that. You buy a TV. You remember those TV signal booster boxes that you'd plug your aerial in? It would amplify the good bits of the signal, but it would also amplify the bad bits as well. So you'd have so much, so proportionally. It's just crazy. The thing is, as soon as somebody tries to set something up that has a good, honest endeavour of delivering, fact-based, peer-reviewed facts, nobody wants to know, because that stuff you have to pay for it. Somehow, whether it's in cash or time and effort, you have to give something for it. Didn't Jimmy Wales try to start something, the Wiki Tribune or something, which was going to be an online newspaper that would be, peer reviewed and so, but therefore, it couldn't break any important news stories because somebody had to go and check, and.
Well, the sad thing is people these days aren't even educated properly about what peer-reviewed is and why it's so important.
Well, exactly, yeah.
They don't have a science background, or if they do, it's a really bad one.
Well, it doesn't have to be a science background. It's just
I know, but that's where a lot of the peer-reviewed importance comes into play.
Some of that structure, that rigor of
scientific rigor, exactly.
Yeah. I mean, I get a little bit in my field still of that, which is nice, because there's certain things I just will not allow someone to have an opinion about. I was like, if you take this data and respect it, then what's the point of us talking? I'm like, this is our framework, And,
they're axioms, and if you can't agree on an axiom, then you have an issue.
Yeah, I think some people think because they disagree, they're
thinking,
showing their critical think. They think they're a critical thinker. They think they're.
Well, that's the Dunning-Kruger effect. So
yeah, so that probably is. What I'm not too familiar.
You're too stupid to know that you're being stupid.
Exactly.
Yeah. And you listen to it, you're like, no, you're just being disagreeable. That's not. That's not intellectual.
But it's on the same thing. Like even the simplest axiom, 1 + 1 is 2. You can disagree with it for the entire day, but it's still an axiom that most people hold true, and your opinion is not valid. It's an axiom. We define it as a common base of knowledge to be true. We define these words to have this meaning. It is an axiom. It is not up for debate.
No.
Also, the other thing that throws people off, where you have to accept that the word theory in science is as close to fact as you can get at that moment. It means a lot. It's not just a theory. It's a lot of fucking work to get there.
Yeah, or the word theory being used when you should say hypothesis.
Yeah, or even less, with even less thought, right? But the problem is that science constantly changes. That's the whole point. It changes with the data. It changes with the consensus, with the peer reviews, and people go, "Well, you guys can't make up your mind. It's wishy-washy." I'm like, that's the whole point, is to change. You change with the data.
Point is to accept, no, I'm wrong.
Yeah.
But it's not wishy-washy by any means.
Exactly, but they see that simple break of like, oh, it keeps changing, that no one's certain, or no one's precise, and it's like, give me a break.
Well, it was like a recent discussion. You might remember it, Andy, where someone mentioned a volcano emits more.
Oh yeah.
And so I did a little research and trying to understand it. And what I understood was, yes, that is a factual statement for a limited period of time. Right.
They don't go on forever. Even Mount Pinatubo only went on for a couple of weeks or whatever. So.
Right. So over that period of time, it emits more than all these cars. But obviously the cars are a constant now.
And factories and everything are constantly spewing.
It's like you have to take the bar all the way up. Here's the cars, right? They're like, on line 10.
But that doesn't fit their narrative. They want to push that, whatever their dumb narrative is, so.
Yeah, it's like a gotcha, but it's not. And you stop. Because I genuinely wanted to, I was like, okay, let me see if I can learn something here. Maybe I'm, you know what I mean? Let me see.
It's good to check just to be sure, right? You never know, right?
And it actually was surprising. I didn't realize how enormous. It makes sense on one level, but of course, that bar that the cars are, as those increase over years, I mean, you'd really have to rerun that data,
right?
2022, right? And I think you would find that the number of days that the volcano is equivalent is dropping, right?
Well, the ozone hole was a classic example. It was very short term. We know what the chemistry was. It was very obvious. And we revised the use of those products, and the hole, got smaller and smaller and smaller. So,
Yeah. Well, we've done some really good things. Remember with the osprey and the bald eagles, we almost
DDT stuff, for example.
Yeah, we almost annihilated them.
Which and it was, unfortunately, it was a very, very good pesticide. It was super effective.
Oh yeah, it's like
but it had just way too many side effects that were. Yeah.
Well, but it's the same like glyphosate nowadays. It's a herbicide. It's very effective.
Killing people too.
Yeah, it was a bit too effective.
But now with the bald eagle, of course, it was a very visual. You could see it, right? And it happened to be the bald eagle in this country, which has some,
Well, it's supposed to, but we don't treat our symbol very well, unfortunately. So.
But it wasn't. Yeah, but it wasn't.
We had one at the zoo I used to work at that was shot by somebody. Oh. And couldn't be released to the wild. So.
Yeah, well, yeah, I know.
So they're shooting our national fucking symbol, right? So.
But it was a point where we found something. Clearly, it was the problem, right? And you took it away, and now they're, you could see them coming back. I was enough of a kid between the periods, and they were gone. The osprey were gone too,
right?
But
all the falcons, all the birds of prey are all screwed pretty much.
Yeah, and now they're back, and
but the
till we screw up something else.
Then they say, "Oh, you got rid of DDT. Now we have bed bug problems like we never had before." I'm like, "All right, we'll figure something else out." But I mean, they just want to shortcut, go back to what we had, and don't worry about what happened already. It's like that's just dumb.
Well, it's
lazy.
It's lazy.
It's lazy and it's dumb. And,
yeah, it's probably dumb too. Yeah, I was trying to get on. Yeah.
No,
I don't know. It's worse being lazy or dumb.
There's ignorance and lazy to a point, but after a while, it's just dumb.
Yeah. Well, we got our eagles back, so.
Yeah.
I heard the condors are coming back.
They've released a bunch down south of me.
Arizona? Where are they?
Where is that?
Isn't it in
Big
Arizona?
Sur, around Big Sur. They released a bunch, but I haven't got a chance to see them down there yet.
Yeah.
The big problem with the condor. This is getting in the weeds here a little bit for some people, but
that's good.
The big problem with the condor is, they're carrion eaters, right? They don't kill.
Oh, we lost Rob.
They're carrion eaters.
Grab some grappa.
And if they don't find proper, they're very picky too. So if they don't find proper carrion, they won't eat it. And they will starve. They started slaughtering cows and stuff, putting them out for them to eat. Yeah. And they were so picky they wouldn't eat them. Mm. But with loss of land, with agriculture and other kinds of developments, they were finding less natural dead carrion to eat.
Yeah. Yeah.
And so they basically were inched out and then had to have a breeding program just like the peregrine falcons did.
Yeah.
And finally released a bunch of them, but I don't know how well they're doing. I haven't kept up with it.
Yeah. I mean, they're still probably going to have a very limited.
It's a rough time. Yeah.
Yeah, because the development.
If you're that choosy as a scavenger like that, then you're kind of screwed, right?
Yeah, well, it is. They got to adapt a little bit, right? We got to.
Well, but it's the same problem with
somebody's got to talk to the condors. Right?
Well, I mean, it's the same problem that sloths have and pandas as well. That if you're choosy, then
pandas very specific, yeah.
It's very easy to go extinct that way.
Yeah, and the giant bamboo forests aren't that plentiful anymore, so it's pretty sad.
But it is interesting. If you get into that stuff, you can see an immediate correlation between deforestation, development, and the impact, right?
It's basically human. It always comes down to human activity.
Right. So if you that's the really cool thing about getting into those kind of hobbies, is that you can see the trends very easily. It's obvious. Like all of a sudden you're like, what happened to the scarlet tangers? And then like you do a little research and you go,
right.
Oh yeah. You see those developments there, and there, that was their habitat. They don't come here anymore, and it's like, yeah, of course, And then, why does it matter? Well, that's a good question. I mean, I guess, it's more symbolic and it's reflective of the impact we're having, right? That's
Well, everything. I mean, when it comes down to it, we don't have to be so selfish. Everything has value. Everything was here long before we were, and we're coming along and stirring up everything. So.
Well, the floods, right? A lot of these
just everything, yeah. We just have to share things better and
we've
be
definitely
better stewards. We're not very good stewards.
No, and then they came and kept whittling down even less wetlands, declassifying certain things that were wetlands, to where they could get rid of more and more and more. And then again, you're like, look, what do you think a wetland does? I mean, it has a function.
Yeah.
It's not, you don't want the water in your basement, then for God's sakes, don't get rid of the wetland.
It's part of the floodplain. It's also part of the nutrient recycling. There's a serious amount of nutrients going through salt marshes and stuff. And freshwater marshes.
So I've been lucky with my job because I didn't grow up with a science background to dabble enough in all that stuff to appreciate that at least I can talk about it a little bit. I kind of get it.
No, that's great. I mean, I'm glad when I meet people that not only have an interest in it, but also pursue it to a certain extent, because it is hard. If you didn't study it, it's a little bit esoteric. It's unfortunately not presented well in school.
It just requires patience, though.
Yeah, but it's not. I mean, as someone who went through all the shit all the way up, it's not well presented to most people. It's nerdy and confusing and full of terminology. All these kind of gatekeeping things in a way, kind of keeps people away from it.
One thing I try to tell like the young employees, I'm like, one of the most important things, you have to be curious, right?
Of course, yeah.
Like you're not going to get the best part if you're just looking for the most money. You're in the wrong place. But it also, if you're not curious, you're going to miss all the cool stuff.
Right.
That's how we're doing. Like you got to be curious. You got to really get into it. And
And the sad thing is, as kids, we all had that, right? Some people just lose it.
They do. And this kind of stuff too, right? The synths and all this stuff. It's all the same kind of thing, right?
Yeah.
You got to, everybody turns it into gas and all that. And it's like, yeah, there's gas, but at its core, it's more than gas, right? It's a
curiosity
with the technology, with the sound and all of it. Your mind operates that way, or it's just, or it doesn't. I guess I don't know. I'm glad I don't know. Cleo, any words? She just sits here, and it's almost like, what do you think?
Do you think Robbie's aware that we can hear him pissing?
Probably
great.
not.
Got to sample that.
Yeah.
Shake.
Oh, that's the worst.
Oh, there you go.
We
Hey.
had one toilet for some reason at our old office that you could just hear everything, and it was just like, you're almost like you're a fool to go in there. It's like, do you realize?
It's like when people leave their wireless mics on, they go to the restroom, and then.
Yeah.
I haven't done that, have I?
All you hear is.
That was the Leslie Nielsen thing from the one Naked Gun.
Or shall I just go to the toilet and see what happens? And you can comment later.
Yeah. That happened to, what was it? Greg Davis?
Oh yeah, he talks about that in the school class. But there's a fun story where he talks about it, how he had very bad diarrhea and was shouting about it in the bathroom, and then
he managed to get his mother's knickers mixed up in the washing. He was actually wearing his mum's knickers, and discovered them in the bog. And because he works in this hearing impaired department. And he's going, oh, for fuck's sake, I'm such a loser and all this business. Can he shit himself and everything like that? And then when he goes back and cleans up and goes back into the classroom, the kids are all like, because he still had his mic on. And all the impaired kids in the class heard every single word.
Oh, my God.
I hope I still served around Robbie.
What?
Can you wash your hands?
Oh, did you? Yeah, I didn't turn my microphone down.
We heard every drop.
We heard the golden shower. It was very nice.
Yeah, right down to the last drop.
Well, yeah, it's handy having a toilet right next door.
Well, yeah. I mean, I suppose I could just piss in a bucket, I suppose. But...
You don't have a piss jug like the gamers do, where you can't leave your seat?
No, do you know what? I'm into games, but not that much. Seriously.
What? You don't have a gas on the piss?
I just press pause.
And then you save them like the famous airline guy. What was his name again? Howard Hughes. He saved all of his fluids.
Oh yeah, he collected it, didn't he?
Yeah.
I don't
What?
want
His precious bodily fluids.
Yes. Jars and jars of it.
I can't.
To be fair, for the textiles industry, urine used to be very important. Human
Although,
urine.
consider how famous he was, you could have sold a lot on eBay. You know.
I mean, nowadays you can make.
I don't want to believe.
Was it for velvet, Robert?
No, just for any leather. Or for any furs.
Oh, all right.
I had to teach my kids the perils of the wet fart, and I told them a really great story when I was like in 7th grade, and I was in the lunch line, and the kids are like, they are just like, I got their attention. I'm like, and Daddy was in the line, and he's like in the right next to the pretty girl, and Daddy thought he was farting, and then. But something else happened, kids.
And it was sharding. Yes.
But I was like, it was a wet fart. No, Dad, no. Yes, your dad. It was great, though.
Well, the girl wouldn't forget you. That's
and I'm going to bring this story up again on your first date.
Yeah, it's like, listen, just don't get overconfident. Is all I'm saying. That's the lesson. Great stuff.
What was it, that Carry On film, Robbie? The two doctors, and they play a game where they try to guess the ailment.
Oh yeah,
of somebody coming in, and they're guessing what he might have. And he goes to one doctor. He goes, "Oh, you thought I had a slipped disc. Well, I'm afraid you were wrong." And he goes, "And you thought I had, what was it, sciatica or something like that?" And he goes, "And you were wrong." He goes, "Okay, so what's wrong with you?" He goes, "Well, I thought I was going to fart, and I was wrong."
Oh, hey, look,
oldies but goodies.
Hey, if I remember it, it was drama, Whew. Hard lesson to learn.
Yeah. I think I've done it to myself on a coach going to Austria. The thing was, it was a 12-hour coach trip because the flight had been cancelled, and it was very close to the beginning of the coach trip that I managed to let's sit in it for 12 hours.
Next time you remember to pack a butt plug.
Yeah.
Oh.
Fortunately, the agoraphobia set in shortly afterwards, and I didn't have to do it again.
All you would have done is made a big.
Yeah, they go.
What was that?
It's weird. People are very considerate because I could smell it, but everybody else is going, "No, I can't smell nothing." Do you smell something? No. Because everybody probably thought it was everybody else.
I remember on my first trip to Amsterdam, not having been.
Yes,
darling.
Yes, sweetheart. Yes.
Not being very familiar with the local.
Poo again, Dad.
Not being very familiar with the local herb, or should I say the potency of the local herb. I had this joint and I just smoked it pretty much just like a cigarette, like I would do back in the UK with the crap that we would normally have. And went to the toilet feeling decidedly woozy and pulled this massive whitey and collapsed, almost knocked myself out. Got dragged out from underneath the stall door. And then promptly, given lots of sugary water and Coke to get, not as in Coca-Cola, not Coke, to get me back up to, sort of normality. And they were walking me around the streets of Amsterdam, and I kept saying to my mate, I said, "I think I've shit myself." And he said, "All right, just walk ahead of me. I'll check." And he's like, "No, you haven't." I'm thinking, "Oh, no, you mate, you even if I had, you wouldn't tell me, just to make me look a twat." He said, "No, honestly, I seriously, I had this warm, tingly feeling in my lower rear regions for about an hour or so. Genuinely thought I'd unloaded into my khakis." And it was just like, oh no!
But I accidentally collected a chihuahua in your pants or something.
It was just the weirdest thing. that and the extreme sense of paranoia.
Well, that's you get that tingle. It's weird stuff, right? Yeah. It's just...
But man, that was good shit.
It's important stuff to talk to your kids about.
Now, I've only ever had one joint, and I made funny faces into a chrome bumper for half an hour. I thought, I can't see the fucking fun of it, really.
Well, how would we know?
Oh, you think like 20 minutes later, like, oh, this isn't doing anything to me.
Yeah, oh yeah, I definitely knew it was doing something, but I would go, I just made funny faces into a chrome bumper, and go,
I just remember, I started a conversation, and I talked 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 and I talked, and it went on for about 5 minutes, and I was like, and then everyone just stopped and it was like, just roars laughter. You know? It's like, I was like, oh no, I'm getting ready. I think I know what just happened.
Wow.
Oh, God. That's funny stuff. No more. I gave that stuff up a long time ago.
Yeah, same man.
Long time ago.
Yeah, I gave up the booze as well. I remember being actually so drunk. I mean, so drunk. And my mate was driving me home, and I went, okay, I'll see you later, and got out of the car, and he was still moving.
Oh.
And I think I rolled over about 5 or 6 times and ended up in the curb going,
oh, God.
Where the fuck am I? Yeah. I was convinced I was home. Just got to see you later and got out of the car.
You were simulating ragdoll physics.
Yeah. Oh, man, did I?
Well, that was on the last show. The drug dealer that one of the characters was playing. He liked one of the fun story of one of his most memorable acid trips with one of the other guys there. They were in the car and thought they went around this amazing drive, and they never even turned on the car. They just sat in the car and had a few hours of a trip in there, just sitting in the car, thinking they were going to all the pubs delivering the drugs.
I did a really silly thing once. I went and bought some weed from a friend of mine, and she said, I've got this really good stuff. Do you want to try a little bit? And I was like, I was on my day off. It was about lunchtime. And I said, oh, go on then. And it really, really was very, very good. But I only had a little bit, but it's all I needed. And I remember getting my car, because I'd driven there. So I was now under the influence. And as I pulled out of her driveway, there was a police car. And he stopped to let me out. And I thought, oh, no.
Oh, God.
So then I had to drive to the bank to pay a check-in to the bank. And the bank was like a 5-minute trip up the road. Yeah. And I went up this road with this cop car behind me, and it felt like it took half a day
God.
to get to the bank. And then when I get to the bank, I'm like, oh no, the policeman's gone. Okay, I'm cool now. And then again, deep sense of paranoia. I'm in the bank thinking, I've got my hoodie on because it's cold. I'm thinking, oh, they think I'm going to rob the bank. And I was just, freaked out, complete freaked out. And then I go home, and my then girlfriend, now wife, phones me up. And she says, what are you doing? You sound like you're moving around a lot. I said, yeah, I'm like walking between the kitchen and the front room, and I was just eating, walking and eating and walking and eating until this shit wore off. But yeah, that was scary.
Yeah, the paranoia can be pretty amazing. I remember getting out of the car one time. My neighbors were out, and I got out of the car, and I looked at my friend, and I was like, I don't think I can do it. He's like, what? I was like, I don't think I can cross through my front yard to my house. He goes, look at them over there. They're watching. He goes, I know they're going to say my name. He goes, I was so terrified. I got out of the car. I put my head down, and I charged right into the house, and then I got in the house, and somebody said something, Dave, and I was like, oh, and I raced upstairs, and I hid in my room. I was so terrified. I was like, oh my God, everybody knows,
Yeah.
Good
There's
time.
that great scene in Wolf of Wall Street where he gets out of the car all messed up.
I've seen that film.
You haven't seen that?
No.
Yeah. I've seen that.
Oh, you got to check it out. I'm not a huge DiCaprio fan, but he's pretty good in that movie.
I want to see that. I've been wanting to see that a long time.
There's a scene, I forgot, I think he's taking, because it's in the past, I think he's taking Quaaludes. And so he's all messed up, and time is all messed up, and he He's driving and he thinks he's going to get to the destination, and the car is all fucked up, and he gets out of the car doing the craziest walk I've ever seen because his perception of space and time is all messed up. It's a very funny scene.
That's all having. Oh God, it really reminds me of the fucking shit I went through. When I went to the doctors about this, it was the onset of the agoraphobia. You know, it took a few weeks for my parents, or my mum, to get me to go and see a doctor. And I went and saw the doctor, and he goes, "All right, we'll put you on these tablets and see how you get on." And he said that you take half a tablet today, and then take a whole tablet tomorrow, and every subsequent day after that you take one tablet. So I took half a tablet, and the next thing I remember was sort of like just becoming aware that I was sitting in the front room, and my mum was there, and there was a copper sitting next to him, next to her, and there was this woman sitting in another chair that I didn't recognise, and she's going, "How are you? Are you all right?" I'm going, "Yeah, why? What's going on?" She goes, "Oh, I had to call somebody because you were hugging next door's front wheel of their car and wouldn't let go, and said that if you let go it would come off. So, and I didn't know what to do, so I called the police, and they contacted social services because they thought you were having a mental breakdown." I go, "What?" This doctor, nicknamed Dr. Death, actually, it's the same doctor that put me dad on 6 pints of milk and a head of cabbage a day. Yeah. For a diet. Had given me a drug called halopaladol B. It's a psychotic, apparently, some sort of. It's what they give violent mental patients.
You'd think they would start it with something a little more chill.
Yeah, but that's this doctor, right? He wasn't
I know.
very good.
Yeah. Let's just try some anti-anxiety or something.
Yeah, try this. This will calm you down.
Let's go ahead and just full throttle.
Fuck, man.
Oh, man.
Yeah, apparently it's hugging the wheel of this car and wouldn't let go of it. I've got no memory of it, though.
I've actually had one of those things once. I needed some serious anti-nausea medication, and the only one this doctor could think of that was available at the time turned out to be an antipsychotic, which is a derivative of chlorpromazine. And I'm like, and I found out the heart. So it really worked for the anti-nausea.
Yeah.
But if you're not wacky and you take wacky drugs, it really messes you up. I couldn't sleep. I couldn't focus. For several days. I was trying to recover from this. And it was just a big blur because it was miserable the whole time. My mind was racing, and it's the weirdest thing, but it really did help the nausea.
There you go.
So, I mean, it helps, but in the meantime, I was miserable. It's just...
No.
Yeah. It's like my girlfriend a long time ago got something similar for, I think it was early diagnosis of fibromyalgia or something silly like that. Yeah. And the guy gave her the neurologist gave her some stuff, and she woke up in the middle of the night, so she saw monkeys on the wall and screaming, "They're monkeys, monkeys, monkeys." I go, "There are no monkeys in the room."
Monkey.
I mean, I'm a little hairy, but there's no monkeys in the room, right? And it was that really fucks people up, man.
Wow.
Well, imagine if you were on that anti-nausea at the same time.
Yeah, exactly. I'd be like, I might do it too, right?
Yeah. Gone.
Yeah. Oh, man.
Godfathers.
Yeah, some doctors are real shit, though.
Yeah. Too bad. I've been pretty fortunate with that stuff. When I grew up, my friends were all acid heads and all that stuff, and I was clean. So I was like the sober, pretty relatively
designated
sober.
driver.
Designated driver, thank you. Before it was a thing. And and I just used to have so much fun watching them, just go places. And I would just sit in the car and I'll watch them go to 7-Eleven. I'm like, I don't know how they're doing it. They come out and they're like, "Oh my God." I'm like, "You looked fine, man. You look good." You went right up to the counter. They're like, No. That's not what it felt like. I'm like, "No, believe me, you pulled it off. You did a good job." It's like, I don't know. They were a mess. They all ended up a mess too, most of them, to be honest with you. But Those are good times. There we go.
There you go. Spiritus Sancti, dum de dum de dum. What are you doing, Robs?
Me? I was just installing.
Watching pornography?
Yeah, I found your videos.
Robert's pornography. Yeah, he found it online.
And I'm not sharing it with anyone.
Wow, that's a hardware jam.
Yeah.
Where's the zoom? There it is.
That gets worse the more you think about it.
I know. What? How come my one won't do it, Rob?
You need to load the sound into it or into the software.
Oh, into this.
You don't hear that?
Nope.
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, but have you routed it into your thing? Have you got loopback running on there?
I thought I had.
You have to add the Stream Deck app as a audio source.
Because one of the buttons I've got 1.5 minutes of the Badger song. Badger.
Mushroom.
Mushroom.
That's a classic song.
Yeah, awesome. Who's that? Who's
The
that?
other one.
Can't read. I can't see it.
Make yourself full screen.
That's a good point.
Yeah, do that.
Oh, there we go.
Focus.
Focus, Robbie.
There we go. All right, we got it. Yeah, I watched stuff.
That's a lot of exercise in that arm.
Wow.
Wow.
Yeah,
That's
bad. That's bad.
I mean, technically they do have ovaries, but they're not eggs.
Was it like the bloke goes into his doctor and the doctor goes, right, I'd like to speak to you about your weight. He goes, yes. He says it was about 20 minutes, but the chairs are comfortable.
I saw that. Wah, wah, wah.
Wow, wow.
Oh, it was foreplay.
Not this record! Not this record! Not this record!
It's, I take it, it's, yeah, it's gone midnight.
Yes.
It is the bewitching hour.
I'm just going to finish this and then I should be off.
I'll have to ask Fiona what I'm working on tomorrow. I have no idea. I think one of them's going to be a CS80. I know that.
You don't have a little Excel spreadsheet that track all your little goodies?
Yeah, it's called Fiona. Just poke her and go, what am I working on now?
I think they have a proper 10 to hit with a hammer.
Yeah, but you see, the desoldering station isn't here yet, so I really can't go on to that one.
Gone for anything fancy, or just RS Finest?
I got the another Zytronic one, because they are very robust and keenly priced, because the Weller stuff's about 1,600 quid, whereas this is 400.
Well, it's just overpriced. I mean,
yeah.
Don't get me wrong, I love overpriced soldering stuff, but then go for Metcal if you want overpriced, because they're just really lovely. I mean, the Metcals are also, they need crazy expensive tips, but that's because the actual heating is done in the tip. So,
Yeah.
so rather than lower down, your heating is very close to the iron. So actually the rest of it is relatively cold, and you can actually use lower temperatures than most of the time you normally have to.
Oh, okay. Yeah, because that always makes the heaters burn out anyway, when you have to heat the bloody thing up to...
Yeah, that is, you basically just have a power supply with a where class outputs various pulse widths of whatever high AC it has, and then the different tips you put in regulate that down, and the tips determine the heat. So it's a really fancy, expensive system, and it works really well. But then again, I half the time just use a cheap 15-watt mains power soldering iron because it's easy enough to get inside and below and have in my toolbox around when I'm traveling.
Yeah.
I'll just call my mate Howard. He does
there
all
you
my
go.
soldering for me.
Is that DX1 power supply in now?
I don't know. I haven't spoken to him. He's been quite snowed under, but I'll try and get in touch with him this week. Yeah, it's slow, but there you go.
Well.
Oh dear. I've got a 4-day week next week.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've taken Friday off so I can travel up to Sheffield.
Oh, of course, yeah.
Plenty of time.
I still don't know if Dina's popping down or not. Before she
I was
goes
going to
up.
say, did the whiff pay you a personal visit, or was that?
Yeah, he came round with not Dan Goldman, Jed
Allen.
Jed Allen.
Yeah. I might just show up at his seminar to.
Well, apparently they're going to give me a shout out at the seminar.
I'll make sure they do.
We'll see how many times my name is mentioned in vain.
Yeah.
Around Synthfest during the course of the day.
Oh, I'm sure it'll be mentioned.
You go,
a
what,
lot.
that wanker! Because I was thinking of getting another one of these T-shirts done, where it says, ProSynth Network, and then underneath said, "Yeah, that one." Yeah, I'm that one. Yeah.
Which seminar is this for? For Paul's.
Yeah,
Paul.
it's a Synthexy seminar.
Laser
thing they're doing.
harp.
Yeah.
Plus, yeah, basically, Paul saying he's responsible for every synthesized note that's come out of a synthesizer for the past 40 years.
Well, we've got
Makes a great cup of tea though.
what was it? I can't remember what it was now. Yeah, because it was on Rand's show yesterday, wasn't it? On talking about the $30,000 Synthex that's on eBay.
Oh yeah.
Like, what the fuck?
Crazy.
Although I promote it, I'll promote that all day.
Yeah. That's like those cartridges. There was one that I've been following that they want like $700 for.
Yeah,
I'm just like watching it to see how crazy it gets. And it didn't sell. Kel Surprise. But then they put it back on. But did they drop the price? Did they fuck?
Really?
Yeah, it's on for $718.80. Weird.
80
pricing.
cents. Yes, that is weird pricing.
And it's just a cartridge for the TX802. It's essentially 650 quid.
Oh, somebody misread that market.
Yeah. And that Toto one failed to sell. Again, Kel Surprise. And it's been put back on at £455. Buy it now.
Wow.
Oh, dear.
Wait for a cartridge?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
Oh, yeah, because you don't know. Because when you went off first time, I got a notification come through that I'd won my eBay auction.
Oh, yes.
Of a Rolly Grand.
Oh, that's why you were going on about the Rolly Grand. Ah.
Yeah.
I don't know.
So if we say, I can't believe that it's 52 inches long, time might come back.
Yeah, Ty always questions length. So I'm told.
Yeah. But it doesn't put him off, does it?
No, bless him. God loves a try. Come on, take the bait,
No, he's probably still doing that Jewish harp segment.
Is that what he calls Philip? Come on, take the bait.
Baringer.
That's too simple. That one.
It's like the two things guys lie the most is what are the directions and how long is it?
Yeah.
Oh dear. So I'm looking forward to tomorrow morning because I told you I was writing this not necessarily a job description but a case for a new job within the company that I work for that ultimately I will apply for. So I'm like writing hopefully my own future job description. I sent that off on Friday night. I'm anxious. I could check my email now, but I know that if I do, there'll be something there that I might not want to read. So I'm just.
Yeah.
Oh, I might be getting a new job, like a freelance job.
All right.
Yeah, I can't say anything at the moment, but I'm hoping it's going to be finalised by Tuesday.
Really?
Which will be very interesting.
Okay.
And helpful in terms of processing network as well. So.
Yeah, I got somebody phoned up about a keyboard they want repaired for a sound on sound article.
Oh, right.
Don't know. I think Fiona has the details.
It's one of Gordon's retrospectives or something.
Oh, is it a VX1?
Yeah.
I'll stand it on top of the GS one.
GS one,
yeah. Now I think for a VX1 you would have to tear down the front wall.
Yeah. We're just taking the window out, all right? Don't worry about it, darling. We'll put it back afterwards.
Well, I'm surprised you haven't decided to get a big double door at the front so that you can put larger things easier through the door.
Yeah. I know. Well, Richard James wanted to bring his GX1 to me to fit MIDI into it. Yeah.
Wow.
You mean Richard D. James? That's an Aphex Twin.
Yeah.
Yeah, that guy whose name I couldn't remember on Friday. Yeah, Aphex Twin, what's his name?
Yeah.
Dick.
Yeah, it was, I said, yeah, I don't know, mate. I don't know if you'll find anybody who'll take it on. But I think somebody did.
All right.
I think it might have been Tony Allgood. Might have taken it on. Or abandoned it halfway through, I don't know. I don't know what the outcome was.
Is he still doing shows anymore or just doing stuff at home?
Don't know.
Pass.
I am the last person to ask about anything to do with Aphex Twin. Obviously, I can't remember his name.
I mean, he could have definitely gone to like Soundgas, and they would be all too happy if it says VX1 on it, just to see it, and then to frighteningly run away with it 5 minutes later. But
yeah,
enough people who would love to do it to then be frightened.
This is what I don't understand, because Soundgas have got techs up there. Why the hell are they sending stuff to me to do?
Because they're busy. Head deep, if not, they're knee deep in space echoes that they try to cure now through the door.
Yeah, but they had to wait 8 months before I said they could bring it down.
Was Aphex far away from you?
I'm trying to remember where he is.
Didn't he used to be like Somerset? Or
something like that. So yeah, not exactly nearby. But then
there must be some techs out the west side. Surely there must be some people around Bristol.
Yeah, but you see, it's one of those machines where so few people have ever seen one. The thing is, I mean, I haven't worked on a GX1 simply because I can't get it through the door. So, but I would imagine that if I opened it up, I'd be able to find my way around it.
I mean, well, realistically, it's somewhat between organ and a CS80 ultimately.
Yeah, yeah. It isn't.
So how hard can it be?
Yeah, but I was just thinking about when he said he wanted to put MIDI in it. I'm going.
So Michael Whalen played that one in his live show a while back, along with the other gear, and the show was great. And of course, he plays really well, but the particular GX1 sounds he used weren't really that great. I didn't think. But that's not him. That's just the the setting he had.
Was
Have
it
there
like
that many
a
great
lot?
VX1 sounds?
I don't know. That's what I wondered.
Yeah. No, the thing is, was this line in?
Over the
So it was
filters.
just the GX1, no speakers.
He was mainly playing the top manual, I think, the little guy.
Yeah, but
I think
were the
he took
big
audio-
8-foot speakers
he
with it?
took but he took. I think they were connected, but not in shot. I think. But I remember him saying something to me when I interviewed him that they took the audio because you had to take the audio from the outputs of the speakers rather than the output of the instrument. Because
So the sound wouldn't be great.
Not just the sound quality, but the specific patch he used wasn't so great.
One of the things, I mean, I don't know whether
No,
it
they
relates
sound
to the
totally different when the sound comes out of the speakers than when it does
'cause they're designed
directly
for the
out.
speakers,
Yeah, because they're tuned to the frequency response of
But
the GX1.
one of their policies at EMIAP is that I know this definitely applies to Emerson's Moog Modular, is that they can't change the patches, or they won't change the patches because they're Emerson's patches. And so I know that obviously the GX1 has got a whole bunch of presets and stuff in there, but you couldn't. There might have been a restriction on him tailoring the sounds. So he could only use when he used the modular. he could only use the sounds that they got in there. So that was one of their stipulations. Okay. So that might have been. I don't know. Michael will tell you. He'll be more than happy to tell you.
Yeah, I didn't think it was anything he did wrong. It was just the specific tone of it wasn't so great.
Yeah.
And it's a legendary machine, so you figure, it would sound like, whoa, listen to that,
Yeah.
Well, I mean, if you want legendary GX1, then listen to Stevie Wonder or the Aperture, Rendezvous. What is the Wembley ABBA gig? That Blu-ray or the album version of it. The Summer Night City intro, where it's just Benny doing a solo routine on the GX1. It's bloody
GX1's
amazing.
all over Arrival as well, isn't it?
Yeah, it's all over the last 3 albums. Super Trooper is, or Voulez-Vous, the Does Your Mother bass sound. That's just the GX1.
Yeah, that when they did that classic albums of songs in the key of life, and Stevie, he's wheeled his GX1 out and he starts playing Village Ghetto Land, and it's just amazing.
Well, Pastime Paradise for me is that's just amazing.
Plus all the stuff you do with Tonto, that was great.
Oh God, yeah. The story that I love about that is when I think it was Bob Margulies was saying that they kept asking him to do when he was doing In the City, and they kept saying no, you didn't do that right. Do it again, do it again, do it again, and they kept making him do it again, not because he was doing it wrong or doing it badly, but they said missing frustration and anger because it's a really it's a powerful emotive song.
In the City was the album before, that's Innovations.
Yeah, I know, but I'm just saying that when they got him to do that track, they kept making him doing it over and over and over again until he got really pissed off. And then once they got that quality in his vocal, that was it. They got the track, which I thought was that was a clever thing to do with such an artist of such standing. But they got it. It's a great album. That whole golden period.
Well, I guess those 3 albums back to back: Talking Book, Innovations, Songs in the Key of Life. I think Innovations sadly gets somewhat forgotten as not having the big hits that the ones either side have. Well, I think it's just a far better album.
And I think Fulfilling His First Finale is another one that gets because was it 5? Was it Talking Book, Fulfilling This, Innovations, Songs in the Key? What was the other one? There's 5, isn't there? There's like 5 of those classic where he just didn't put a foot wrong at all. And then he follows. What was his follow up to Songs in the Key of Life? Was that Secret Life of Plants, or was that Hotter in July?
No, but Secret Life of Plants was much later.
Yeah. What was after Songs in the Key? Was that Hotter than?
Let's check this. No, actually, Secret Life of Plants was after Key of Life.
Yeah.
Yeah, Fulfilling This was between Innovations and Key of Life. Secret Life of Plants is amazing.
Oh, it's an amazing thing, but it's
weird as fuck at times.
Yeah, it was a complete departure, wasn't it? But then in a way, so was Songs in the Key, which, yeah. It's just,
what was that the first one when we moved to the West Coast?
I don't know.
Or did they already move in Innovations?
I'm not sure.
So obviously at that time, Motown moved to LA.
Mm. Yeah. I don't think anybody. Like, when you think about like a streak of albums that one after the other was just better than the last one, but all of them were absolutely amazing. It's just such a winning streak.
But also the thing that he's had like to think about, he had 10 albums before, or more than that already.
Yeah, but he kind of, because he could have just remained a Motown, you know, well, I say a Motown, not just signed to the label, but you know, being a traditional Motown artist. But I mean,
he made them enough money that he sort of had some freedom.
Yes, I think once Berry Gordy saw how much money and how well they were doing, he said, "Yeah, do what you want, Stevie." But no, it's such a winning streak. I don't think even the Beatles could, you know, put 5 albums. I don't know. Let me think. Rubber Soul, Revolver, Sgt. Pepper. Do we count Mystery Tour? Yeah, see, White Album is great, but it's not Sgt. Pepper great. It's not Revolver great.
The great stuff is great. The not so great stuff is
not so great. Yeah, exactly.
It could be an amazing. It could be an amazing single
album. Yeah. But the you know, it's kind of greater than the sum of its parts overall.
Yeah, Magical Mystery technically an EP, but
exactly, yeah.
But then also the album version with all the singles on the other side. It's amazing.
Yeah, I always look at that as kind of like an extension of Sgt. Pepper, because you know, I mean, it was kind of made and literally straight after. Some of the stuff was actually written at the same time, but. Yeah.
Well, and obviously some of the stuff didn't get. Well, the Strawberry Fields didn't go on Sgt. Pepper because they couldn't have released the single the same year as the album.
Yeah.
They wanted to have it in the charts. Like some stupid laws. Not laws, but.
That was it.
Yeah, Manny's just saying he's looking forward to the upcoming Revolver reissue, but there's a lot of angry people out there at the moment because they've done an Atmos mix, but they're only releasing the Atmos mix on streaming. Whereas with all the other reissues, they've had the Atmos as a physical mix.
What's the point of having an Atmos mix of something that was recorded on 4 tracks?
Well, the point is, if you can do it properly, which apparently Giles Martin has, found a way of doing it with the help of Peter Jackson and his team's technology of separating, these things out. It's just that it gives you another perspective on that album. But
it's like,
the surround versions of Pepper and Abbey Road and White Album and Let It Be. Some people love them, some people hate them. I really like them. I think it just gives you another.
I don't know if Let It Be, have they gone back for those to the original 4-track tapes and the original early 8 tracks before?
Not for the surround mix, no. But they did release, if you get the Super Deluxe edition, you get the Glyn Johns version, which was obviously called Get Back. But you got all the stuff on there, but no, they took the multi-tracks off the...
I think whatever anybody thinks about Phil Spector's version, and then besides that, what anybody thinks about Phil Spector, what anybody thinks about his version, he was definitely very good at choosing the best takes.
Oh, yeah,
because with both Glyn Johns versions, but there's definitely his ear for which takes or which parts of which takes was definitely very good. Whatever you think about the over-the-top arrangements on some stuff.
Yeah. No, I'm a huge Beatles fan. I love these Super Deluxe editions because they bring together, like for instance with Let It Be, you get you know, the Glyn Johns mixes, and you get the new Giles Martin mixes, and you get the original mixes, and it's just another way of enjoying it. And you can sit there and, you know, say, oh, that's better or that's worse. And I love the Atmos or 5.1 mixes that they've done, but there's a lot of angry people at the moment, certainly, you know, in the circles that I frequent, of you know, sort of surround and multi-channel music lovers, that they've done an Atmos mix of Revolver, but they've just not released it on the physical set, which is just weird. I shall buy it nonetheless, because they're a great, you know, they do the box sets really well. But yes. But I'm looking forward to hearing a really good stereo. They released Taxman the other week, and that does sound really nice, really nice.
What do you not like the original 2-track mix?
No, I love the original mixes, but these new mixes sound. It's like listening to it with a, you know, slightly fresher pair of ears. You know, it's just...
no, but it's like any stereo mix before or Magical Mystery Tour, they started becoming acceptable.
Yeah, but everything was panned hard left and right. And
or Sgt. Pepper's already has good stereo mixes on it. But yeah, or everything, Eleanor Rigby, where the string quartet, lovely on the original stereo mix, and then there's all this weird vocal panning going on, and the vocals suddenly moving around because they thought, why not, and then just edited that in.
Yeah. No, it's. I'm glad they're doing Revolver, because to me, Revolver is up there with Sgt. Pepper as one of their best. I think it was the first Beatles album I really couldn't put down, because my mum had all the, you know, the originals, and whilst Help and Hard Day's Night and Beatles for Sale and Please Please Me, they had, you know, really great songs on. They were just kind of poppy songs, but, you know, Revolver was just like, what the fuck is this? It's just
can't think of anything on For Sale. Was 8 Days a Week? That's on there.
8 Days a Week, Kansas City.
That's for me.
Cover versions on there.
That's for me the album I just couldn't care too much about.
Exactly.
It.
It was like
A Hard Day's Night. I absolutely love.
Yeah.
Help. I absolutely love. That's also the thing. Obviously, was it Help? Rubber Soul, Revolver were released within 360 days of each other.
Yeah. Right. I mean, Rubber Soul again. Yeah, that's one that, you know, I remember.
As a kid, I never got it, but now I love it more than.
I always loved the melodies and, you know, the tunes, but I didn't appreciate the lyrical content. You know, when you listen to Norwegian Wood, as a kid, you just think of Norwegian. You know, you don't understand the nuance in Lennon's, you know, lyrical writing there. And what's the other one that's on there? Can't bloody think of it now.
My problem is I always like their output, but I didn't do a really deep dive on their stuff until later on, when stuff was all online in separate files. So I don't have the album recognition for all the tracks like a lot of people do, because I was hearing individual tracks all the time.
Yeah. Run for Your Life is just like, as a kid, I loved that song. You know, it's a great little tune, but then when you listen to the lyrics and you understand, actually, this is a bit dark, because, you know, he's basically threatening physical violence on his girlfriend. You know, it's weird.
Or Michelle, that's where that's
somebody else who grew
song.
Somebody else who grew up with Charlie Pride. My mum's boyfriend had an 8-track of it. Every time he got into the Ford console, it was playing Charlie Pride. Wow. Takes me back.
Well, yeah, Rubber Soul is definitely that, and Pet Sounds are fascinating.
And again, there's an album, you know, talking about mixes, you know, Pet Sounds. Anything other than the mono mix just doesn't. And I love multi-channel stuff, but the 5.1 mix of that is insane. I don't know who did it, and I don't know what they were smoking, but it's not good. It just doesn't sound right. I don't know. It's just one of those things that was the absolute pinnacle of mixing in mono, because it's so multi-layered. I guess somebody somewhere thought, oh my god, if you listen to Pet Sounds, there's so much going on that if we break it out into a 5.1 mix, that'll sound amazing. But no, it was made as a mono thing, and I'm sure in somebody's hands it could make sense as a multi-channel mix. But whoever, I can't remember who did this one, but it's awful. It's bloody awful.
Maybe for me, I guess the thing with the Beach Boy stuff is they try to hide all the tape edits with a lot of reverb, which is a bit sad. There's a lot of times where like there's a bit less reverb, or all things must pass. There's a bit less reverb at times, maybe.
Yeah. Just talk about the Beatles.
God only knows with a bit less reverb, that would be.
Yeah, but then that is perfection. That song, it really is.
Yeah.
But Ringo Starr apparently is taken ill.
Oh.
I don't know how bad it is. He's
well, he was the oldest.
Yeah, he's 82, isn't he? Jesus. I suppose we better be stealing ourselves for another one. Jesus.
Christ almighty.
Why can't it be Paul? Come on, Ringo.
Come on. They're all good.
No, but George was the best. Come on.
So you move when you feel like it.
What?
No movement. Yeah, when you feel like it.
Is that Dominus?
Yeah. Do you know what?
Sounds great.
I just loaded it up, and my God, it sounded like it was coming off a bloody floppy. It took so long to load up. What the hell have they done to it? No, this is the pro version. I don't know whether it's got to be that much.
Is it the player library or full contact?
Full, dear. Full.
Oh yeah, then they might be doing some dodgy copyright protection, which always seems to slow it down. I have a few things where it's just like the only reason why this seems to be slower is because it's not a player library, whereas sometimes when they've been upgraded to player libraries, it's just like, well, this loads instantaneously now.
See, some of the other ones, like some of the acoustic sample ones, when you call them up and they come up, also not supported. What, darling?
You've just reminded me, I forgot to mention.
Yes.
C7. I was speaking to the developer at Acoustic Samples yesterday.
Did you give him a big, wet, soggy kiss for me?
I did. I said, so I posted something about those, the saxophones.
Yeah.
And I forget the person's name now, but they said, there was a comment underneath saying, I've just told my wife I wasn't going to buy anything else for the studio, and now you've posted this. Thank you, Rob. So I emailed Arno at Acoustic Samples, and I sent it. I said, have a look at this, it will make you laugh. And he said, and he did. He came back and he said, that's made me spit my coffee out or something. He said, tell that person to get in touch and I'll give him a discount just for making me laugh. So, yeah. But I then mentioned that I'd convinced you to buy C7.
It didn't take a lot of convincing.
No. And he said, actually, that's one he wants to revisit because some of the techniques and stuff he's developed in the last few years, he wants to bring to bear on that and to make it sound even more, authentic and stuff.
Wow. Bring it on.
So,
Bring it on.
He, but I tell you what, where is it? Here we go. Let's have a tenner.
Can you give us a soprano? You're aware that with a tenor you have to play some really saucy music.
Yeah. I need to get my.
Come on, give us some careless whispering or Baker Street.
Yeah.
Give us some Pink Panther.
Yeah, honestly, I couldn't do anything like that. These are really, really good.
Oh, they are lovely.
The swamp sax shred is really good. Very expressive.
Because I must admit, when some of the saxophone sounds I've heard, there'll be a range on the keyboard where you go wince.
The Native Instruments one, saxophone one is actually really good, but you need to spend so much time programming everything. So like you can't play it. You need to program everything.
It's like when you use.
Or you need to think it out.
Strings, isn't it? You do it literally note by note, don't you?
Yeah. Or you need to think it out in manuscript paper first. Put it in as MIDI that way, and then assign everything. Or this I want to grace note with a slide, so I need to choose this thing. And it almost comes a bit like, can't you at this point just give me a folder full of audio files and I manually put them in and manually put crossfades into.
Still quicker than trying to master the sax in 10 years or so.
True enough. That's on height, right? Assign to 1. Let's assign you correctly. Oh no, not that.
I also love the way you can place the sound.
So that needs to be boosted. Jesus.
Yeah, it's very good.
Okay, Robert, play the Once Upon a Time in America theme. Perfect for sax, the sad theme.
What? What about poverty?
It's where the guy gets killed in the. It's the same music basically used in Untouchables. So the guy gets killed in the elevator.
Or Blade Runner Blues.
Yeah.
It does sound extremely good.
The Sophia wind player sax is really good too. Very expressive.
I mean, yeah, the sample modeling on our Swam that Seedler track started with was amazing.
Oh, okay. Yes, very true.
Oh, you just read Icing the Body.
Now I'll go for me bits of wooden catgut. Come on, Hans.
Oh, it's Hans Icing the Body Electric.
think I'm still looking for that elusive chord where literally you play it and you just spontaneously ejaculate because of it. I'm looking for that chord, man.
Well, you better put some tarps down then.
Yeah, because we're playing it all the time.
Are you submitting anything to the hardware jams this week?
What's the? Do you know what the?
It's called like surprise. You have to like change up your tempos and stuff.
Oh, okay. Not my area of expertise, shall we say?
So I can get one of my prog tracks on there.
Yeah, like that. I'm actually. I just started a little skeleton of one, just doing some weird mix of drum shit. So we'll see what happens.
Well, like I said, I've been looking for a proper excuse to actually turn on this MPCX and use it properly. Even if I have to sit there with bloody YouTube videos telling me how to use it.
Well, that's the best way, to be honest, because it's shortcuts. I mean, all the electron and teenage engineering stuff I learned from Cuckoo and some of those guys.
Oh, okay.
It's you can't put a value on it. This stuff is just great. It's just, the YouTube videos they make are so good.
Yeah. Well, it's good if you can sort of like follow, what they're doing. And when you fall behind your course, you can pause it and go, oh, okay.
And replay and replay and replay.
Yeah.
And take notes and all that stuff. So, because the manuals are decent, but the manuals are also very deep, and they often use matrices and stuff, and so it's just like you can't memorize a matrix. So
yeah,
it's so I often take, just like the SP404 workflow, which is really weird for sampling and editing and stuff. I just have quick and dirty cheat sheet notes. So I don't even care what the manual says. I just know the process I need to make it work.
Yeah.
It's worth taking the extra time to do that.
Oh God, yeah.
Because then you walk away, and 6 months later, pick it right back up.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I'm not too bad. Once I've learnt it, I can tend to retain it. But I tend to.
It's hard, especially electron stuff, and I forget it all the time.
See, what bugs me now is like if I put a track into Cubase and then I go to what MIDI instrument I'm going to be controlling it with, and I click on it, and the list goes so long I have to bloody scroll it because there's so many bloody things it's connected to now.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it just goes on and on and on.
It's not cheap, that Dominus, is it?
It's like 3 megas. Would you say you had a plethora of plugins?
Yes, very, very much a plethora of plugins. Yes, Dominus was about 500 or something.
That's not too bad.
379.
No, I got the Pro.
Oh, there's a
and
Pro.
And it just come out as well. It was literally just broke.
What's a Pro? Just more articulations, or what's the?
I think it was 24-bit. Oh, actually, somebody will be able to tell us.
Oh, is it my time to leave?
Okay, let's hear the techno track.
Yeah, 649.
Boom, boom, sit, boom, sit, boom, sit, boom, sit.
There's no
boots and pants and boots and pants.
No boots and pants. Boots and cats, boots and cats, and boots and cats. How have you been?
I'm alright. You're doing alright. How did the track go?
I finished that one. Had a quick bath and now come down to do an extra couple of hours.
So what is this, the autism one still?
Nope. This is back to back to shit.
Oh.
What,
yeah, but not episode 1.
No, 4. So.
You got much of 4 left to do now?
I've got as much as I can get done by Thursday.
Oh,
that's
like
as much as I can do.
I see. So give it to you late and then give you less time to work on it. That's pretty smooth.
When are we starting to broadcast?
Oh, do you know what? Honestly,
24.
No, but clearly that's when you know when they can no longer change it.
Oh, that means nothing. I've done.
Yeah.
I've killed myself to finish. It was a series I finished years ago, and I finished it in like the January, and it went out the following spring. So it means nothing as to when it
means
when
nothing
it actually gets transmitted. So.
It's only locked after it's been broadcast.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah.
So who the fuck is playing? He's playing fucking shitty harp music. Yeah.
Who did you guess?
Well, it was shitty, so I'm presuming it was you.
Aren't you going to put some harps on your next piece?
I have lots of harps, but mine tends to be less shitty. That's all.
Do you not like this concert harp?
It's
winter.
It's very nice. It sounds like a very nice concert harp. It's going to either be VSL, or it's going to be BBC Symphony Orchestra, or it's going to be 8DO.
Well,
None of them.
It's for Winter's one, the Progress Sam.
Oh wow! Okay.
I seem to like very old samples.
Mm-hmm. No, there's nothing wrong with old samples.
No.
Absolutely not.
There's a couple of really ancient plugins that I like to use.
Well, I've told you, anyone that knows my template knows my template's full of loads of vintage stuff that have been surpassed time and time again, but they just work. And so, you know, and honestly, I mean, some of the new, quite a few new libraries that, you know, the new and improved versions aren't as good as the version ones. So it's not unusual. So.
It's not unusual.
Well, for me, also old East West. I mean, it's painful to use, but some of the brass sounds I could trombones, portato, one of those things I couldn't live without.
Yeah, I've said it before. One of the best string libraries was, I think I've said this before. So before Spitfire Audio became commercial, and they made bespoke libraries, and you know, they sold, I don't know how many of them, 20 of them or something, and they did a chamber strings one. There's no legato on it. There's no legato on it. You can't buy it. You know, you couldn't buy it commercially then. You had to be kind of invited to buy it. But there's no legato. There's hardly any velocity switching. It's quite a small library, and yet, in terms of chamber strings, it's still the absolute best library for chamber strings for the few people that have got it. But when they then went and did the proper chamber strings recording, when they became commercial, even though the size of it was like fucking 10 times the size of it, and it had so many different articulations, so many, it just didn't sound the same. Doesn't sound as good. So there's a lot to be said for, trying to squeeze a lot into a small space. Talking of which, did you answer the thing about your porn?
What?
So yeah, although I was actually warned. Pip turned around and went, "Don't push it, because he'll think that you actually want to actually watch it."
But you can't unsee it. So.
Well, I don't want to see it, but I'm just intrigued at the notion. I have to be honest with you. Of all the people that I know, if you turned around and went, "Who is the least likely to be anywhere in a porn film?" I would take this the wrong way, Robert, but it would be top of my list. So I need to know, when was it? What were the circumstances? I don't need to know the title. I don't want to know anything. All I want to know is how, which, why, when, how.
You seem to be assuming it's professional.
I'm not presuming it's professional at all. I've seen you with your clothes on, and so therefore I'm not presuming it's professional at all. It's just still in terms of circumstance and in terms of, you've seen a lovely young chap, but it's, you're not top of my list of, do you know what? I know someone who wants to get their cock out. So come on, details.
We normally do when Robbie's whispering.
Well, I know, that's why I had to rush off. But Come on, Robert. I obviously don't want to embarrass you, but come on, let me embarrass you. Come on.
Well, all I'm going to say, if you know what to look for,
No, that's not the point.
you should be able to find it on a certain website.
It's not.
Well,
that.
I have no idea whether it still exists there.
It's not that. It's the fact that at what point what I'm interested in is the scenario where at some point you thought, do you know what?
He was the pizza guy coming to the door. So that...
Were you the pizza guy with the pizza with the big hole in it? Was that you?
You still somewhat seem to be assuming that I might have been the instigator of this. That maybe it might
Can I
have
just
been.
point out? No, it's even worse. If you were the instigator, that's fine.
Did you
if
get
you're
an
not the
IMDb
instigator,
credit?
that means at some point someone turned around to you and said, "Do you know what? How do you fancy?" And you went, "Do you know what? I'm doing nothing on Monday." Which, just as a scenario, it's just you were there going, "Oh, actually, I might have to do a software upgrade on." No, do you know what? I'll get my cock out instead.
Just don't watch it backwards.
Look, do you know what?
So,
do you know
so
what?
were you background or foreground talent?
Do you know what? Actually, Robert,
talent.
Yeah.
No, but seriously, you're making
don't build
lots
him
of
up here.
You're making lots of assumptions about it all being really professional, planned about, and rather than just something to do with a medium-time sex partner that
decided to put it online.
That it was mutual to decide to put that online.
Do you know what? Robert?
It's a lot more boring than.
Hats off to you, Robert, for doing it. Good for you. I have absolutely zero issue with it whatsoever. That's fantastic. Good for you.
But it is more
there's
fun
no,
when you
there's
watch.
no kink shaming here, so it's.
Yeah.
Oh my God! Right, absolutely fucking nuts.
It's more fun when you watch it backwards because it's basically about a guy who hoovers spunk off a woman's chest.
Oh my God!
Fucks her and then breaks her washing machine and leaves.
Ken, stop now, Ken.
Yeah, what?
Well, what I'm going to say, student halls are not that exciting.
Do you know what? Good for you.
You needed a fluffer.
Well, if I would have known that Thai was available.
Whoa! Hang on a minute. There's lots of assumptions going on here.
Look, that was a long time ago when he was a fluffer. Give him more credit.
Yeah, and he's too expensive.
Yeah.
Far too expensive.
Yeah. There's one minor flaw in this plan.
You get an IMDb credit and the prices just go through the roof.
No. Hats off to you. I know, so actually this isn't, I was about to say I know someone, but it's not I know someone. I know someone whose friend, and this is absolutely true, basically sells their knickers on, kind of online.
All right.
In a used state, and
well, that's Japan, all over the place.
Yeah. But what I'm saying is, I know someone whose friend does that and makes a decent living doing it.
Really?
And my argument is very simple. If that works for some people, if that's what they want to do, that's absolutely fine. It's not for me.
If that's a functional business model, then go for it. If people's crazy enough to buy it, then
I will. That's it. I will turn around and say anyone can do anything they want as long as it's not hurting anybody.
The Twitch streamer Amaranth was selling her own farts in a jar.
Oh, yeah, I've seen that. Yeah.
Ask how you know that.
Yeah, it's not for me, but if it's for somebody and makes them happy and they've got the money to pay for it, then good for them. Knock themselves out.
Well, there was a channel that bought them to see if they were legit, and
Can I whoa! There was a channel that bought them to see the legit.
The channel that bought her jars to see if they actually had anything in them. So.
What's
hang on a minute.
What's that, a micro addict channel?
Not me. Not me.
There's anything in there, as if they're legit. What difference does it fucking make?
They want to see if she was scamming people. It's pretty funny.
Oh my God.
We don't really have to go out of your way very much to find with jar, do you?
Yes.
It's not like it's hard work.
Yes, you do.
There's somebody talking out of experience.
Honestly,
Yes.
No.
I generally am the least judgmental person, and anyone can do whatever they like. It's absolutely good for them. And if they can make money out of it without hurting somebody, then even better.
Yeah, basically, it's harmless stuff. So
totally, totally is. I mean, it's a lot of it's unbelievable.
It's pretty silly, yeah.
And it's not for me. But if it works for people, I'd rather they were doing that than doing some other shit which is less savoury. I mean, not that that's savoury. I mean, it depends on the farts are. They could be very savoury, but less.
There's a great Borat skit where he goes to one of those Japanese guys to get the panties and stuff. It's pretty funny.
What film's that in?
Borat, the Sacha Baron Cohen.
Oh, I've only seen
in the original film.
I've only seen both films. So. But anyway, well, look, thank you for sharing that, Robert. I appreciate that. And shut up. I appreciate that, Robert. So, well, don't spoil it. I'm saying nice things to you. Don't spoil it by fucking.
What I'm going to say, can
I just point out?
Are you disappointed by it? Is it a lot more boring than?
I won't be able to sleep tonight, Robert. I will be crying. I wanted more detail. I wanted a link.
No.
I wanted a blow-by-blow account. I mean, literally a blow-by-blow account.
Blow-by-blow account. Yeah.
So.
No. Like, were you actually expecting it to be something more hilarious?
Robert, have you looked in the mirror? No, I wasn't expecting.
Why were you so keen to ask for it?
Only the fact that as I said on the outset, genuinely, of all the people I have any knowledge of in this world, you would not be top of my list to do that kind of thing, which just shows that you have a side that I have absolutely zero knowledge of, and I'm sure lots of people here have zero knowledge of.
I mean, past me, presently might be.
What, you weren't awake?
No, all I'm going to say, I might have changed over time. In the
we've
past
all changed
8
in that
years.
time. Of course we have.
So,
absolutely. No, absolutely. Of course we have. Yeah. No, good for you, though. Genuinely, I'm not just saying it. Good for you. Absolutely.
Yeah.
So what was it named under? Just so I can try and find it. What was it? It's not going to be native VS. So I'm not going to get far looking for that.
No.
Oh, brilliant.
I'm not that stupid to use that name on those kind of websites.
No.
It's virtual VS on all of those.
Oh, is it? Oh, okay.
No.
No. But anyway, well, that was yeah. I'm sorry if you felt pressured into exposing yourself. I mean, exposing the information.
No, I didn't feel pressured then, and I didn't feel pressured now.
That's fantastic. That's what I like to hear. Good. I just said that for legal reasons.
Well, I'm very sorry for disappointing you with such a boring story.
Robert, you haven't disappointed me in the slightest. To be fair, can I just say, it's not that you disappointed me. I would have fucking astounded if you turned around and went, yeah, actually my stage name was, Robert the Dick. And I have a 7-year career. I flew over to LA every other week, to do a few stints.
He was the original Robbie Longhorn.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. That would have shocked me. You haven't disappointed me in the slightest.
What I'm going to say is it has nothing to do with my real name or any of my other online presences.
Oh, so when he turns around and says, you should be able to find it, it's got nothing to do with his real name or online presence. So basically, you've just got to write in...
A simple 10-hour search on Pornhub, you'll find it. So.
20 years ago, student porn, and see how far that gets you.
Not 20... must be 8 years ago.
Sorry, okay, probably. 8 years. Can I just also turn around and go, I have to pull you up here and say, I said up, not off. But, it's you turn around and go, oh yeah, I changed. It was 8 years ago. Fuck.
Yeah, but you do realise that the more you talk about it, the more detail he gives you.
Well, yeah, all we know is... it's none of the detail we can get to.
Yeah,
that's
so
all we know.
Dorm porn 8 years ago. Certain websites.
Well,
I have. It might. I think London University will be definitely in there in the tags.
This is brilliant.
The thing is, Rob, right, mate. The thing is, Robert. He'd probably eventually find it, watch it, and go, "Oh, I've seen it. I've already seen this one."
Yeah.
Yeah, just check your favourites, Ty.
Oh, wonderful.
Oh, brilliant.
Oh, cool.
Anyway.
I wish I'd been in a porn film. That would have been cool.
What it is?
Yeah,
Ty will be constantly talking about it.
No, I won't.
I'd send him a copy.
I know someone who genuinely
Check this out.
I know someone who's genuinely considered setting up an OnlyFans thing for just that reason. But
I've considered it for my music, of course.
Say again, sorry?
I've considered it for my music, of course. The OnlyFans.
Nude OnlyFans music, yeah.
Really? OnlyFans for music, really?
Well, that's how it
All the
originally.
platforms to go with. I wouldn't have said that.
No, but that's what it sort of originally started out with. But then, because it had an 18 plus only policy, it sort of got hijacked into a different market.
No, OnlyFans started out as something completely different. Well, just it had the best of intentions. But I'm not having you on. Good for people if they want to do this, then I have no issue with it whatsoever. Whether it's for you or I or anyone else is none of anyone's business if they want to do it. Again, it's that if someone's making them do it, it's a completely different ball game. But if this is just what they want to do because it's what they
you're not trafficking yourself, so you're okay. So
yeah, it's fine. But yeah. So good for them, but yeah, I'll keep looking. I'll if you have OnlyFans, I'll sign up and I'll sign up for you, you alone. Fucking hell, that just sounded so weird. It was coming out of my fucking mouth.
Just only fan, one fan.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, just one
only fan.
Of me sharing sexy videos of look
No,
at the synth, it's so amazing.
Hang on a minute, I'm not signing up for fucking. You're gonna edit all this down now. So what I'm basically now saying, what I'm gonna actually be saying is, I'm gonna sign up to Robert for OnlyFans just so I can get his sexy videos. No, I said from a music point of view.
Okay.
You're assuming I put music under it?
You said it's for fucking music! For fuck's sake! Am I in a fucking alternative reality here?
What, you didn't write your own score for it?
What?
Why the fuck would anybody do that? Why do you want music with the pornography?
It's good practice.
Well, you do like a strip tease with the music beforehand.
Hang on a minute. Oh my god.
Get your Waka 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 library out.
I've just lost. I haven't got a clue what's going on now.
What's the matter, mate? Your headphones too tight.
I'm tired. I've got to carry on working. Don't want to work. Got to. But there we go.
Well, there are other lines of work where you can make a fortune.
What? What did you say? Sorry.
There are other lines of work where you can make a fortune.
Oh my god, he's back to OnlyFans again.
Well, come on, you're in your dressing gown now. We'll all wave a fiver at you.
You got 4 fans right here. There you go.
Woo!
Yeah.
A fiver to stay in the dressing gown.
It's quite easy to pinpoint the downfall of Tyson's career.
Yeah.
It started on the 1st of October. It was a very lonely evening. And from this point onwards, that everything went downhill.
Give us at a low point.
Yeah, exactly.
Actually, I do have a work-related question for you, Ty.
For
How often
me,
do you have to scrap what you're working on for these projects changing constantly and just start over?
say that again. Sorry.
When you get a lot of changes and last minute this and that and stuff, how often do you have to scrap what you did and start over?
Scrap it and start. Scrap and start over. Not that much. The annoyance, I'll be honest with you. I'm happier to do that. The worst thing is to try and take something that is already working and works well, and you've written to a picture, and then they come back and they just make little changes here and there, which means that all of a sudden what did work and fit and now doesn't fit.
The cues are all off. Yeah.
And then what you're doing is you're basically essentially bodging, and then the problem is with that is that they change it so often that you then, after you've done one lot of bodging, you then do another lot of bodging, and you do all of this shit. And so basically what ends up almost from a musical point of view, bears no resemblance to the original. And then I'm not just saying this, so many times they come back and they'll just have laid in the original track and then rewritten it all again to what you did in the first place. And what you realise, you've just wasted days of work. That's frustrating. But actually just deliberately scrapping and starting again, not that many times. The worst thing I ever did, I did a series, I mean, this is many years ago when I was kind of starting out career-wise. I did a whole load of sketches for a BBC series, and they were sketches, and they were all marked up as sketches. And then I rewrote the entire score for the series. And then when the series went out, they'd used all the sketches, and they hadn't used a single track from the actual stuff that I'd done properly. And I'd love to say it was because the sketches were so good in the first place, but it was actually because of the editor. The cataloging was so fucking totally dysfunctional that he didn't even realize that I'd actually sent all of the score down, written properly. They thought that the only things available were the sketches, and so it was only the sketches that went out. That was because I spent weeks doing the original score and none of it ever got heard. So that was annoying. Yeah, but you do get used to that kind of shit. You don't. You kind of
When did you find that out?
When I watched it.
Oh, so you did actually watch it and were confused.
Yeah. Can I point out this was very early on in my career where I was actually
still
bothered.
A novelty.
It was very. Oh my god! It was the world knew. I told everyone that there's this new BBC series and I'd done the music for it and I literally did then just watch it and just go, what the fuck? And wasn't best pleased, but.
And then we were really worried about all the people you told to watch it.
Now, can I just point out that I think I said to you before, my sketches they're never just, they're never shitty sketches. They're all full formed pieces. So they don't sound shit. It's just that I know they're demos. It's like someone putting out a demo. It's fine as long as you know that it's an extra on an album, whatever. Then you put the demo out. But can you imagine if they just put the demos out and they didn't put out the actual thing?
Yeah,
that's all it would be. But it was fine. It was okay, but you do get used to that kind of shit, and that's why I learned fairly early on in career that about not getting attached to stuff, because once it's out of your hands, once it's with the editors and directors and in post, you have so fucking little control over everything. You can't get attached to this stuff. You can't get pressures about it.
Yeah. Do you have the rights to release the soundtracks if you wanted to, or not really?
No. Because
would they ever?
It's been. I mean, there was one or two over the years that I've done, but the thing is, it would take a lot of time and effort and pressure for me to make it happen. And some people are bothered about it, and I'm not one of them.
No.
I mean, you know what I mean? The publishing, most of my publishing is either owned by the company or that I'm working for, or it's owned by BBC Publishing, who publish 90% of what I do. And if I really wanted to, I could do all the prep to release a soundtrack for something. And I've been approached to do it, but you need to understand the amount of time and effort that goes in. It's not just a case of you take the tracks that you've written and they go out. If you're going to release a soundtrack, you have to do it properly. You have to essentially, I'm not saying rewrite all the music, but there's a lot of time and effort that goes into it. And you get no money out of that. Not these days. You get no money out of that. It's literally so you can slap yourself on the back and tell yourself how wonderful you are. And that I'm not interested in that. I did it once. The first time I had a soundtrack release, I literally went into HMV and just, flipped through the CDs and held up this, CD. And of course, wanting to turn around to whoever was stood around me, turning around and going, this is me, like a wanker. But of course I didn't. I just literally picked it up and just looked, saw my name on the back and went, yeah, and put it back and walked out. I mean, it's not, I don't get off on that kind of, thing.
Well, would they let you put snippets on your website or anything?
Oh yeah, I could do whatever I liked from that point of view. Yeah, as long as there's no profiteer. But of course, my website, anyone that wants to go and visit my extensive website, which basically has got my name and just says, if you want to send me a message, and then I'll get an email saying someone sent you a message, and I just delete it. So that's my website. There is nothing on my website. because I don't. My argument has always been when I need a website. Hey Jim, when I need a website, in other words, I've got no work. When I've got no work and need work, then I'll get a website. And
has that ever happened yet?
It never happened.
Yeah.
It's never happened, so I've never needed a website. So therefore, I don't think there's many composers out there that don't have any kind of website. I have nothing, literally nothing.
You just have a homepage that says "fuck off."
Basically, it is. That's essentially what it is.
So I can't be bothered.
Yeah, can't be asked. That's what it just says. It's just me. It's just a picture of me going like this. So, but
I
it's
don't know
not,
what you mean. That website has loads of info on it.
What yours does?
No, yours. It's like 2 pages. Wow, you've gone wild, and it looks so modern.
Is it? Can I point out? I'm not actually on. I have never visited the page that you're looking at.
Okay.
Never.
Robbie, pull it up.
If you're,
Let's see it.
and I mean this genuinely, I swear on whoever's life you're like, I've never visited this page. So if it has two pages, that's one more than I thought it had.
Well, what can we see in there? The TL audio console, the Synth rack, Origin, Tempest.
And at the bottom it says
Neuron.
visitors 1.
Exactly. In real time.
Yeah.
As someone else goes on, visitors 2.
Please note that tie.unwin@version.net is no longer active. Oh.
Okay.
High quality.
Thank you. Thank you for your appreciation.
Well, go to the Wayback Machine and look at it.
The Comic Sans is a bit of a giveaway, isn't it?
No, it is sadly too modern for Comic Sans. I'm highly disappointed.
The two guys
I was
in the
hoping
corner
for
digging.
I was hoping for Comic Sans.
Can I point out? I had literally nothing, and it's only when I switched over to is it Ionos? Is it Ionos that do? Anyway, whoever it was to get the domain name, part of it was obviously you could have whatever a page was, and it was only the fact that this was a time. So this was whenever it was. I don't know how many years ago. About 5 years ago, and everybody in the business was going, you have to have a website. You cannot not have a website. Everybody has a website. And so this was literally my token gesture to just go, okay, I've now got a website. Can you all get off my backs, please? But, I mean, there's nothing. Oh my God. I hope none of you fuckers are going to send me a fucking message. If you do send me a message, just so you know, you won't get a fucking answer. It will just get deleted straight away. So.
It won't be straight away. It took you about 7 months to accept my Facebook friend request.
Nothing in my life is straight away.
That's quite a speedy server you've got there.
Oh, it is, isn't it? Go on.
Do I need to go off it so it's quicker? Fine.
You're crashing my page! You're crashing my page!
There's a little 386 computer fired up somewhere now. Oh, here we go.
What do you call that? A single denial of service attack. An SDOS.
I can't read that. I'm sorry. Almost has been said, you fuckers. Oh, that's brilliant. But I'm not. Just so you know, I'm not having you on. Generally, I have never visited this page. I set it up, and I've never visited it. So is that the second page?
So this was set up by Aunt Helga.
Oh, okay.
Is it?
But it's nice seeing the Neuron in there.
The grumpy lorry driver photo is still being used heavily.
Well, let's have a look. Go down. I can't even see what. No, not down. Up. Sorry, go up. Go up. No, up. Oh, sorry. I do mean down. No wonder I'm not doing this very well. There we go. I'm trying to see what's
that
in
job
the
of
picture.
air traffic control didn't work out, did it?
The TL audio console.
That's Origin.
Mm-hmm.
With a
Synth
XT.
Yeah, Tempest.
Drum shit. Tempest. TLA. What else
Is that an Integra 7 below there in the rack?
Yeah, what's that?
You ever use a Tempest that much?
Yeah,
below the Neuron is the K5000?
It is. Can I put... I do want to point out, Robert, fucking well done for recognising a K5000 with that. That is awesome. That is awesome.
Is it? Or
It's
No,
like,
it's
I
K5.
haven't
It
even.
would have been a K. It would have been a K5000. Yeah.
If it makes you feel any better, Ty, I've never visited my website, and it was done by our fishman.
Oh, you told me. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, you have to laugh.
The guy we buy the fish off.
Yeah, it's nothing to do with Kent. There's just a price list for.
No, it's probably a photograph of me going.
£1 million.
Yeah.
Fuck off! Don't want any more work. Stop sending me shit.
Oh,
so did I miss Robert's revelations about his former career? Or?
Oh my God, he was a pro. He did it for years. Apparently over in LA, he's got a fucking 11-inch dick. I mean, it's just
the stamina is amazing. It's just
He knows
just...
Sandra Otterson.
Yeah.
He's a stunt cock.
Yeah. Did you miss all of this? You missed all of this, Jim.
I was working.
Oh, so was Robert.
He's a cock double. Really?
You know when we turn around and talk about Robert and say, "Oh, fucking hell, he's a right cock." Apparently, we've been accurate all these years.
And a left cock. You're talented, mate.
If I only had my right tit of water show.
Oh, so nasty. That.
You okay, Jim?
No, I'm too tired.
Oh.
You weren't expecting that, were you? You
No.
thought crane driver?
No, you were thinking pizza delivery man.
Yeah.
Washing
Robbie
machine
was hoping he was going
repairman.
to be a boiler. He was going to be a plumber.
Hey, Mario.
Come to fix the boiler.
well, he wasn't a plumber, but he's laying some pipe.
Yep.
Oh,
Drilling for
Anyway.
oil.
On that bombshell.
I'm going to go to bed.
yeah.
Yeah. I'm going to. I'm going to go do some work.
Yeah, fire up that banjo
have
library.
fun. Yeah, but I dare you, banjo and accordion.
There's
Yeah.
no fucking banjo and accordion anywhere near it.
Jewish
In
harp.
American football, it's just.
Yeah, American banjo. Accordion,
Yeah,
okay, I give you that. You don't want that.
Okay,
but
Jews, harp, and a harmonica.
So it's mostly
Wow.
cheering and fireworks.
There's
and pop
actually,
music.
generally the track that I now need to finish before I go is basically a drone, but I refuse to do drones. You know, anyone basically in TV now, it's literally find a drone, hold it down, do fuck all for the next minute.
Yes, select one omnisphere pack, hold it down.
Yeah,
Select
exactly. I won't-
select
I
a
won't-
zebra pack, hold it
I
down.
won't-
New drone done.
Yeah, I refuse to do it. I just won't do it. So when I do a drone, it's a proper
What's
piece of
like
music. It's proper-
some tram strings doing?
No. I just sit here. I mean, the one I'm looking at the moment, there'll be kind of 12, 13 tracks of different things moving in and fading and changing and.
Although Peter Gabriel's drones for Birdie were awesome.
Yeah, you can turn drones into full blown piece of music if you know. But the idea of the lazy word that so many people now just hold one note down and it can't cope with that.
But clearly, what you should just do is fire up a neuron, hope it works, and then just press one note and twiddle about with three sticks.
Patch 173. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hold it down.
Twiddle around with the sticks and drone down.
How about Ski Jam on the Wave Station?
Now, memory moog, pint of Guinness.
Can I point out? I have to say, Ski Jam was one of the last. I've said this so many times before. One of the last times ever I've walked into a synth shop, played a synth, and literally got a hard on because it was just like that was so different.
It was great. That's a great thing.
So different to everything else you'd ever heard up until that point by playing one note, and you got the Ski Jam patch. You're just like, oh my god, I have to buy this. I have to buy this. Yeah.
Now every patch one.
No, oh my god, now honestly the first thing I do when I get one of those is I get anything that's got that kind of auto shit on. I literally just delete the patch because I don't want any of. I hate it. All of that auto stuff.
The best thing is if you have 5-hour scar patches on the front and you're like, oh, these are all amazingly playable, are really fancy and also simple.
Yeah.
That's like the nicest thing.
Yeah.
When you can like spend an hour on one patch just with velocity after attack mod wheel or whatever other controller and be happy.
But but I've said this is what I said before about the C15. The C15 is just one of those where there's none of that kind of shit. You literally just sit down and just play one patch. You could just sit there and play it for hours just on one patch. That's the sign of a good synth. But... Anyway, I'm going to go and work on my G minor drone, and meanwhile, lovely seeing you all.
Indeed.
And I will hopefully catch up with you all soon. And in an very much ideal world, I will hopefully see many of you on Saturday, which hopefully, possibly would be great.
Awesome. Look forward to the swearing.
Me? I never swear.
Only on stream.
I do. I've said this before. Honestly, if my daughter was around, my daughter's never heard me swear. And there's some kind of, honestly, believe it or not, and there's some kind of filter that the moment I know she's in the vicinity, it's just, she's never heard me swear. I've never sworn in front of her. And I'm the one, Joe, believe it or not, I'm the one that when I'm stood with other dads and the kids are around or whatever, and you get the other dads turning around and they'll start using language, I'm the way going, oh, come on, guys, what's the language?
You say like, oh, fiddlesticks or something like that?
Oh, I don't, yeah.
Gosh
is my favourite.
Yeah.
The amount of times.
Golly gee whiz.
Gosh, wow. Yeah, all of that kind of shit. So, but yeah.
Holy cock double.
She actually turned around to me once and turned around and went, oh, Daddy, Mummy used a swear word. Did she? Mummy used a swear word. Yeah, she did. I really annoyed her and she used a swear word. Can I tell you what the swear word is? And they go, no, you don't have to. No, can I tell you what it is? I'm not swearing. I just want to tell you what the word is that Mummy said. And then they go, no, you don't.
Yeah,
need
for
to tell me what it is."
educational purposes.
Yeah, she's there going, yeah, but I want to tell you so you know what the swear word that Mummy said.
Yeah.
I don't need to know. She goes, well, can I say the word? I was like, no. She went, please, can I say the word? But I'm not swearing. I just want to tell you.
She wants to say it.
So
You want to be able to say it.
I want to say the fucking word, Daddy.
She just went, yeah, it's the S word. I went, oh, that's awful. And she just went, I went, oh, that's really bad. She went, I know.
Does your daughter know that this stream
she's 24.
exists?
So again?
Right. Does your daughter know that this exists, this stream?
No, she thinks I'm a decent human being. Yeah.
But on her 18th birthday, we're going to send her the link.
Edited highlights.
Yeah.
Of just you.
Yeah. Just me turning around and saying, yeah, me turning around and going, I want to see your dick, Robert, on OnlyFans. I will sign up to see you doing porn.
I will be wanking furiously.
No, we'll put it through Melodyne so it sounds better. So.
Anyway, okay, I'm fucking off.
Indeed.
Goodbye.
Well, not in public.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. I will. Yeah, hopefully see you soon. Be good. See you later.
Bye.
Cheers, everyone.
Ta-ra, put it back.
Bye.
I'm off. See you later.
Cheers.
Radio. See ya.
See you later, buddy.
Be Robert left on his own again.
Yeah.
Oh, how sad. Plus, I need to move my mouse.
Oh.
Good night, everyone. Cheers.
Bye, game.
Take care. Take care. Oh, right then.
That was fun.
Yeah. What? This was
So in all seriousness, Robert, was there a video?
There are multiple.
Oh wow.
Oh wow, go for
it. That's a revelation right there.
There's a series.
A series would imply I would say some forward thinking. I would more say encounters were filmed and put online. I wouldn't call it high production value.
So a few different angles and then some basic money shots, basically.
No, it's not that fancy. It is more unedited. Unedited long form content.
And were you pleased with your performance?
My acting jobs need work, or I shouldn't be acting. Oh wait, I wasn't acting because I bloody hate pornography where acting is involved.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's kind of sort of like natural theatre kind of thing. It's cool.
It's just great. video. I was watching some nature videos, and in this park in Saudi Arabia, and this couple walks by with their kids, and these Hamadryas baboons are just going at it, and they just look like people with fursuits on, just going at it like a porn movie, and they're just sitting there watching, like, oh, isn't this nice nature? But it's just like, with their kind of prudish outlook on the world, with various things that they do, watching this just flat out animal porn right in front of them was just a hilarious clip. The juxtaposition of the images with the she has her hijab on, and they're all dressed all nicely and standing there proper, watching them, these just baboons go to town. It was hilarious.
Weird, isn't it? I don't know. Right. I've got a CS80 to engage tomorrow.
Is that all day thing?
I don't know. I've got to fire it up and find out what's wrong with it. It might
You
not
get a
be-
mod too? Are you doing a mod?
No, they just want a simple repair. Get it back in the shop for sale, probably.
Yeah.
So just
I can get 130,000 for this.
Be something stupid like that, probably. But yeah, no. So what it'll do, fix anything that's not working right, calibrate, tune, burn in for a couple of hours just to make sure, and then bolt it up, and they can come and collect it. So I might have it finished tomorrow. By probably about 3 o'clock. And then there's I have to look at. I know I have to look at something else, but I'll have to ask her. She'll tell me what it is I'm supposed to be looking at tomorrow. Some unit came in a flight case. All I know is there's a flight case sitting there that I'm supposed to look at.
Oh, is there rough too in there?
No. It's funny that. Do you know what? She was on the phone to a recording studio on Friday, and the bloke says he has, and I'm listening to her, and she goes, "Okay, and what is it? Oh, is it a Rev 2? Have a look and see if there's a heat sink on the back." Like that. There is. All right, that's all right. No, it's a Rev 3. That's all right then. Because if it was a Rev 2, I won't allow them in the house.
So in a nutshell, again, can you explain what's wrong with the Rev 2? I forgot.
SSM chips which are unobtainium.
Yeah, you can't get the chip.
It's just hard to repair, basically.
And well, not just that. I mean, like for instance, if you need to do work on the digital board, simply taking out the voicing board and then taking out the digital board, do the repair, put it back. It'll have a new fault because you took the digital board out. Now you've disturbed it. So that kind of thing. So you take it out, fix it, put it back in again, and then something else is not
working. It could be
words.
It could be a Rev 1.
Well, yeah. Fortunately, there's just not that many of them about.
What was the last Rev they made?
3.3.
3.3, yeah.
Okay. And that one's pretty rock solid. You can fix it easily. And
the 3s are okay.
Let's get a Rev 4 at that point.
Well, the 3 ones were, I think, the Rev 2 digital board, but the updated voice boards. So some of the early 3.0s still had Rev 2 digital boards in, which are like die. So there was a slow transition between Rev 2s and Rev 3s. So then they went 3.1, 3.2s, which is 3.2s and 3.3s, which is software updates more than anything else. Where the auto-tune was better and things like that. And yeah, so they're all right, but the Rev 2s, oi. Yes. So
another quick question. I may have asked this before, but I CS40M Yamaha. What is that related to? I know it's duophonic, but what is it closest related to in that lineup?
30.
30.
Yeah,
So it's like a 30 with duophonic.
Yeah, they're literally
like no sequencer, duophonic. That's really the difference.
Yeah, but the components are pretty much the same right through the CS range.
Yeah, because the colors throw you off and the shape and stuff, so it's hard to tell, you know.
Yeah, because you had that shape that they had for the SK30, CS40, the CS20M, the CS70 of that different, basically a different kind of format. That
What's the stupid organ? With 50D, the dual manual?
Yes, and that's technically an offshoot of the YC45.
But without the ribbon and all the fun parts.
Yeah, yeah.
So the oscillators and filters in the 40M are similar to the SK20, SK30?
No, they'll be IG double O's, so they'll be similar to the CS30s, 30L.
So the better, okay, right.
Yeah, so they're technically the 80 chips.
Okay.
So,
because I always wanted to get one after my friend had one. I could have gotten probably for $800 many years ago, and I just passed on it because I go, oh, it only plays 2 notes at a time, being an idiot, right? Because I didn't know about monosynths and duophonics.
Oh, we all been there.
And I should have got it because it was great for sound effects, but I didn't want to keep a big giant thing just for sound effects.
Yeah.
And now I'd really like to have it as a proper synth.
Yeah, because it is really big for something that only does 2 notes.
Yeah, exactly.
So,
But the 30 is big and only does 1 note, right? So
yeah.
Yeah, but for 30 you have the sequencer in the... And
it's okay. I have sequencers already, though. So I don't
but that's small compared to the 30L.
Yeah, well, the L stands for large, right?
Yeah.
And you don't have a sequence. No, but like all the panel is spaced out like syntax or an Oberheim, where it's like where's a half a mile, but between all the knobs in one section.
Yeah, and it has the wooden flight case thing that it never comes out of.
It doesn't even have a sequencer in it.
No.
And it's bigger than the 30.
Mm. And it doesn't actually have more facility than the 30. You think being bigger and having the extra panel, you think there's actually more on it, but technically it's pretty much a 30, but lacking the sequencer.
Have you heard why they didn't include a sequencer in more of their stuff? Why it's just a couple of them?
Probably because the sequencer was pretty isolated anyway. I mean, you could barely control the bloody thing with anything.
It doesn't send out, right? It's all internal?
As far as I know...
Maybe it does.
I think it didn't know. I don't know. Did it? I'm trying to remember now.
Let's look up a picture.
Because some things are like that, where it's an island. It's like, why did you make it a fucking island?
Mm. Yeah.
I mean, it's Yamaha Synth. It's weird in every way possible anyway.
Sure, yeah.
Oh, there was something on it where it didn't sync or something. Or you couldn't trigger the start and stop. Or something like that. But it was, literally an island sequence. The real pain in the ass was when you calibrate the VCOs, you then had to calibrate the CVs in the sequencer.
Oh,
Instead of using the CVs from the keyboard like everything else, it had to be calibrated separately. It's like, oi, you bastard. So you had to get it to match what the VCOs were set to.
Oh, that's crazy.
Yeah.
No, so the sequencer has CV and trigger out. You have a keyboard trigger voltage in and out, and you have an external signal in.
Okay. So it can't
it's
talk.
So quite a few sockets for a synth at that time.
Yeah.
But that's definitely volts per octave, right?
No, I'm pretty sure.
No, it'll be
Is it Hertz volt?
Hertz volts. Yeah.
Oh, really? Oh, I thought only the Korg was doing that stuff.
No, I mean even some like a Taurus 1 from Moog, that's Hertz per volt.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it is a far superior thing. It's so much simpler. You just get rid of a temperature unstable exponential converter.
Yeah.
Because obviously, if your keyboard has a few more octaves, you're starting to get to some high voltage.
Mind you, the Tauruses did have those bastard UA 726s.
That was only Rogue and Taurus 2, I thought. Taurus 1 didn't have any.
No, my Taurus 1 might not have had them. No, you're
So
right.
the Taurus is Hertz volt, but then like later stuff that's based on it, like the Siren, that's CV, right?
That's not based on it. I mean, it's based on it, but
volt per octave.
yeah, but different design.
Yeah.
I mean, the Moog Taurus is a weird thing in its own right.
Yeah, but it's like the EML, wasn't it? That was 1.2 volt per octave.
Well, Buchla is all 1.2 volts per octave.
Yeah.
I mean,
Why
actually,
why
if your
different
tuning
standards?
but if you're tuning a sequencer with a voltmeter, 1.2 volts per octave is amazing. Because every semitone I just tune with a voltmeter to 0.1 volts. And I can tune my semitones perfectly. Try to do that with volt per octave, trying to use semitones.
Yeah. Yeah.
Interesting. So why do you think Hertz Volt wasn't so popular then?
That's a good question.
I would say that if you're going beyond 3 octaves on the keyboard, you start to get to some serious voltage that you require. So let's say bottom key is 0, then first octave you're going to need 1 volt, the next one you're going to need 2, then
But
4.
some of these small keyboards, like the Rogue and the Prodigy and stuff, they're all short, so they don't need to worry about that.
Yeah, so that's fine. But if you wanted to take it further, and then I think also MIDI got in the way.
Yeah, but it also stopped you from using TTL because you had to have your source voltage to do the top C would supersede what the TTL can take. You'd have to use CMOS. So like on the 80 where you have the plus and minus 15 which runs the amplifiers and shit like that, the keyboard system worked on a 8.5 plus 8.5 minus 6.5 system.
Yeah.
Which is quite weird.
It is weird.
Yeah, to say the least. But there was on the 80 there's a second trimmer when you have to not so much do it by the octaves, you have to do it between notes. So C has to be 1.25 millivolts, and then C sharp has to be 1.32 millivolts. And if you don't get that right, the rest of the keyboard's never right. And then you can't choose to feed the VCOs into it either, if it's out. Yeah. So when you get these 1% resistors that go a bit leaky, it's like, when I go to 2 foot, it's like, all over the shop. It's like, yeah, we know what we've got to go and sort that fucking CAS board out.
You put the modern 0.1 resistors in.
Yeah.
How about the pots and stuff on these CS80s? I mean, do they last a hell of a long time, or are they?
Oh, mate, do you know what I've never had to do yet? Out of the hundreds of 80s I've worked on, is put any switch cleaner in a slider.
That's crazy.
Yeah, never.
They're that good, or they just what is it?
They're that good. They are that good. Those top sliders never get crackly ever.
And the levers, they're also.
The levers, they're vertically mounted. Yeah. So if you can have all sorts of shit go down there, it never goes anywhere near the carbon track. The only thing that does need switch cleaner will be that tuning knob.
Wow.
That concentric one. That can get, the little one gets a bit jumpy, but it's a sealed pot. But if there's a tiny little gap that if you get right into it, it goes in and it clears up.
So they're never completely sealed. There's always some kind of a gap.
Yeah. So even a sealed pot, you can somewhere get switch cleaner in.
Well, I mean, the only real sealed pods would be conductive plastic, and those should never be able to misbehave that way.
Well, I'll tell you one pot that is completely sealed, at least in terms of getting switch cleaner into, is the ones they use on the Moog modulars and the Mini Moog. They are, you can't get switch cleaner into them. You have to dismantle them to clean them out.
At that point, take them apart, put them in the ultrasonic bath, put them back together, lubricate, and they should be like new.
Yeah.
And because they're rarity, you have to basically clean them. You don't replace them.
Yeah, exactly. And they'll have like weird values, like 5 ohms or 4 ohms or something stupid like that. And you go, Christ, why am I getting one of them?
Wow.
So, but there is a trick. The trick I do, which is I drill a hole in the back of the pot, put the switch cleaner in, and then glue gun over the hole. So the next tech that's got to do anything with it can just pull the glue off, push the stuff in and then glue over the top again.
Can you just add a resistor in series to a pot to change its value?
No,
does
it doesn't really work. It doesn't really work because it changes.
It depends where it is in the circuit.
Yeah, but it will change its zero value and its maximum value.
Yeah, but I mean, if you're just adding a CV, then put any value in. But if you actually care about resistance rather than voltage, then it does matter. But if you're just adding something to a voltage adder, easy enough to change it around to something and change the series resistor. But if you actually care about the resistance, which particularly in something the modular or older circuits, will be your pods will be directly interfacing the circuit.
Yeah.
There's no way around it.
It's
The resonance pods on most synths, they're directly the feedback path. That is literally a volume that regulates the feedback path in the filter.
Yeah. Yeah. Till it gets to that point of self oscillation, isn't it? But there's a weird thing on the Mode 55 system where the noise generator module only works in one location in the system. You can't put it anywhere else. So if you put it back in the wrong order, so you go I think it's envelope generator, noise generator, envelope generator. If you swap the two round the other way, you won't get pink noise.
Envelope and VCAs, we have one section anyway. We're like the section of 8 modules because you have the three you have 3 VCAs, then the routing module, then first envelope, then gate delay, and then the other 2 envelopes. And there's like this whole section with all the routing switches. I mean, the whole thing, it's not really modular. Or you would order, if you wanted something custom, you would order the custom system and it would be built to work at that custom system, but it wasn't thought about that you might move stuff around.
Yeah. It's just really weird because the plug on the back will have the same wires and in the same locations apart from the trigger wires. But you get white noise without any trouble. But when you switch it to pink, you don't get white noise, but when you switch it to pink, it works. Then if you put them back again, then it does.
But
really
even funnier is all the voltages that were like added when eventually 15 volts was added. Then if you want to use a Bode frequency shifter, you also need plus minus 10 volts.
Yeah.
It's like it gets crazy with power supplies.
Yeah.
Because of course originally it just ran on plus 12 minus 6. And then ICs got involved with the 921s and 923 noise.
Yeah.
When you needed a plus minus 15 supply.
Yeah. Yeah, I know. It's mad. It really drives me mental, some of these things.
Well, also, why plus 12 minus 6? Just...
Yeah. Yeah.
Or I say that I live in London where the tube runs on plus 400 minus 200 volts DC. So just like...
Yeah.
What? Why do you run 4 rails?
How the hell did this become a standard?
And
why? Yeah.
Yeah, but and also remote tube stations, which used to be, and some older the Piccadilly lines are still run off plus 400 DC. So like all the lighting and anything else in the tube station gets run over that.
Wow.
Who comes up with such a stupid idea?
I don't know. It's ridiculous. But I got a horrible feeling that the keyword I've got to look out at after the 80 is a Jupiter 6.
What's wrong with that? It's a bit of Curtis, a bit of Roland specifics, and
No, this is the one that's been smashed up.
Oh, the one with the end cheek.
Yeah, I got a funny feeling that's next in the list.
What could possibly be wrong on the inside?
I don't know. There's also, I don't know, I think it was 2 Hammonds and there was something else. Apparently somebody, a they reckon it was one person broke into Maida Vale studios at the BBC and smashed up a couple of Hammonds.
Well, we all know that Ben hates Hammonds, but I didn't think he'd hate them that
It
much.
didn't go that far, yeah. Somebody actually went out of their way to break in and smash up 2 Hammonds and something else. I think it might have been a 200A. And smashed them up. I mean, I'm referring the Hammonds to Hammond hire, tiny. But I think the 200A probably would come here. And see if I can electrocute myself on it again.
I didn't think you'd be doing organs.
No, I've never really got too involved with them. I'll do a YC45 if it comes in.
What, to play some crazy horses?
Yeah, go wee wee. Crazy horses. Wee. Yeah, so that's how I test them. Just put on a big hair wig. Give it some. A big loose frilly shirt.
I mean, are organs easier to work on? These, I would guess they would be, but I don't know.
The amount of wires in there.
Yeah, I know.
Really? Is that it? Oh.
But there again, coming for a CS80, I mean, it's it's a busman's holiday.
A glorified organ. What?
Yeah.
No, please don't murder me for saying that.
Which all wiring looms like thick as your leg, mate. But I'll work
How
on
about ribbon cables? Have you heard?
Ribbon cables. They come with their own set of problems, mate. Especially when somebody screws the keyboard through one. Got this memory mode come in, and it was doing such weird shit. And I went, somebody's got to have done something really stupid to this. And when I took the keyboard out, they screwed right through the ribbon cable and clamped down the keyboard on it. I think that might be a problem, mate.
That'll be fine. That's all right.
Yeah, it won't damage anything.
Well, if you hate ribbon cables, you'll hate modular because there's all kinds of ribbon cables.
Yeah, but you think, especially with Euro,
I don't have any ribbon cables.
Well, the Eurorack at least.
Yeah, with the Eurorack, I think it's because it doesn't have the standard. Like some of them have the ribbon cables where they have a holder, so you know which way the ribbon cable goes.
Oh, the shrouded headers are the way to go, but those old depth ones don't have that shit. So
yeah, I mean, I've got.
I've tried a couple modules.
I mean, the Dofer stuff I haven't had much trouble with. But what was that module I was working on? The 4CV thing. I'm trying to remember who it was done by. Oh, it was the Polyend. You know the Polyend 2? So it's a 4CV CV gate controller, but it had a bunch of CV outs from it as well. So you had 4 gates, 4 CVs, but then you had like another,
I haven't seen that one.
12 CV outs that were programmable to do different things. And I was using that on the Oberheim 4-voice breakout that I'm still working on. And it died. It just died. Just packed up. Didn't like it. So I'm using a Dofer one now, which seems to be a lot better. Much more robust, and it was a hell of a lot cheaper as well. To be honest.
Yeah, his prices are good. His stuff is very industrial, very kind of matter of fact. But because they often don't include, sometimes the cables don't have the red stripe on them. And so you just have to memorize depth for down. The red stripe is always down. Otherwise, you'll fry the fucking thing.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean,
nowadays you should just design it where you put some diodes across it.
And some have that. Some have protection, but a lot of the manuals for these things, if you read the manuals, they say, "Do not. We don't protect these, so it's up to you."
Yeah. Well, I mean, again, ideal would put diodes with low enough power rating that if you were to have a massive short circuit somewhere, the diodes would just blow up.
Yeah.
Or some modules actually have that. have either beads or resistors directly after the power input, that if you were to have a short circuit or wire the wrong way, they would just blow up. Then you have 2 blown resistors or 2 ferrite beads that you need to replace.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or we could start putting touts in them again. Good old
Woo,
touts.
fire!
Yay, we love touts.
Or reefers.
Yeah.
Oh, that smell.
What was it?
That smell of a paper capacitor.
Oh, yes.
Still, every time I try to work on Hans's CA20, I'm just like, open it up because, that smell is still there.
Yeah.
We had
that is pungent.
At the laser company, we had these massive heat exchanger power supplies for the lasers, like three-phase power to drive the lasers, the ion lasers especially.
Yeah.
And these massive capacitors in there, like bigger than a beer can. And one day one popped and burned, and it's just the whole bottom floor of the building stunk for days. So bad.
Yeah. God.
Yeah. Must have been a really loud bang too.
Supercapacitors, such fun. Gotta love high energy physics.
Yeah.
Yeah. I've had a chroma come in with that 5-volt line capacitor. My God, brothers, does that make a mess when they go?
Sure.
Wow. I don't know what made it go, but my God, it was a fucking. It was just shit everywhere inside this power supply.
Yikes.
It looked like a mouse had moved in.
Do the ceramic ones burn at all?
No, ceramic should just do a nice blow if you ever hit
pop?
it.
Yeah, it should just pop, shouldn't they? Really. But
Yeah, those electrolytics are nasty.
Or it depends. Or ceramic discs pop nicely. I don't know how a multi-layer would pop into. Because where them compressed together, the damage would be slightly different.
Yeah.
But I mean, this one is quite.
It might make the
quite
leg break
satisfying
away.
pop.
Might make the leg break away one side, and it looks like it's been hit or something. Maybe.
Oh, okay.
Might
Just
be
gotta stand on one leg, basically.
Yeah. Yeah, I've seen. I've seen some. The little round ceramic ones. I've seen one that just went bang like that. It was just 2 little bits of metal sticking out of the board. There's absolutely no capacitor left anywhere.
Just took off. Yeah.
Yeah, there's nothing to be seen. So
That's funny.
go. Okay, well at least we know which part it is we have to change. There's a visual clue.
That's funny.
Yeah. But it's like that.
Now, in that case, would you just solder to the legs, or would you take the legs off? And
Oh no, take the legs out and put a new one in.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, just in case.
Do it properly.
Somebody might be looking.
When they're looking for the shrimp smell.
Yeah. Going, what is going on in here? Now, what was the thing I was working on? It's it's a drum man.
Or sideman. Sideman, I thought.
Sideman, thank you. Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
Mechanical
Christ.
thing.
You would have seen. Wow, when this thing went. Oh my God.
Well, it's like a 40s drum machine.
So is it tone wheels, mechanical tone wheels, or how does it?
Well, it's a contact wheel, isn't there? With the
the sequencer. The sequencer is a disc with the actuator just a brush thing that spins around.
Yeah.
And it's a very clever way of because
doesn't it use light like a Hammond or something like that?
No, it's just it's a valve-based drum machine basically, and then you got like these like you say, it's the sequencers, these like copper contacts on this large disc, and then you got this actuator that just goes round and round in a circle, and then you got a slider, and what the slider does is I think what it does is as you push it further in, the way it moves the belt just makes the thing go around faster. So that's your speed control. And then what it does is just fires off these different valves to produce these different clicks and plunks and plunks. And I had this one, it was nearly fully working. I'd got everything working. I think one of the one of the valves wasn't firing properly, and I went, "Oh, I would see if it's might not be sitting in right," and I'm wiggling it around, and it just went bang. Like that. It was sort of like just smoke and shit everywhere, and somewhere down in the main power supply, right down the bottom, something had gone big time. And I just went, I'll push it to one side and go, I'll look at that later. So that was about 8 months ago. I haven't been back at it yet. Like,
Are they valuable?
Hmm?
Are they pretty valuable?
I don't know.
But they're rare, right? I mean, I've never.
Oh yeah,
seen them
I mean,
anywhere, yeah.
they're rare. I imagine most of them have blown up by now. But yeah, I don't know. They'll be rare, but I don't know about demand for them at all.
I imagine just getting samples.
It's a museum piece,
right? Because they're pretty simple, clicky sounds, right?
Oh yeah, no, it's very very basic. Plick, block, blonk, plink.
It's a museum piece. That's all, and that's what it's nice for.
Yeah,
like a certain vocoder.
Yeah, I know. That's getting there. That's I've only got. There's a couple of things that it's still bugging me on that. I've got to fix, but the rest of it is really starting to really come back and shine properly now.
Is it making some sound?
Yeah. It's just not all of the frequencies one would like.
Oh, okay.
Say. But it's getting there. Most of it's down the bottom end, to put it that way. But there's 2 meters that won't work on it. It's like, oh, you bastard, yeah.
Well, just buy some old EMT rack modules that have the same meters. Because, like...
Yeah, I know. But
or you probably have to replace the scale with whatever's in there, but I mean, those meters are damn sexy.
Yeah. But there again, you see, two of the meters that aren't working, when I test them externally, they don't move. But then I go, yeah, but...
I mean, is there just crud in them, or are they properly broken?
Yeah, I wonder if I want to take them apart and have a look and see.
But, I mean, they'll probably fall to pieces when you try to open them.
Yeah, the thing is, I've had to glue them in place because there's no support mechanism for those meters on there. And they're all hanging out and hanging into the electronics. I've had to glue them into the front panel, and then I've had to make up these aluminium strips. I had to bloody cut to size to go in between the meters so they're evenly spaced out across the gap that was in the case. Because I don't know what used to be. Obviously, it was a different kind of thing went in there, because the cases are some sort of, old-fashioned military 9-inch rack mounts, and these have been retasked to house the vocoder in.
No, they're like standard lab cases, I would presume.
Yeah,
the standard stuff that you.
But even the
that you put
cutouts,
lab equipment in the 60s into.
Yeah, but the actual cutouts that existed were there before for whatever used to be in the case. So they've actually been retasked to be a vocoder now. And it's like, okay.
Yeah, I found a free Wurlitzer Sideman samples. I put a link in the YouTube chat.
Yeah. It's very plink, plonk, plop, plop, plop.
I'll check them out later, yeah.
Yeah. It's like throwing a lot of cotton bobs into a saucepan.
Metallic-y kind of.
Well,
yeah.
Is the sound of pebbles in a washing machine?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not a bad description.
That's like the Tombola sequencer on the OP1.
Mm. Yeah, that's a good one. I'm trying to think what else. There's something else down there that's been elusive. Oh, it was an ARP Omni 2. Oh, the amount of times I've gone, oh, do you know what? I've got some petrol in a can in the shed. It wouldn't take much to have an accident and just... Sorry, mate, it caught fire. Fucking thing, it will not respond properly.
And you can't. You said the schematics are almost impossible to obtain, right? So you.
Yeah, but the real problem with this is that where it was stored, it spent several months actually physically underwater.
Oh my god!
Where the
I didn't hear
guy's
that part.
oh yeah, where the guy's cellar flooded, and
Vince
I
Clark
gave
had
it
that problem. He had his special studio back east before he moved, and it
yeah
dripped, and a lot of stuff got wet.
yeah. Well, all of his gear was like physically underwater, and
Oh
it
man!
wasn't pleasant water, if you know what I
Oh,
mean. So yeah, it just doesn't work. But I'm going, maybe there's somehow some moisture still existing inside the coil or something. I don't know, but it's just not happy. I've been drying it out, and it's still a complete bath. And we go, do you know what? It's just not worth enough to warrant this much work. And you know that it's not because the guy doesn't contact you to find out how you're getting on with it.
oh
Which is
yeah,
always an
another
indication
abandoned
that,
product. Yeah.
yeah. So that's always a good thing. So there it sits.
It's a Spong storage.
Yeah. Funnily enough, it stands right next to the CS80 that a guy bought from our own music and never came and collected.
Holy moly!
Yeah, he paid 17.5K for it, and it's still here.
Jeez.
How many years was that?
It's about 9 now. It's ridiculous, absolutely ridiculous. And of course, by law,
Yeah, by law,
I can't do anything with it, so it just sits there.
Oh, I thought isn't there a time limit?
No.
You
And even
have to get
even
in
if I
contact.
sold it, I have to hold the money in a separate bank account forever until the guy gets back to us.
Well, you can put
You
it.
guys
in
don't have a
studio.
caveat emptor clause in it?
No, what you can do is you can have like the dual CS80 stand that Vangelis had at some concerts with like one like mounted high
Yeah.
up where you just think, oh, this is going to fall over and murder you at any
Yeah.
point.
What's interesting, and it still bugs me about that photo, when you tip a CS80 to that angle,
Well, all the circuit boards are going to fall out.
no, the action of the keyboard goes out the window.
Something's gravity.
I don't think if you're playing something this high, you have much interesting reaction of the keyboard.
Yeah, but what I mean is that we push the key and it does the contacts, and then when it goes back, it doesn't go fully back. So it sort of like sits halfway. So when you go push the key again, it's that just a little bit of movement. You get like too much.
It's fine for a guitar
velocity.
one or guitar two.
Just go bang. You get loads of velocity on it. You know? It's like, oh shit.
I guess the 10-second reverb didn't matter. So
Nah,
Yeah.
I don't think it's going to help.
yeah,
Guitar one and 10 seconds reverb. Who's going to hear that?
Oh man. But yeah, it's an interesting way of doing it. Mind you, Dave said to me today, he said he had it, he needed to move his 80, and he's got builders in because they're doing an extension on the back of his house. And he says, "Oh, I need to move this 80. I've got to bring it downstairs." And he says, "You guys give us a hand, move it." And they got the little guy, and they're all taking the piss, saying, "Yeah, we'll get him to do it," because he's really, he's 4 foot nothing almost, And then the other guy comes. He said, this other guy, he's really funny, but he does the plastering and all that sort of thing. He says, he's fucking huge bloke. And he goes, "Yeah, I'll move it." He reaches over, grabs the front and the back of the 80, picks it up, and walks out the room with it. Like that. And Dave's like, "Are you fucking kidding me?"
when I was younger, I could do that. I wouldn't try that now, but yeah.
Yeah.
How heavy are they again? 60 kilos?
They're 100 kilos.
100.
Yeah, 220 pound without their legs. Yeah, he just went like that and walked out with it. Mind you, I've had a guy, he was an ex-roadie, admittedly, and he had his 80. I said, "Come on, I've got the trolley." I said, "We'll take it out of the car." He said, "No, don't worry about it." Picks up, grabs each handle, like that, and walks out. All the way to his car, and then gets it in the back of a Golf. A fucking Golf.
Wow.
Boom. "Thanks, mate. Cheers." And off he drives.
I mean, I guess those handles are really strong, right? I wouldn't trust those.
Oh,
handles.
yeah. No, they're fucking great big bolts with nuts and washers on the inside, and then there's a big metal girder on the inside.
Okay.
So yeah, I mean, seriously, you could.
They thought about the handles.
They really did think it out. Yeah.
To be fair, I mean, I'm so used to 8x4 steel decks, which are like 70 kilos or 90 kilos if you have proper cross webbing.
Yeah.
Moving those around, because like.
Yeah, well, I mean, it comes in that built into that flight case that you could throw it down the stairs and it's still intact. It's got handles that you could dangle it over a cliff and do that, and nothing's going to break.
Ultimately, if you were properly touring it, you would put it in another case. Or particularly even back in those days, where you like had all the fancy cases where you put multiple keyboards in the same case and have them wired in, and then just put a lid on, and it didn't matter how big and massive the case was.
Yeah. Well, you see, this is what always annoyed me, that Yamaha had gone to all this thought about having this protective case because it's it's a portable synthesizer,
compact synthesizer.
Yeah. And the big handles, right? And then in their infinite wisdom went, yeah, it's a really delicate synthesizer. The tuning is really, really delicate and precise. So let's put fucking casters on it. Trundle. Oh, why is it not in tune anymore?
Yeah, I know they put rubber tires on there or something. Some little rubber tires.
Well, they are rubbery casters, but it still rattles the living shit out of it.
Yeah.
That's the thing, So I take the casters off when they come through. When Richard's selling them, I take the casters off, and I got a fucking cardboard box in the workshop, but it's got all these casters, hundreds of them.
Wow, so if I ever were to buy a CS80 and want casters on it, I know where to ask.
Tough shit. You're not putting casters on it. I'll fuck it up. Trust me, it will fuck it up. Yeah. I must admit, I've had 180 that I had to do where it was dropped out of the back of an aircraft, and it just like bang, and it come down, and the power supply had completely ripped out of the base of the case.
Wow.
And oh man, was that beat up? Mind you, it's amazing what you can do with a hammer. Took everything off that, beat out all the plates straight again, remounted all the heat sinks, which are fucking great big bastards.
Yeah, that car experience, working on bodies and stuff, right?
Yeah. So this fucking huge coil back in it and bolted that all in, put it all back together. And it was fine. But the initial shot tore it clean out of the case. And they are heavy, those power supplies. But if you take the power supply out and take the keys off, I can pick up that 80 and bring it up the stairs. With just those two items removed.
Wow.
But put them in, no, I can't move it. Except with a trolley.
Hey, back to that key thing you were mentioning earlier. They don't have return springs to keep the key from...
No, it's a balance thing.
Wow.
So you got the weights, and it's literally precisely balanced. And that's what gives it that piano-y type of feel.
Sure.
So as soon as you shift, if you shift it too far, that action goes.
So if you want a different response, you just need to tilt it either way to adjust your playing response that you want.
Yeah, I mean, I know there's some people that like to tip them just slightly that way. To get like
they're a bit harder.
Yeah, it's just a bit harder.
So Clavinova would be the same thing?
No, because funnily enough, Clavinovas are more like the keyboard that you get in, like the Complete Control. They're actually short keys,
right,
on a plastic frame. But they really give the feel of being hammer action. But that's because of the way the hammer's underneath. Like the
it's folded in or something like that. Yeah.
Yeah, so it hammers that way. If you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wild.
So, yeah. Whereas those things are the keys on that are about that deep. So good what?
The Osmo sound looks pretty weird with the way the keys are with those little parts that stick out the back.
Yeah, I still think that might actually be sort of like a demo model. I think they might change how it looks by the time it actually
I wouldn't think. I mean, the last video looks the same still.
Yeah.
And I mean, it seems to have been. I mean, it's not very hard to put the fulcrum anywhere in between.
Yeah.
I mean, even if you think of like any standard guitar action, or definitely with the hammer actions, the fulcrum is somewhere in between, and then the weird mechanism for the hammer.
Yeah.
So I mean, there's nothing saying you can't do it.
I know there was talk of changing the synth engine in it, because the synth engine that's in it is.
It's effort to get it to get amazing results out of it.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember what the synth is. It's a synth you can buy normally that they.
No, it's the Egan Matrix, which Mike Egan designed for the Harken Continuum.
Yes, yeah.
Like it's an amazing engine, but it is for the nerds who, for the people who are normally spend time doing Keimer and other fun stuff, who wrote their own programs for the synclavier.
Hey Rob, have you used that capybara stuff at all?
Sorry, what?
The capybara stuff. Have you used that stuff at all?
No, I mean, isn't Keimer quite expensive?
Sorry, say again.
Isn't Keimer quite expensive anyway?
That's what I mean. I've never seen one in person. No one. I don't know anyone who has one. Heard amazing things about it from sound designers and film guys, but I've never seen any of it.
It seems interesting, but this sort of visual programming language thing, I just really hate.
Yeah.
It's just
even as just a basic engine. I mean, are the tweaking presets good enough, or do you really have to get deep with that thing?
I don't know. I really don't know anything about it. Is there like a macro layer where you can assign things nicely to
I'm not
easily
sure.
control things? But then again, that will be up to the sound designer to make something easily controllable. So I mean, or that's the thing. If you make a sound, then you need to put many functions in if you want easy morph control or whatever you want to call it.
Because even the Hawkins stuff looks cool, but God, is it nerdy?
Yeah. I mean, it is totally nerdy, but then you have all the functions. But if you spend the time with them, you can make it sound amazing and control amazing. But it's the same with Zebra, where one of the best things that Howard Scar does is use the mod mappers all the time to make good responses for modulation wheels and aftertag and anything else. That's like half a battle with these things, is make it feel right, and so you just need to spend time with the fine things.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a nice thing about Rolly, where the patches they think about that when they make those patches. So it's not just the standard, the patch can be very, very different than another patch, but they always think about the performance part.
Yeah. Although for some reason Probe has disappeared from my computer.
Really?
Yeah. The what's it fucking made? Equator is on there. But Probe has vanished. Which is annoying because I like using Probe because that's actually a very nice synth engine to use on the Rolly.
Yeah.
Because the Equator is nice, but it can be
Cypher 2 is cool too. I like Cypher.
Yeah, but you know how the Equator's got that more of a digital edge to it, whereas
it's got more of a sampling thing. It seems.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
But Probe has that kind of analogy synth.
More synthy, yeah.
And so when it's sort of like, where the hell's it gone? It's like, what's going on, man?
Yeah, Cypher's kind of like somewhere in between there. It's kind of like Virus meets other synthy bits. I haven't used them both for a while, so I forgot the differences, but it is nice that they are different, so you can get a different palette.
Yeah. But I don't know why it's vanished.
Well, as soon as they put that stupid Rolly Studio thing in there, instead of the separate apps, it started to behave differently. I liked it when they were separate apps.
Yeah.
So that's annoying.
Yeah. Because I was kind of hoping that when Rise 2 comes out, that there might be another or an updated synth engine come out with it. But at the moment, it looks
That
like
would be
it's
cool. But since
still,
Equator 2 is
yeah,
still fairly new, I doubt they will.
yeah. But I mean, there was room for like a Probe 2.
Yeah.
Sorry, Strobe 2 or
Strobe, that's the other one. Yeah.
yeah, or something else.
Yeah.
Even. But it doesn't look like that's going to happen. But there again, I think that it's a third party, isn't it? Actually, does the software.
I mean, do they still own F-Expansion, or has that company gone?
I thought they did.
Or
no idea.
Or no, they sold it to InMusic. Or did they just, or maybe they just sold BFT. What is this? Oh, I'm confused. I don't even know. This is far too complex. It's so hard to keep up with Rowley.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, they may be, advertising prolifically all over the place, but in terms of actual hard info.
Exactly. It's a classic.
Yeah, not much of it.
Isn't this great? What is it? Just wait.
Yeah, whoa, look the other way. Yeah. But,
I mean, the thing they're pushing the most these days is still that Lumi stuff, right? That's their bread and butter right now.
Well, because that's the only thing they're making.
Yeah,
pretty much. Yeah.
Really
or maybe they just have warehouses full of them.
I think that's more likely. That is, still trying to flog them out.
Well, because I got the one just to try it because I was curious about the learning software,
Yeah.
and also how it felt to have some of the 5D expression but with hard keys.
Yeah.
And then they came out with another. They kind of rebranded it. It's like, oh, this is now Lumi Key Studio. Is this the same hardware as Lumi keys or not? Because I want to magnet them together and get a bigger keyboard.
Yeah.
And it took like tons of back and forth to finally get an answer. Oh no, it's the same. We just changed the name of it. I'm like, oh gee, thanks. Because I want to make sure they're compatible.
Yeah.
So it's they are they're cheap feeling, but they are expressive and they are interesting. I'm not using them that much for learning a song, but it is fun to go on there and kind of go through.
It's good to get at least some access, even if it's two or three of the 5Ds.
Yeah.
Because I suppose it won't do the vertical key one, will it? Because it's
no, and you don't have to use. There's 3 modes. There's like a landmark mode where it lights up basically C for beginners, right?
Yeah.
There's a white mode where it's just on. You don't have to worry about colors and stuff. And then there's a color mode where if you're in the early stages of the learning software, you learn by color and placement instead of having to learn the staff. And then they slowly introduce the staff to you with the colored notes to match the colors. And then pretty soon you get normal sheet music without the colors or anything. So it's a clever idea for getting people into learning to play.
Yeah.
Who don't want to read sheet music, who don't have a history of any kind of music theory or whatever.
Yeah.
And it does kind of nicely. After so many plays, it starts adding new. Like you finish the song, okay, cool. Now go to the song, and it starts unlocking stuff like a game.
Yeah.
So you unlock the colors, and then the colors unlock the colored notes, and they also have the those games you can get on the iPad too, where it's waterfall notes, and you play it like GarageBand. What is that thing called? Guitar Hero, where the lines are coming down.
Right. Yeah.
And you play as long as the lines are and where the lines are, and it's you learn. But in the Guitar Hero, you're not learning shit because it's just 4 buttons.
Yeah.
And this one, you're learning the keys and the duration of the notes, and so I mean it is useful.
Yeah.
If you're, and once you've unlocked everything, you play it just like any other music app, really.
Okay.
And it stops and it basically waits until you get the notes right, or it screams at you. And so if you're really trying to learn some tunes,
Yeah.
it's kind of cool. But yeah, for most people, they don't do that. They just use the controller and do whatever. So because it works with Rolly software. So.
I wonder if it could even teach me how to read music. That'd be something.
Well, that's the thing. If you don't, that's what I'm saying. If you don't, it can step you through that and make it less painful than just sitting there and staring at the notes on the staff and then staring at your keypad and then painfully going through each one. Because a lot of people, as most people know, a lot of guitar players don't read sheet music either.
Mm.
They learn a few chords, they play stuff by ear, and they just fiddle around the rest of the time. And they still become millionaires, right? So you don't need to read sheet music to be successful.
Yeah, I used to drive my music teacher mad because I'd come in from lunch and go up to the piano, do a little bit of Debussy, and they go, "How come you can play that but you can't read music?" This sort of thing.
Right.
I go, I don't know. I don't understand.
Yeah, you play stuff by ear.
Yeah.
That's what I did for a long time. But in between actually playing violin and brass when I was a kid to not playing shit till almost after high school.
Yeah.
And when I started getting back into it, I had to do it by ear because I couldn't read music anymore.
Yeah. No, I've never been. I'm always almost like musically dyslexic. I
that's
try
tough too.
and I try and I try and I'm just not. It just doesn't sink in. I mean, and I'll play like this big chord and something like that, and I go, "Yeah, I don't know what it is. I just like that chord. I like that one. That's a nice chord. Oh, that's a nice chord, and that's a nice chord." But
and that's why I bought that theory board because it locks you into chords and modes, and everything you play is within those chords and modes, and so you can still hit notes that don't sound that great because even some chords with the notes in the same chord can sound weird. But you're not so far off the mark that it sounds like crap, right?
Yeah.
You come up with an interesting, clever. Hey, a DX7 just went off. And so you learn, that way what sounds good. And as you're using the theory board, it shows you the notes on the screen, and you go figure them out on the keys later.
Okay.
So it's a backward way to do it, but you go by what sounds good first. What's mathematically good, and you also figure it out later on the keys because it tells you what keys you hit. So it's very clever.
When you're using the DX7.
I know it's the DX7 day. she had a visitor and making a bunch of noise here.
Well, I better go to bed.
That's a good idea.
Yeah, I'm working on this pegging thing tomorrow.
Yeah.
What are we on anyway? It's nearly 3 o'clock. Hey.
No, not 4 o'clock.
Not quite a record, but pretty good.
Yeah, we're doing what? 7 hours, 1 minute. There you go.
Yeah.
Not bad. It's a good innings, as they say.
Pretty good.
So,
it's good fun.
It's always, I mean, for me, it's better than sitting staring at the wall.
Better than watching TV all the time, too.
Do you know what? There's so many things on TV I just cannot get into anymore.
I'm only watching 2 things right now. The Amazon Lord of the Rings thing, which is They kind of fucked it up.
Yeah, I heard
they spent $1 billion on it, and it's like you guys are changing a bunch of stuff and doing a lot of dumb things. It's visually amazing, and the soundtrack's pretty good.
Yeah.
But oh man, they ruined so much of the rest of it. And I'm also watching the new Game of Thrones spinoff, the House of Dragons.
Oh, okay.
Which is okay.
Is Howard Shore doing the music for the Lord of the Rings stuff again, or
no? It's Bear McCreary. Howard Shore did the opening theme, and it's not wonderful. I mean, it's kind of like, all right, he kind of phoned it in, I think.
Yeah, but it's like this Babylon 5 reboot they're talking about now.
Again? I thought they canceled it.
Again, yeah, again.
What? Not
Yeah.
CW, I hope. CW sucks.
Yeah, it was. I don't know what. Yeah, see, which which part of Babylon 5 are they going to reboot?
Well, you'll dig this, by the way. JMS is still releasing content on YouTube, and he just started doing those commentaries. Have you seen those?
No, I haven't seen them. No.
So look him up. He's if I remember find the channel and send it to you, I'll let you know. But if you just look up Babylon 5 commentary, at least once a month now, he's doing commentaries for all the episodes. Like now. So he has a lot more to think about and comment on for the original episodes.
Oh.
And it's really fun. I don't necessarily play them while and listen to the commentary. I just listen to the commentary. But it's fun to hear him talk about stuff.
I tell you what, though. He owes me thousands of pounds. Because it was him that put me onto CGI.
Oh, sure.
And got me into Lightwave.
I was into that before that, but I got into CGI back in.
Yeah, I'd done a little bit of ray
like
tracing stuff and that, but then got this actual proper, 3D program.
Oh yeah.
And then it was.
Well, I was a student, so I was always pirating stuff. I just had cracked everything because I couldn't find it. I had Maya, Lightwave, Softimage, Electric Image. Like all the major packages.
I tell you what was a nice one was Terrigen.
Terrigen is great. Terrigen and still around too, I think, isn't it?
Is it really?
Well, it might be still downloadable. I don't know if they develop it anymore.
What I always wanted it to do is to be able to integrate literally as a plug-in into Lightwave.
So what they did basically, they took Bryce and Vista Pro.
Yeah.
And made basically something better, which is Terrigen. It's a similar kind of approach for doing like landscapes.
Yeah.
But Vista Pro was cool because it was like fractal generated and USGS kind of data from DEM models and stuff. But then Terrigen went further and made it really beautiful.
Yeah. I used to love messing with that.
Yeah, it's good stuff.
Yeah.
You could do there were all these conversion tools back there, and you could take the DEMs. I used to use the old Infinity program. Have you ever seen that one on the Mac?
Yeah.
So I used to take DEMs, export them, and put them in Infinity, and do fly-throughs like Yosemite Valley and stuff like that.
Oh, nice.
So you could do it back then, but it was a lot of work, and the files are big. Okay. For old Macs, they were big. Yeah.
Well, I was using Terrigen on, I think it was a P4, 2 gigs.
Yeah. It's like Bryce. It takes like an hour per frame or whatever.
That took forever.
But it was very good. And then some guys figured out a way. The one I use the most for the last few decades, and even now is actually a group I used to join the Saturday morning meetings of this 3D group until the Ramsey I started joining the Ramsey show. It's like I can't do that and then go to this 3D thing half awake in the morning, so I just go to sleep in the morning. But this guy does like little seminars on the weekends on this Animation Master program from this company out of Vancouver, Washington.
Yeah.
And it's spline patches, so it's better than NURBS. It's better than polygons as far as organic characters and shapes, and reusable objects, reusable actions.
Yeah.
And then you can use the BVH files, the animation files from like mocap.
Yeah.
And you can easily drag and drop BVH files onto your model, and it'll just start doing whatever the BVH thing is, dancing, flying, doing whatever. Yeah. They made it really simple. It's way easier than Maya was ever done. It's way easier than Lightwave was ever done.
Oh, do you remember? Yeah, IK Bones.
Yes.
Fuck me.
Exactly.
Oh.
So the problem with Animation Master is the paradigm's a little weird. Takes a little bit to get used to, but once you get immersed in it, it's one of the most powerful things that never cost anywhere near $1,000. I mean, they're still selling it now. I think it's like $200 or something like that.
I can't get involved. I can't go down that road again.
No, I don't blame. I'm not saying do it because it is a different paradigm.
Oh
to
no,
learn
no, I know.
works.
I mean, because it ended up consuming me. Sort of like, yeah, right. The next thing, right? I've got to add this and do that, and needs more procedural textures. No, I want to draw. I want to be able to model the rivets on the panels.
Yeah.
Of the Star Destroyer, whatever the hell it was I was building. Just get more detail. It's like, Jesus Christ.
Yeah, so that's better with bump maps and alpha channels and stuff like that.
Yeah, I tell you what, some of the models I used to actually have to, in the end, I had to cut them up and save them as separate files because they wouldn't fit.
Exactly, yeah.
Right, it was getting
there are a lot of
ridiculous.
tricks you have to use, unless you do sections.
Yeah.
And you do clever transitions where as you zoom in, it switches to another high res model.
Yeah.
That's an old trick to do it that way instead of having to make one giant, crazy, silly high res model.
Yeah.
Well, the classic PlayStation 2 era.
Basically, yeah, you do what they do.
Yeah. Low res for the background and then load in the high res quickly when you needed it.
So this company Shiny that made games like MDK and some other really good games made one called Messiah. And Messiah was the first game of its time to have fully scalable 3D environments.
Yeah.
Based on your computer, based on what's going on screen, based on a bunch of different factors. And there's a like you switch on like no clipping, all those little God mode tricks and stuff. There was a mode where you could clip on polygon mode and see how it's drawing everything.
Wow.
And it was so cool because you could see like this futuristic dystopian world. This like kind of stripper streetwalker character walks up to you, and she's incredibly curvy and sexy and a lot of detail, right?
Yeah.
And the closer she gets to you, the better detail she gets. And then as she walks away from you, you see her start to break down into simpler shapes. But the way the render handles it, you don't see any of that. It's very smooth. But when you reveal the polygons in the app, it was really cool because you get appreciation for this thing. And same with the buildings behind her and everything. Everything would scale real time and not get all glitchy. It looked really good. The game was also really fun too because you play this little cherub that goes down to Earth and is told to basically teach the Earthlings a lesson for not believing in a deity anymore. So you play this little baby cherub in a diaper with little wings, and you jump into the back of any character and you take them over. And you have their abilities, you have their weapons, you have their security clearances. It's kind of like Hitman, but you're actually possessing the body, not just changing clothes.
Right.
And so you go around and like there's this one of my favorite levels is you go into you see a guy behind this protective panel and he's a radioactive material worker in a big suit. And when he comes out, you jump in his back, you go into the radiation room, you grab the radioactive rivet sample, and it's just emitting like crazy amounts of radiation. And you walk into a room of normal people and they start screaming and falling down and getting killed by mega doses of radiation. and that's how you clear out a room.
Wow.
Right? And another level, you become a cop, and now you don't brandish your weapon a certain way, otherwise a cop thinks that you're up. Something's wrong with you. Like, what are you doing? They kind of pay attention to behavior.
Right.
And once you start shooting one, you got to kill them all because they're all going to try and take you out.
Yeah.
And you might have to jump from one body to another as they keep dying because you're vulnerable when you're outside of a body. And then the other crazy levels, like you have to make this mega jump across a chasm. You can't fly that with your little flappy wings. So you have to get into a guy, run, and at the very last second, jump out of his body while he crashes to the ground.
Send
and you
him
can go
to his doom.
And you can go float down and then go find another person to take over. It's very kind of sadistic, silly, funny game. And then almost like the Soylent Green kind of thing where they show a factory where they're processing bodies into food. And there's a puzzle in this one. The room gets sealed off and there's a trough in front of you and these bodies are getting dropped into it. But you're missing you got 50% of 100%, and it looks like each body takes 25%. There are 2 bodies left in the room, so you have to jump into each body and kamikaze them into the chopper. And once it's done, the little door opens up, and you can fly up to the little thing and get out of the room. But you have to sacrifice these bodies to get out of the room. It's a fucking great game, but just technically, it was amazing with the technical feat of the rendering and the scaling polygons.
Yeah.
And stuff. So that got me even more into stuff at the time. I said, there's so many possibilities with this stuff. You can really go crazy.
Yeah.
With these.
Oh yeah, you could lose a lifetime.
Yeah.
In CGI.
And the 3D printing came out. I'm like, oh Jesus, I'm back into it again. So
yeah, went a different route. Because I've often made a lot of stuff that I want to do on the 3D printer and make them in Modeler.
Oh yeah.
In Lightwave. Because I know it inside out. And I was like, yeah, boom, 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 and I'm putting these things together. And yeah, off you go, get on with it. And just convert.
It was fun. I mean, I had years of models that I built, and I go, it'd be nice to make these action figures or something, you know?
Yeah, yeah.
Exactly, and I finally got the printer, and I didn't have to make anything new. I already had a bunch of other content, so
yeah,
that was pretty fun.
Yeah, because I got my 3D printer to make a shadow ship.
Oh yeah.
From STLs that I'd made from the Lightwave models. Yeah, it come out. I mean, yeah, we'll have to
turn out right.
Yeah, the shape, yeah, but we'll have to mess with those materials a bit more, to make it more shadowy looking. But yeah, I did.
Oh, you mean like the paint texture thing?
Yeah, but the Minbari Cruiser came out pretty well.
Yeah.
Yeah, that worked. Although
those kind of things, they have a lot of colors. So even if you have a multi-filament machine, you really still have to paint them.
Yeah, you still have to do it. Yeah.
Yeah, and you also have to Dremel them and do some other cleanup on the.
The other thing I had to do with it, I had to cut the file. And so
you decimate it. Yeah.
Well, you do the underside upside down.
Oh, you did it that way, so they.
Yeah,
okay.
And then the other one.
You don't want to do the print structures.
No, it's just
support structure.
It just adds too much mess.
Yeah.
To it, do you know what I mean? If you do it like that and then you just glue them together, and it's just a bit.
That's a cool thing.
Cement around it. Yeah.
I figured out a few models. There's a certain amount of play as long as there's not too much overhang.
Yeah.
You can do fairly detailed stuff without support materials like busts and certain kinds of shapes and stuff without having to worry about because as it's printing, it's drying pretty quickly. So it's supporting itself as long as it doesn't hang out too far in midair.
Yeah. Yeah, because on my one, you can do that thing where you can slow down the build speed at certain points in the in the build.
Yeah.
So if you do have to do something coming out, you can it slows it down, and it gives it more time to harden before it moves on to the next layer, as it were.
Yeah, that's cool.
But there is a limit, and then it'll start drooping otherwise.
Yeah, you see it like trying to draw, and it's like smushing it around. Like, oh, I just ruined it.
And then you notice it's just drawing in air. And it's
like, that's the worst. It's just squirting on the ground.
Yeah,
it's like toothpaste on the ground. Yeah.
Pause. Throw it away. Start again.
Yeah, the amount of fails I had was pretty sad.
Yeah, mate.
Or unsticks from the base and flies off the plane.
Yeah, you see it just dragging
it's dragging around. Exactly.
Yeah, like that, where it's welded itself to the bloody extractor. Yeah, been there, done that.
My friend who sold me his has already had like 4 different models.
Yeah,
he's getting into like the hard materials now, doing stuff for his RV, and like stuff with nylon. High temperature head nylon stuff.
Bloody hell, okay.
Yeah, so it's really sturdy but still flexible.
Yeah.
And I'm still doing PLA because it's the easiest. The ABS shrinks and peels too much, so I just do PLA most of the time because it's cheap and it's easier.
Yeah.
But
because it's no big. I mean, you only really lose time really when the print fails as opposed to.
But the metal powder ones like the gold and the copper and stuff are pretty fun for doing heavier metallic kind of sculptures. Did you ever see that model that they leaked from one of the museums of the Nefertiti sculpture?
No.
It's an insanely high res scan of one of the famous Nefertiti sculptures from Egypt in a German museum.
Right.
And there was a joke about they did a scan in the thing with clandestine with some guy with hiding the scanner in his jacket, but there's no way you get a scanner like this sneakily doing it in this museum. Somebody just hacked the server and released the model, right?
Yeah.
But it's incredibly high res, and I only was willing to wait like 8 hours for it, so I printed like a 7-inch model, 8-inch model, something like that of it.
Yeah.
And it's beautiful. I did it in like a gold filament, so it looks metallic, and all those little details of the cracked stone and the little chipped part on the headdress, and even the subtle curves and all the beautiful textures on the face are all there. It's really a beautiful model.
Have you ever used that Ali powder PLA?
No, I don't know if mine can do that.
I tried it on mine. It was okay. It didn't really come out right. But
you mean it's just a standard filament with aluminum stuff in it?
Yeah. So basically, what it had that when you pick it up, it's cold. It's got that and heavy. It's got that kind of metal qualities.
That might be heavier than the one I used. The gold one wasn't that heavy. It was heavier, but it wasn't that heavy. So that might be a little bit more dense. What you're talking about?
Yeah, but it did struggle with some of the parts of the print. I must admit.
It's I think that if you push it too far, same with the wood one too. The wood one's a little bit weird.
Yeah. And the stink.
Well, yeah, definitely. But my friend had a really good gargoyle model he found on Thingiverse.
Yeah.
And printed that to put on his door as a door knocker. And it was legit. It looked really, really good. It was heavy and everything. And some asshole tried to rip it off his door and damage it in the process, so it didn't even have anything to take because he thought it was real probably, and it turned out to be a 3D print. So, and you know how many hours that thing took to print? It's probably 8 hours, 9 hours, something like that.
Yeah.
And
that's the thing. You want to stand and watch over it, but you're going, it's not really the point. But you know that as soon as you walk out of that room, it's going to fuck up and it starts.
Well, there's a combination. There's that, and also I'm still worried because it's a hot element and it's a PC, and I hate leaving powered stuff unattended.
Yeah.
And worry about a house fire.
Yeah.
So I would love to have a 20-hour model and just who cares when it's done, just walk away. But I'm always worried about some kind of hazard.
That's what I kind of like about my high-res 3D printer I got, because there's no computer needed as such. You don't have to plug your laptop in.
No, but there's one in the base, right?
Yeah, but there's one in the base. But what they've done is they've incorporated it inside the controller power supply unit, and it's all pretty well protected, if you know what I mean. So if anything goes wrong, it would just cut out. So I know I can leave it on its own. But I'm sitting there and I'm going, that's been running 10 minutes. I better go and see just in case it's caught the print.
It's dragging around that thing.
Yeah. And you go down and there it is still going. You go, oh, okay, you can come back again. And I can't leave it alone until it finishes. And it's like, Jesus.
Yeah.
And you just can't do or watch anything because you're there going, I'll just quickly go and have a look and see if it's okay still.
Yeah, I mean, it's also exciting as it's building. It's fun to watch it,
Well, I got round it in the end. I had the it has a cam. Put a cam in it and linked it to the iPad.
That's
and
good.
I go, I wonder how the print's going. Yep, still going okay.
Yeah, I was going to do that, but then I just said, screw it. I'll just monitor it because most of the stuff I print is not that big. I mean, my thing, I have a what they call a Delta printer. So the base is fixed, and it's those 3 articulated arms.
Yeah.
And it goes up high. So I could literally print a bust from a museum in this thing. Yeah. At least a good size, like the one you see on someone's piano, like the Mozart one or Beethoven or whatever.
Yeah.
I could print one of those on here pretty easily. And it would be, probably 10, 12 inches tall, maybe.
Yeah.
At least.
Yeah. I think my one can pull about 12, 14 inch.
Yeah, this has a
at a
big volume.
push. Yeah,
But I don't want to wait 3 days for a print, you know?
yeah, yeah. I know what you mean.
Because after a while, I'm going to get annoyed by the sound. Because I don't have it in a workshop, I have it in the house.
Yeah,
So that's another thing too. Is after a while, it gets annoying. All those squeaks and whines and all kinds of
yeah,
stuff. And then again, you have to smell it because it's hot plastic. And so I just the longest I've ever done is basically I'll do it so it's overnight. I'll do it while I'm sleeping.
yeah,
So if there's a problem, I'm here. It's big enough for my task at hand. I want to use it for or whatever. And so 8 hours is a good print. I won't go above 8 hours. And so, and I've only done maybe a handful of those. Most of them are smaller, like little like chest size pieces, or a little bigger than that.
yeah, yeah. No, it's been one of those things where I need to use it more to warrant the amount of money the bloody thing cost. I know that.
That's true. I got lucky. Mine was cheap because it was a $2,000 system. My friend bought as a kit, put it together, had it because he's an engineer guy. He loves this stuff. He put it together, had it for about 4 months. Realized, oh, I need something more precision and a different style that does a hotter head plastics.
Yeah.
So he got it on sale, and then he sold it to me for half of what he paid for it. So in the end, I paid like $400 for this thing.
Oh, well, that's cool.
And it's worth about $2,000. Well, back then, now it's old, but
yeah.
So I don't complain too much about sitting idle, even though I really should be using it more often. But the problem I had is I don't know if you ever tried to print one of those puzzle things where you print it and then you just kind of push on it a little bit to break the tiny support structures.
The interlacing one.
Yeah, and then you get some clever like moving puzzles and stuff. This thing was a little too gunky to make clean versions of that, so I was kind of like, I have to stick with statues and stuff pretty much. So
yeah,
yeah, which is fine because it's better than I ever had before. So but I did a thing with one of those hand scanners. I took a hand scanner out that hooks to my phone, and I went out and scanned a statue in a public park, and then put it through a little online thing because I needed to convert it to STL, and I wanted. It also used a cleaning algorithm, which is really cool. Now I've learned how to do it in other tools, but this was like plug and play. And unfortunately, the site does a really good job, but you have to pay for the use of the cloud site that does the cleaning and the conversion. So it was like $4. It's not that bad, but I'm not going to do like endless models at $4. It gets pretty expensive. But I got this beautiful, I don't know, 60% model, like his legs got cut off because I wanted to get the head and the arms and the body, and I didn't. I couldn't reach the whole thing, based on the way I was standing around it, and printed it out, and it's stunning. It looks just like the fucking statue in the park.
Wow.
So you can do with your car. The problem is these laser scanners, you can't do transparent objects. So it would freak out with the windows. It would freak out with the mirrors. Stuff like that. But if it's a solid object and not too reflective, you can do some pretty stunning hand scans with this thing and then 3D print them. I even went to the Science Museum, and there's a beautiful little taxidermy giraffe, and I did a scan of his head, and it turned out perfectly. So you can go around and skeletons in the exhibits and other kinds of stuff, and do hand scans, stitches on the fly, and then you can print them. So
that's pretty cool.
Something to think about. I mean, it wouldn't be very interesting to scan a CS80 because it's not that much of a complex object. But
scan a Mustang.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I was saying, it's just the tricky thing is the windows because laser scanners don't like transparency.
I got a 3D model of the CS80 already. I've already done one.
Oh yeah?
Yeah. Could convert that to STL and print one out.
That's cool. You got to hand paint all the little buttons and switches and stuff.
I could get it to make all the little buttons and switches separately and then just stick them on
Oh god, that'd be so much work.
Yeah, it's true, isn't it? Yeah.
But if you do photogrammetry, it's easier to do transparencies. If you
Yeah.
do laser scanner, it kind of freaks out because it's going to go right through the glass. So there are photogrammetry tricks you can do, even with just an iPhone. You know,
Yeah.
you take enough pictures, you put it in a stitching program, and it'll create a 3D model out of your photos.
Yeah.
Well, it's not from modern iPhones anyway, where you have lidar, where you can combine the two things.
That's what I use right now. It's a little, it's 3D Systems hand scanner, and then a guy in Japan actually made a third-party version of the software that 3D Systems had released. That's much better than their version. It's much more precise with the same scanner. And I actually got a notification in the Apple thing. I have to update the latest version, but it's incredibly good at scanning, people and statues and something that was so substantial. Like you wouldn't scan a plant with it; it's just too thin and too wispy, spidery kind of stuff. You want to scan something that is pretty much opaque and substantial. So the resolution works with it. Like I've done tables with it. I've done mugs on a table with a pumpkin, just a collage of objects, and it scanned the whole thing. I've done entire rooms with it, where you do instead of scanning around an object, you scan the opposite direction and it stitches it around you as a 3D room, kind of like lidar, but just with a basic laser app
cool.
thing. Yeah, so you can. The problem is if you move too quickly, you can lose tracking, and then it kind of shifts a little bit and fucks it up.
Yeah.
But if you do it very carefully, you can easily do 3D environments with it. Now, I don't want to print the 3D environment because that's a big, weird model. But to use in the computer on some projects, it'd be kind of fun, Have some 3D environments.
Yeah, it's good. Good idea. I like that.
But I don't know what's current. I've had this stuff for a while, so if you went looking for this stuff, I don't even know what the current stuff is that's out there. My stuff is probably old-fashioned now.
Yeah, but I mean, I'm so out of touch with it all. To be honest, I mean, I can't even, I don't even know what Lightwave are up to now.
Yeah, I haven't used Lightwave since version probably 6 or something like that.
Oh, okay. I think it was up to about 12 the last time I engaged.
I'd always see it as SIGGRAPH, but I never used it past a certain version because I got stuck in these other programs. Because just like with music DAWs and stuff, using too many gets too confusing. It's just best to stick with one or two if you can, and just
because I tried to get into Maya, and it's just like
Maya's
Lightwave. Yeah, I want to go back to Lightwave.
Yeah, Maya's pretty nuts.
I knew what I was doing, even though it was, there's a lot more farting around with some of the things, But...
Well, the reason Maya is so big, and even companies like Pixar and stuff, is this thing called Mel scripting, where they script the shit out of it. It's never out of the box. So they have all these what they call technical engineers, technical director guys who basically sit there and run these teams of guys coding the particle engines and all those different things, and all the inverse kinematics and regular kinematics skeletons, and I mean, there's a whole pipeline they have to make for the stuff, and it's Jesus, so much fucking. I'm not gonna do it as one guy. That's stupid, right? It's just you could, but then you have to have no other hobbies.
Yeah.
And because I have too many damn hobbies already, that's why 3D took a back burner for a while, because it's
very time consuming.
Yeah, when I got back into music more and less into photography and video, and less into 3D, and it's like I want to get more back into those again, but where's the fucking time and money?
Yeah. Well, there's always the money.
Always
the money, because 3D's like big boys. It's big boys game, and it comes with big
it's a lot less money
prices.
than it used to be. You're no longer need a $100,000 workstation with a $30,000 piece of software.
If you're willing to put up with Blender's workflow, it's free. And they're really good animation, entire movies made with Blender. Yeah. But I don't really like their workflow, so I don't want to learn that one. But if you're a beginner and you got into Blender, you don't have to spend any money at all. Yeah. So.
I think one of the first models I ever did was a TIE Fighter. and you literally watched it doing it line by line, and it was only in 64480 for fuck's sake.
Yeah.
You know, and it was like.
Yeah, that's the actual ray tracing.
Yeah, and it was like, oh my god.
And then if you turned on Radiosity,
oh yeah.
There was a. Have you ever used the
Hello.
Strata products? You know Strata.
No.
So Strata Studio Pro was used to make Mist.
Oh, okay, right.
And Strata Vision was one of their cheaper programs. They used both those programs to do all the Mist graphics, and then Photoshop for everything else. And then they put it together with HyperCard, basically. So it's a pretty basic setup.
Yeah.
And so Strata Studio Pro was the first program I ever used that had Radiosity. And when you hit it, and here I'm on a friend's Mac, like an LC3, you know?
Yeah.
It's a 33 megahertz, whatever the hell it was. I forgot what it was, but you're just like, whatever. And so you, it says, warning, this function has been known to bring Macs to their knees. Are you sure you want to continue? I go, yeah, sure.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
And then it wouldn't finish overnight like other stuff would. It would just churn and churn and churn. But when it did finish, you get those beautiful reflections with the color bleeding that real life does, you know?
Yeah.
And it's just stunning stuff. Now they also have global illumination now as another type of rendering they do now for more real-time stuff.
Yeah.
Which is pretty cool. But yeah, I've been doing this stuff for a long time, and God, it's changed a whole lot. But
yeah,
there's still a waiting game, even on the best systems.
Yeah. Well, they're adding more.
They're adding more, and they're also higher resolution and stuff. So then it's faster, but then not that much faster because throwing more shit at it.
It seems to be exactly the same as what it was like on a Pentium 4.
Exactly.
It's like, what man?
That's the funny thing about it. People go, oh, this will be a screaming thing. Check this out. Oh, wait a minute.
Yeah. And you go, all right, well, how long will it take to do this one? This one's going to take 18 hours as well?
Yeah.
You know?
It's funny
Just
stuff.
make it simpler.
No, it's about
then
more.
you're not getting what you paid for. You want the
Yeah,
higher
well,
res fancy shit.
Give
All
me
the bells and
more.
whistles.
Yeah.
But you know, there always been tricks with compositing, right? You can always render all the individual things out as separate objects with alpha channels, and then composite them in a video package.
Yeah.
But then they don't have quite the interplay they're supposed to have if they're rendered all in the same scene.
Then you also need to constantly jump back and forth between projects, right?
That's the problem. And so who wants to do that? Then it's no fun anymore. Then that's really work. So if you're getting paid to do that, that's one thing. But if this is on your free time, having fun, screwing around with stuff, it's just like, ugh, you know.
Yeah.
Just can't be bothered.
It's like when Stravinsky said about, you know, he used 50 Amiga 500s to do Series 1 of Babylon 5. And respect, mate, respect.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Keeping them all going, keeping everything straight. I've done render farm stuff with this Animation Master program in the past where I didn't have the net render version. I just had individual CD-ROMs before they put the copy protection thing in there. And I would boot off, like, I had a bunch of extra Macs from work that they're throwing out. So I had a stack of like 5 Macs at home on top of my good Mac. And I would just manually sneaker-net render farm out to different Macs. You know, this frame to this frame on this computer, this frame to this frame on this computer, and then go.
Well, it saves you heating winter.
Yeah, it was. Well, it turns out that it works, but it's not as great as you think it is. You really need to have a coordinated like net render kind of thing to really make it worth your while.
Oh Christ, it's half free now.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, that's what it always is.
Oops. No, it's all right.
Sorry, Ken. We'll let you go.
No, it's cool. I talk about CGI and all that stuff all night. You know.
Yeah, I was always a clay sculptor as a kid with plasticine clay and stuff. So when I saw 3D, I go, shit, this is clay.
This is what we want. Yeah.
Yeah. And it would really piss me off is several years into using the fancier packages, I found these programs like Clayscape and another one called Amorphium on the Mac. and it's like it really was clay. You can use a Wacom graphics tablet and carve away at stuff just like it's clay.
Yeah.
Very natural. Way more natural than meta NURBS and blobbies and all that kind of shit.
Yeah.
And because you're sculpting it, and if you ever have a chance, they're way too expensive. I still haven't broken down and bought one yet. One of those haptic arms.
Oh, right.
Where you can, I mean, the problem is they used to be 15K. Now they're maybe down to 10K, but they're still not cheap.
Yeah,
but you can sit there and you feel all the bumps as you run the cursor across the model. All the texture, all the stuff. And then when you push the button on the stylus, now you can penetrate the model. And then if you push another button and pull out, you can extrude like antennae and other structures. And so I took a high-res scan of me and some scan thing one year at SIGGRAPH. Used one of those haptic arms. And in a matter of, I don't know, a couple minutes, I made myself into this grotesque kind of gargoyle character with horns coming out of my head.
Yeah.
These creepy, crazy like cheekbones and jowls and tusks and all kinds of shit. And then also did some ornamentation on the body. I had like giant bony spine things coming out of my arms, like I'm some kind of berserker or whatever.
Yeah.
And it literally took it just a few minutes with this tool.
Wow.
I could never have done that with any other tool. And this wasn't even ZBrush. This is just some basic 3D sculpting tool with the haptic arm plugged into it. And it's even better when you get the systems where you wear the 3D immersive goggles or something like that, or some of the kind of stuff where you're in there with the object.
Oh.
And it's the coolest thing. It's so trippy.
That's a
because
whole
you
new level.
Yeah, you're no longer like, okay, I have to keep rotating. Where is that? You just constantly see it in 3D as you're moving around with the 3D headset. And there's the thing that was called Leonardo. It was an add-on and it supported a few different 3D programs. And you put the little sensors on your monitor that track your head motion, and then you wear these goggles, and you could now you penetrate the screen and you're in 3D with your objects. And it's just fucking nuts. But again, money.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
So industry people, no problem. They can afford this shit. But
yeah,
Joe Blow at home, there's no way. Anyway, so
my God, Foz. Anyway.
Anyway, I'm getting tired.
Yeah.
Good God, even Robert's tired.
Oh no.
Oh no, I only got up at 12 today.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, didn't get home until like 1 because buses were fun yesterday.
You guys have strikes or whatever? Is that what
yeah, rail strike. So, I mean, that wasn't the issue. It's just that the lazy way of just taking one bus was more than an hour in a bus going around. I just couldn't be bothered to do it in 45 minutes because I would have had to change at one place. It's like, ugh. Who would do that?
All right.
Anyway, it was lovely as always.
Yeah, always good times.
Indeed. Yes, it was.
See you on Thursday.
Yeah. I'll have the dogs complaining at me.
Uh-oh.
We've been laying on this bed waiting for you for 3 hours.
With their sausages too.
Oh God! You know what? I forgot to give Charlie his sausage this morning.
You're lucky you're still alive.
Oh man, it was funny because I'm sitting there, I'm drinking my coffee. The others haven't had the sausage either, but they didn't care. But Charlie,
what they forgot?
And he's come face right up to me, going, I'm going, what? And he doing his little, going little circles and what? And he's looking at the kitchen, and I'm going, Oh yeah, haven't given you a sausage yet. Sorry, mate.
Yeah, they have their habits, right?
Oh man, yeah. If he doesn't get it, he starts singing.
That's so
good.
funny. And he does a
No
happy
good.
dance.
Yeah, he does that little happy jump, and then he does this thing with his front paws where he does tap 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 like this after he goes around, and then goes tap tap tap.
That's so great.
Yeah. He's such a delicious little fella. He hasn't got an evil bone in his body, that dog.
Yeah, I wish I had more time for dogs again. I'd love to have another one. I wouldn't give it enough attention right now, which would make me feel sad. So
yeah. I mean, I can't imagine not having a selection of dogs around me at any one time. Do you know what I mean? It's just, it's one of those sort of things. Breathing dogs.
No, I get it. I mean, I've been a dog person my whole life. I love them. I see them in a dog park or on a walk, and I can't resist going up and grabbing them if they let me, and just give a big hug and pet them. And
oh, you tend to know, don't you? The way they sort of like they look up and the tail's going. You know,
they're looking for it. Yeah.
Bring it in.
Yeah, and then some are just either mistreated or something else is going on with them, and they're just basically not friendly at all.
Yeah. Yeah. All right, then, guys.
Yeah. See you all.
See you all on. Well, if I'm not working too hard on Wednesday, seeing the chat at Sonic State.
Yeah, if not Thursday.
And then on Wednesday, and then Thursday, obviously, and then so, but more likely see you Thursday.
Sounds good.
Yeah, because Wednesday's good. I know Wednesday's going to be a nightmare. So anyway, as they say, all right, let's set this thing in motion.
Radio.
Thank you as
Bye.
always.
See ya. Thanks.
Take care.
Bye.
Look after yourselves.